Abolish slavery? Well, then who's gonna pick our crops? Deport the illegals? Then who's gonna pick our crops? This Lincoln guy is destroying our country. Ending slavery? I think he needs to go. This Donald Trump guy is destroying our country. Sending all our voters back to Mexico? I think he needs to go. Civil rights? Why, I couldn't agree more. Germans should be able to own slaves as well. If you're an Afro-Asian goldfish with bipolar depression, you should be able to vote. For us, a public education system? Why, that's a terrible idea. What a stupid waste of money that would be. We need to be create a tsunami of funding for our public education system. It's one of our best ways to the minds of children. These American Indians were here first. Big whoop, they're taking up too much land. We need more room for white settlement. Get them out of here! We stole your land, dear natives. Forgive us, for we know not what we've done. Oh, here, you can have casinos. You're not buying this, are you? Damn it. You know, I'm Native American. Don't call me Pocahontas, that's offensive.
Ah, man, true but real. But all right, guys, we are live. Yo, this is Set with Set Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we're going to do a quick one because I got a lot to get into today, and I'm not feeling well, and I'm also not feeling well. But don't worry, we're going to grind through it. So we'll go ahead and get into recapping Trump's interview. We're going to go ahead and get into Marco Rubio's speaking engagement, and of course, Obama also released an interview as well where he said some, I guess, some pretty interesting things. So we're going to get into that as well. So let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video, and let's get right into it.
Oh, we appreciate it, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Larry.
Anyway, I thought I'd start with Dow 50,000. Congratulations with America. That was your Truth Social. The economy is hitting on all cylinders. Most of the experts have been completely wrong about it. So as you look at this thing, it's the midterm elections and so forth. How good a year is it going to be, 2026?
Well, I think it's going to be great. You know, when you say 50,000, and by the way, S&P 7,000, which is, I guess, almost the equivalent, I think.
It's a huge number.
When you think about it, right? And I remember when I first won, they said, if he gets the Dow up to 50,000 by the end of his fourth year, he will have done miracles. And we're at the end of the first year. So when you think about it, that's great. And the S&P, the same thing. And everything else. I mean, everything's going great. We inherited a total mess from Biden, and not only the borders, but the economy, the inflation. The inflation was the worst ever in history. They say 48 years, but basically ever in history.
Yeah, I mean, think about it like this. Like Biden, record high inflation, 9. So far under Trump, the highest inflation's ever been was probably core inflation, and that was at 3.1. Now inflation's at 2.4, and I believe core inflation is probably around that 2.8.
And prices were high, and you don't hear them use the word affordability anymore. They can't use it because we brought the prices down. Oil now, I was in Iowa last week, and they were at $1.85 a gallon. And if you go all over the country, in many cases now, it's broken $2 a gallon. And that's like a major tax cut. And we've given them that too in the great big beautiful bill. So we've had a very good run, and we want to keep it going.
So interesting. Falling energy prices permeates the entire economy.
So big.
Hundreds and hundreds of people don't understand that and never give you credit for it. So the signature legislation embodying the policy was the one big beautiful bill. It's a one big beautiful bill.
That's right.
Tax cuts, deregulation, energy dominance, and the tariff reciprocity. Is there any plans to do a second big, beautiful bill? Is there another reconciliation bill?
Shoot, I mean, if he can win the midterms, maybe. But I'm going to be so honest with you. Right now, the way it's going, I mean, bro, the big, beautiful bill was a pretty important piece of legislation for the Trump administration, because I think they kind of foreseen that, if we try to break this up or at least wait out until midterms, we won't get half of this stuff passed. So putting it all in the big, beautiful bill was the best strategy for Trump to do. And it's already shown fruits already. Like, now that the Democrats were trying to come out there and defund ICE, well, the big, beautiful bill extended funding for ICE so the Dems can't get in the way of that operation. There's a lot of plans that the big, beautiful bill set in motion that the Dems can't get in the way of because it was signed into law. Now, of course, they're still going to try, but as you see, it hasn't really been working out for them, and it has been getting in the way of their agenda, especially now when it comes to wanting to defund ICE.
Out there might be deeper tax cuts or more deregulation or anything of that nature.
So when I first came in, we met with.
Oh God, do me a favor and double tap that screen like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen.
John Thune, who's a terrific guy, and with, as you know, Mike Johnson, speaker, and we had about 17 different bills. And I said, let's put them all together. And everybody was against. They weren't really, but it was a long shot.
I lobbied you for one big, beautiful bill.
You did.
It was after the Army-Navy came.
You did. And
Yes.
plenty of people said, you can't get it done. Don't do it. It'll be bad. And we put everything together. And this was a 4-year package. And we put it together and we got it passed. And it was sort of a miracle because, you know, I think it worked the other way. There was something in there for everybody. That's how we got it passed. I'm not sure that we would have gotten very many of those bills, but we had many bills. We put them all together. And so in theory, we've gotten everything passed that we need. Now we just have to manage it, but we've gotten everything passed that we need for 4 years.
Yeah.
Do we have other things in mind? Yeah, we do. We have things in mind. We have perfecting a little bit of what we did, because this is the biggest bill ever passed in the history of Congress. And it's a great thing. But we also have other bills we want to get. We want to get the Save America Act passed. Save America is on voting. We want people to have voter ID. We want people to have proof of citizenship. And we want to have no mail-in ballots other than if you're in the military or you're sick or you're away.
Yeah, and apparently the Dems are trying to come up with every nonsensical argument to pretty much combat voter ID. Here's the thing. They can't come up with an argument besides, I mean, what was it? Discriminating against women and racism, which is absolutely insane. I'm telling you this right now. It's like I said, their arguments are literally, well, Black people are too poor and maybe a bit too dumb to go out there and get IDs. And it's just too far for them. And most of them don't have cars and they're felons. So you're disenfranchising them with voter ID, which is wrong, by the way. And then there's the other argument saying that, oh, well, if a woman changes her last name, she won't be able to prove that she's a citizen and all that. I'm sorry, but cut the cap. Cut the cap. There's plenty of ways for that married woman who had to change her last name to verify her citizenship. Like, come on now.
Or some reasonable but good excuse.
Can that get done, you think, before the midterm elections?
It polls at about 94%, including Democrats are at 87%, other than Democrat politicians because they cheat.
It's a huge vote. I guess the House is going to re-vote on it because of the photo ID,
right?
Which is so important. Actually, you need a photo ID to vote on the floor of the House, even though Democrats are opposed to a photo ID.
That's right.
They can't vote for their own bill.
But think of it, Larry. So you have a thing called Save America Act. Save America Act. And Schumer's going to say, I oppose it. How do you oppose Save America? So this is simply on voting. Voter ID. We want a statement that you are a citizen of America. I think that's a reasonable thing to ask. And no mail-in ballots, which are very corrupt. No country in the world is doing mail-in ballots, or especially the way we do them. I mean, they send them all over the place. Nobody knows. It's totally corrupt. No country in the world does what we do.
I vote in the state of Connecticut. You don't need a photo ID. You can vote if you just show them a credit card or a debit card, which anybody can get their hands on. Literally. I think it's a scam. I mean, it's just remarkable.
Connecticut is a very corrupt voting place. That's why a guy like Blumenthal can keep getting elected.
I mean, I'll be real with you, shoot. It's easy to fake a debit card and a credit card than it would be to fake an ID. So it's kind of crazy that you just need in Connecticut, which is a blue state, by the way, that you would really literally just need, you know what, let me just go ahead and give you this credit card that I could have just faked. And now I'm allowed to vote. I mean, yeah, this is a bit insane. And let's be real, due to the fact that all you need is, well, as simple as a credit card or a debit card to vote. Well, be honest with you, I guess that counts as verification of citizenship. Therefore, that vote would count.
Because it's, he admitted that he cheated on the war like nobody's ever cheated. He said he was a great war hero from Vietnam. And I went to Vietnam for a couple of days, and I spent 2 more days than he did there. He was never there. And he keeps getting elected. Sort of amazing. It's amazing that he was able to get out of that one. But I bring it up because it was one of the most, maybe the most egregious I've ever seen.
Anyway, let's come back to the economy, if I may. You had a line in your speech to Davos. I want to read it. It used to be when we had a great quarter, a great month, great earnings, great anything, any good news, the stock market went up. We have to do that again. So the thought occurs to me, it's happening. You've had great earnings, you've had great GDP, you're running 4% plus on GDP. Nobody thought that possible. Inflation numbers are relatively muted. So it looks like now we're back to where you want it to be. The stock market will go up on good news. And because of your Federal Reserve appointments, they're not going to take the punch bowl away just because the economy is growing. I think that's what's happening.
So you're old enough to know.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I am too, unfortunately, in both cases, right? But we're old enough to remember when the stock market, when there was good news, the market went up. When it was bad news, the market went down. That's the way.
Oh, God, you got any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements? I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it, or anything you want me to look up. Just $2 and up. Appreciate the support. Or if you want me to run a poll. All right, let's get right back to it.
Should be. Goes up. Now, if there's good news, the market goes down because everyone said, oh, inflation. They have the yips. You know, golfers have the yips. They can't sink a 3-foot putt. When the word inflation, even the concept of it, well, growth doesn't mean inflation. And what it means is you can never really grow the country because as you do well, they keep trying to put you down. And so when good news is announced, I mean, sometimes great news is announced and the market literally crashes. Bad news is announced and the market goes up because of interest rates, because they say, and we have to go back to the old system. When we have good news, the market should go up.
Now, Trump, if Trump is talking about tariffs, then I'm be real with you. Yeah, businesses don't see that as good news because, well, as has been proven, they're the ones taking the brunt of the costs. So they don't like to hear that they're going to be paying more tariffs. They adjust to it. They're still in competition. They're still making money, obviously, because we're not in a recession. We have great GDP. Well, great growth in GDP. Inflation's low. And then, of course, the stock market is doing well, AKA all these companies are making money. So, I mean, if he's talking about telling these guys about tariffs, of course, the market's going to take a dip every time, but it does seem to recover and come back stronger.
And we have bad news.
Because, I mean, let's be real. I mean, bro, there's a reason why CNN was holding water for the corporate elites, because the corporate elites were paying these left-wing media to try to sell you that tariffs was a direct tax on you, when really it actually holds these bigwig companies or these corporations accountable for the way they outsource and the way they well, I'm gonna be honest with you, and the way they undersell Americans or undermine Americans.
Market should go down. And we'll take care of inflation as it comes. We can take care of it. I took care of it. I had the worst inflation in history with Biden, aside from borders and everything else that we had to take care of. But we had the worst inflation in history. And now, for the last 3 months, as you know, it was 1.3%.
You know, you said in Davos also, good growth can actually bring inflation down.
Correct.
Supply side growth
happened with us.
If you're putting more goods on the market, that brings prices down.
Yeah, it happened with us. I mean, we have great growth, and our growth hasn't even, you haven't seen, we have $18 trillion invested in this country. Nobody's ever had anything like it. We haven't. When I say nobody, it's not even close, not even close. I think the record is $3 trillion. We're at 18 trillion. And, you know, they talk about construction jobs are way up, right? Well, they're up because they're building all these factories all over the country. You have car plants under construction. You have, I spoke to Mr. Toyota in Japan. I said, what's your name? Toyota. I said, if your name's Toyota, you're a very rich guy.
And, you know, there does seem to be some slow people in the chat, but, you know, some people say, oh, inflation's not good. Yes, it is. What was it? Inflation was what? 2.7 in December. It's 2.4 now. I mean, under Biden, at the end of Biden's term, it was at what? 3.1, 3.2? Mid-Biden, upwards of 9%. So, yeah, the fact that we're seeing 2.4% inflation, I mean, you cannot say inflation hasn't gone down. At that point, you're being dishonest.
He's about
Don't
90
be blinded
years
by
old.
TDS now.
And he said, I'm going to invest $10 billion in the United States building plants. But everybody is. They're all doing it. They're all doing it. And They're building AI. We know about that. We're leading China. We're leading everybody and everything. This is the greatest period of anything that we've ever seen. Plus, we have a powerful military, a great military, strong, that I rebuilt in my first term. Because I had a great first term. You remember very well. You were there. But we had the greatest economy in the history of our country in my first term. We're blowing it away now.
Yeah, the numbers are even greater now. So Kevin Warsh, your Fed nominee, so he wants to change their models. He doesn't believe that growth causes inflation. It's a whole new game. It may take him a bit to change the board staff.
I mean, look, growing the economy or growing GDP doesn't cause inflation. When you grow the money supply like Biden did and Trump did in his first term, both of them did, that is what caused inflation. So, yeah, and that's one of the main problems that Biden did, like all this spending, which, I mean, look, man, the road to evil is paved with good intentions. And Biden's crazy spending had all the good intentions in the world, but it led to the evil, which is crazy inflation.
It seems to me that he's going to change that now. Is that the principal reason why you wanted him there, changing models?
I liked him. I don't know. You know, it's not even, yeah, it's that, but I just liked him. I think he's somebody that's going to be a real influencer. I think he's agrees with what I'm saying. Larry, we are paying so much more interest than we should be paying. We're the strongest country in the world. And let's go back again another 20, 25 years. We were always the lowest interest rate. Even if we weren't doing well, our country was the lowest. We used to pay like almost nothing. Other countries would always, no matter what. Now, we're like number 38 because we have had stupid people running our country. You know, I had an incident with a very nice country, Switzerland. They were paying no tariffs, sending stuff over here like nobody could believe. And we had a $42 billion deficit. And
which is true.
We weren't taking anything. I said, well, we have to do something because we have to even that up a little bit. I didn't have to get everything at one time. So I put on a 30% tariff, which is very low. Still, we were having a big deficit, but it was half the deficit. Then I got an emergency call from, I believe, the Prime Minister of Switzerland, and she was very aggressive, but nice, but very aggressive. Sir, we are a small country. We can't.
Now, I already know what some of the libs like to say. Well, a trading deficit is not a bad thing. And like, you're right, it's not. It's how we get to the trading deficit. And if we're getting to the trading deficit by, oh, you guys putting tariffs on us, or you guys blocking products out of your economy, but we don't do that to you guys, then I'm gonna be honest with you, yeah, that's an unfair trade deficit. Now, if there is equal trade to where, all right, there's no tariffs on our products, there's no tariffs on yours, we let you into our markets, you let us into your markets, then, I mean, I'll be okay with a trade deficit then. But when there's this import limitation, import bans, plus tariffs, and we're at a trade deficit, I'm sorry, I'm not cool. I can't get down with that. And I don't know anybody who would be okay with that.
Do this. We can't do this. I couldn't get her off the phone. We are a small country. I said, you may be a small country, but we have a $42 billion deficit with you. No, we are a small country. Again and again and again. I couldn't get her off the phone. So it was at 30%. And I didn't really like the way she talked to us. And so instead of giving her a reduction, I raised it to 39%. And then I got inundated by people from Switzerland, and I figured, you know what, we'll do something that's a little bit more palatable, at least now. But I realized that all these, Switzerland you think of as, ultra chic, ultra perfect, they're not. They're only that way because we allow them to rip us off and make all this money. And I could say the same thing with another 40 countries. You know them better than I do. You and I could name them. Some are much more egregious. And I realized then that the only reason we aren't doing the kind of numbers that we should be doing is because we've allowed countries over the years to take advantage of. By the way, with tariffs, they charge tariffs, and we didn't charge tariffs. We didn't charge anything. We were stupid people, run by stupid people. We lost our chip business to Taiwan. We lost our car business to Mexico and Canada. We lost our car business to Germany and Japan, everybody else, I mean, all over the world, South Korea. Look, we haven't really, and I'm being very conservative now. I'm really being a very conservative person.
I mean, yeah, I'm real with you. The Asian countries, those probably the worst ones. Like, I'm talking about damn near all of them, like the Koreans, I mean, Vietnamese, of course, China. And I mean, let's be real. Let's talk about how China was sending their products to these countries to be relabeled so they can skirt around tariffs. And these other countries would let them doing that, let them do it, knowing that it's illegal, knowing that this is illegal trade practices. So yeah, there's a lot of countries that, well, don't play it fair like we do with them. Honestly, China's one of the main aggressors in this. Like, we try to play fair with China, and every time we do, they just give us a reason to never trust them again. But then yet we try to trust them again. It's a very toxic relationship we have with those guys. It's a bit weird. All right, shout out our homeboy Goose. He says, but you're ignoring the effect that the tariffs are actually having. Costs are going up and manufacturing jobs are going down faster since he started the tariffs. Actually, no, there's actually been manufacturing jobs added to the economy. And that's the problem. You guys hyper focus on loss, but you don't look for what's added. So, because I know you can tell me how much manufacturing was lost, but can you tell me how much was added? Yeah, you got to be fair about this reporting. Like, people will always report, well, oh, Trump lost this much jobs in this month, but you're not going to report how he had a net positive job growth for that month, but you want to report what he lost. I mean, you're also ignoring the facts as well, and you're ignoring the effects that tariffs actually have. No, costs are not going up because we see that with gas, we see that with eggs still, and we see that with other grocery products. I'm not saying that all of them are going down across the board, but there are select products, actually a decent amount of products that are going down. So no, I'm not saying that all grocery store products are going down, but there are a good amount of them that are. So no, you can't sit there and say that this increasing pricing, like, it's not. I mean, look at the consumer price index and look how much that's went up by. If tariffs were increasing pricing, we at least see a 10% jump every month, because that's just the baseline tariff. And that's just not what's being reflected towards us. So, I mean, hey, look, I want to go tariff crazy with you too, but I'm looking at the data and it doesn't reflect what you're saying.
But we're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariff money. And you know what it's doing? They're moving here. That's why it's $18 trillion. They're moving.
And also, I mean, bro, if you're going to talk about, like, do you know how AstraZeneca is actually building a manufacturing plant in Maryland? All the manufacturing plants that are being built in, well, Texas, North Carolina. I mean, you could Google this stuff and it will give you an entire list of all these projects that are being started today, worked on today. So I'm sorry, but you are wrong about that one.
Moving their plants here because they don't want to pay tariffs. And only stupid people or people that really hate Trump could argue with us. And the other thing,
and you love factories. You love it when they build factories.
I love it.
I've
want
always
Japan
said
to come
building
and build
factories right now.
Except you want to understand a good chunk of his trade policy. It's about factories, building factories here. Is that fair?
Well, we're building a record number in history. There's never been anything like it.
Looks like it.
And that means auto plants, not just AI. Now, AI, we're leading China by a lot. You know, I did something with AI. So AI, for whatever reason, needs massive amounts.
I mean, and let's be honest, due to Trump's trade policies and putting that 55% tariff on steel and aluminum, we've outpaced Japan when it comes to steel manufacturing. For the first time in decades, we've outpassed Japan when it comes to, like, producing metal or steel and aluminum. So yeah, that whole plan with making sure we're keeping Chinese steel and aluminum that's actually watered down out of our economy, that worked. And then what it also did was it made these companies lean on domestic producers, which helps out our steel companies. Like, you guys can't sit here and say that everything about Trump tariffs didn't work. I mean, let's be real. You guys are wrong about the recession. You're wrong about the crazy price increasing. I mean, come on now. You can't sit there and just try to say, oh, well, no, just wait on it. You've been telling us to wait on this since April of 2025.
Of electricity, right?
I'm supposed to keep waiting.
More electricity than the entire country produces right now by double. Now, who would even think that's possible? Well, we're not going to get that off the grid, or we can't rebuild our grid overnight. And everyone said we can never really do, because China does very well. You know, they have lots of coal. They use coal like nobody uses coal, clean, beautiful coal. So what happens is, by the way, we've re-injuvenated coal also, but we're not allowed to use the word coal without saying clean, beautiful coal, because it needs a PR job, right? But China has an ability to make a lot of it. You got to respect them and admire them. They're making a lot of electricity, but we're going to make more because I'm letting everybody that builds a plant build their own electric plant. They're going to become like a utility. So they're building a massive plant that's 4 miles long by 4 miles wide. I mean, buildings that nobody's ever seen. And I'm letting them build electric plants, generating plants. Some are nuclear, some are oil and gas. Some are coal as a backup, just in case for emergency reasons. But they're building their own electricity. They're producing their own electricity. And anything they have left over, they'll sell it into the grid. And it's been unbelievable. And now we're building, we are dominating everybody.
With 100% depreciation, immediate expensing.
So big.
Which is so huge.
They take it all in 1 year. They take the cost of a factory, they deduct it in 1 year.
So you're saying to them, if you build here, you don't have to worry about tariffs.
No tariffs.
And if you build here, you're going to get an incentive. You can write it off in the.
Yes, and that's what's getting auto companies, pharmaceutical companies, aerospace companies to come over here and start manufacturing in America. Is the tariffs? Oh, the 100% on chips and semiconductors, which actually a lot of them actually support. So if you don't, then you just truly have TDS. And that actually got semiconductors to start being built over here in higher numbers, not just the one that Biden did with Intel, but we got semiconductor manufacturing coming from Apple, coming from Apple and Taiwanese chip manufacturing companies as well.
First year.
And other incentives. But the biggest one, I've always said, one of the reasons my first term was so successful, we passed a tremendous tax cut bill also. But one of the things we did is 1 year depreciate. In other words, you take whatever you're investing, whatever it is, you write it off in 1 year. It used to be 38 years, 42 years, depending on where you were, but 38 years on average. And I let them take it at, and you know what it meant? It meant much greater growth. We had tremendous growth. And I think it's being superseded by a lot. The other thing is, I've been watching you for years. I'm so proud of you. You're part of the alumni.
Yes, sir.
And I wanted you, I'll tell you your audience. First of all, he's great. Second of all, his ratings are great, and they should be. But I wanted to keep Larry in any form possible. But he said, I have to go out and make some money. So it's one of those things. And your show's been a real success.
Thank you, sir.
Your show's been
Appreciate
a real success.
that.
But I will say that I've been watching you and everybody else for years. And they say, 3% growth. Oh, this is great. GDP. 3% GDP. 2.5%. They're very happy. 2.5%. 2%. 1%. They're happy with anything. We should grow 15 or 20%. Larry, every time we're growing, they stop it by announcing that, we're going to raise interest rates and stuff. So we're going to do 5.4%. It was announced with a Democratic shutdown, which cost us at least 1.5 points. Okay. People don't realize we could have been at 7%. We should be at 15%. I'll tell you, if our new head of the Fed, who I think is going to be great, and he's a really high quality person. He was
Oh God, you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements? I'll be happy to read it out loud, of course. But like I said, ain't nothing I said was wrong at all. What did I say that was wrong? Y'all can't name it, but it's easy to call somebody dumb, but I guess it's harder to explain that why they're wrong or dumb.
Friend Kevin was great, but I want to keep him with us too. I said to King, look, I had the two Kevins, right? But I wanted to keep him with us. He's doing great. But if he does the job that he's capable, we can grow at 15%. I think more than that.
Well, 15 is a big number, sir.
But Larry, you can do it. The problem is every time we used to grow at 15%. And, when we were starting as a country, we were growing.
Yes.
Because we had spirit and we had the right incentives. Today we have a lot of socialism,
I
a lot
love
of communism. We have a lot of bad things.
Yes.
But there's look, we did 5.4 with a shutdown. Think of it. We can do that. This country can do it. Tariffs are very important. The money I'm taking in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariff money. And we're going to start paying down debt. This country has never been so
Yeah, all I could say is that, well, when it comes to Trump's tariffs, they've been a success. They have been a success. They're reshoring manufacturing jobs. They're getting us better trade deals. And I mean, let's be real, they haven't caused a recession. They haven't caused skyrocketing prices. So, I mean, sorry, but everything you Dems fear-mongered on about tariffs was wrong. Y'all just got to admit that and be okay with being wrong. I'm not saying the tariffs are the best thing ever, but let's be real. You guys were wrong when it came to tariffs. That's why nobody's listening to you guys. Like, think about it. Everything you said in April, think about everything you guys said. Has it came true? And for every quarter hasn't come true, you guys just moved the goalposts and pushed it down the line. And you're expecting people to take y'all to be credible? I'm sorry, but you were wrong. Trump was right, and y'all just got to get over that. But all right, man, let's head over to our guy, Marco Rubio. And let's see what he got to say about these geopolitical matters.
Secretary of State, thank you for talking to Bloomberg. You've just made this rather remarkable speech where you talked about the destiny of Europe and America always being intertwined. You talked about an alliance which has stretched all the way culturally from Michelangelo to the Rolling Stones, a first, I suspect, for a Secretary of State, but a culture that has bled and died together. But the very common theme of your speech was the need to share the burden, the need for Europe and America to do things together, which was slightly different from the Vice President last year. Were you kind of offering a carrot where perhaps he was offering a stick?
I think it's the same message. I think what the Vice President said last year very clearly was that Europe had made a series of decisions internally that were threatening to the alliance and ultimately to themselves, not because we hate Europe or we don't like Europeans, but because what is it that we fight for? What is it that binds us together? And ultimately, it's the fact that we are both heirs to the same civilization. And it's a great civilization. And it's one we should be proud of. It's one that's contributed extraordinarily to the world. And it's one, frankly, upon which America is built. From our language to our system of government, to our laws, to the food we eat, to the name of our cities and towns, all of it deeply linked to this Western civilization and culture that we should be proud of, and it's worth defending. And ultimately, that's the point. The point is that people don't fight and die for abstract ideas. They are willing to fight and defend who they are and what matters and is important to them. And that was the foundation he laid last year in his speech, and we add on into this year to explain to people that when we come off as urgent or even critical about decisions that Europe has failed to make or made, it is because we care. It is because we understand that ultimately our own fate will be intertwined with what happens with Europe. We want Europe to survive. We want Europe to prosper because we're interconnected in so many different ways and because our alliance is so critical. But it has to be an alliance of allies that are capable and willing to fight for who they are and what's important.
Do you see a parallel? You seem to see a parallel between the Cold War, which I think I would argue that America beat the Soviet Union because it had a...
No, it's actually, we do share a lot of values with the Europeans, I guess, but not freedom of speech and not the Second Amendment. I mean, Lord knows we always butt heads over that. But when it comes to freedom of speech and the Second Amendment, I mean, those are pretty foundational. So I don't know. I would have to push back on Rubio about that. Like, I don't know about that. I wish we could say we did share value with these guys, but not really. I mean, we're capitalists, and a lot of these guys like have a socialist structure to their economy. I mean, bro, we believe in freedom of speech. They don't. We believe in the right to bear arms. They don't. So, I mean, there's a big difference there. Oh, I mean, and shout out to this guy, though. He's like, are you crazy? The only reason I'm responding because you actually pay. So I'm respecting that. He's like, are you crazy? Trump-owned administration admitted that tariffs added no. Trump administration did not admit that. And I would love for you to source that for me. Okay, dog, please. Because no, Trump administration did not admit that at all whatsoever. Like, bro, come on now. Come on. You got to at least ask me able to source that. Trump-owned administration.
Common idea, and it had allies on its side. You're now in a struggle with China. As people say, you've often been a hawk on that subject. And
dog, are you serious? 3 new deals? Do I really got to sit there and explain to you all the trade deals that we have? Because it's more than 3. I just want to let you know. It's more than 3. So you're obviously uninformed. Then you have TDS, and that's perfectly fine. You can sit there and hate Trump, but at least get your facts straight.
You're in a struggle with China. Do you think you absolutely need Europe to be able to...
Yeah, I would say 2 things. The first, the mentions of the Cold War to remind people of everything we've achieved together in the past, in times when there was doubt I mean, it's hard to imagine today, but there were those who believed in the 60s and 70s even that at a minimum we had reached a stalemate, and worse, that perhaps Soviet expansion was inevitable and that we needed to come to accept it. There were voices that actually argued this. And so it's reminding people of what we've done together in the past, but it's also a reminder that at the end of that era, when we won the Cold War, there was this euphoria that led us to make some terrible decisions that have now left us vulnerable and deindustrialized the West. It left us increasingly dependent on others, including China, for our critical supplies, and that needs to be reversed in order to safeguard us. And so I do think, yes, it would be ideal to have a Western supply chain that is free from extortion from anyone. Leave aside China, anybody else. We should never have to. We should never be in a situation where our alliance and our respective countries are vulnerable to extortion or blackmail because
I'm sorry, but hold on now, Rubio, bro, they be walking into the extortion. I mean, bro, do you see how China do these African countries with the 99-year lease and owning their infrastructure and all that wild stuff? And they're doing it in South America. A lot of these countries walk into it. A lot of these European countries rush to work with China, and they know how they be destroying people's infrastructure. They know how they be destroying people's steel market by flooding their markets with watered down steel. They know this. And some of them like literally walk into the extortion. I mean, look at Canada. They're literally walking into the extortion as we speak by signing a trade deal with China. I can't feel bad for people like that.
Controls 99% of something that's critical to national life. So I think we do have a vested interest in that regard. Today is different than yesterday, but it has parallels, not in that China's the new Soviet Union, but that in our future, collectively, we'll be stronger if we work on these things together.
Do you worry from that perspective, the fact that, especially in the...
But dog, that's great and all and nice. I'm glad you're a successful person. Congratulations. But you owning 3 companies that do imports. Now, let me tell you what honestly matters. You know about competition, right? Because I think you're a bit blinded by the field that you're in. So not everybody could probably drive up their price like you do to cost, because you're probably in an industry that has low competition, aka you can afford to drive up your price because you don't got too much competition to compete with. I mean, it's the blessings of being in an oligopoly or even a monopoly. Is because the fact you have less competition, you have better price control. In a more saturated market, new costs doesn't mean you could just drive up your price, because if the other competitor finds a way to keep their price low and still make a profit, they'll destroy you when it comes to market capital. So yeah, you saying that don't mean anything, because you can't speak for all industries. And you should know this as a business owner.
Recent period, various sort of allies. Mark Carney has just been to Beijing. Starmer has just been to Beijing. Merz is about to go there. Do you worry that they're beginning to drift off too much in that direction?
No, I think nation states need to interact with one another. Just because remember, I serve under a president that's willing to meet with anybody.
Yes.
I mean, to be frank, I'm pretty confident in saying that if the Ayatollah said tomorrow he wanted to meet with President Trump, the president would meet him, not because he agrees with the Ayatollah, but because he thinks that's the way you solve problems in the world, and he doesn't view meeting someone as a concession. Likewise, the president intends to travel to Beijing and has already met once with President Xi. And in this very forum yesterday, I met with my counterpart, the foreign minister of China. So we expect nation states to interact with one another. In the end, we expect nation states to act in their national interest. I don't think that is that in no way runs counter to our desire to work together on things that we share in common or threats we face in common. But I don't think visiting Beijing or meeting with the Chinese is, on the contrary, I think it would be irresponsible for great powers not to have relationships and talk through things, and to the extent possible, avoid unnecessary conflict. But there will be areas we'll never agree on, and those are the areas that I hope we can work together on.
So you think the rupture that many people have spoken about is illusory, that hasn't happened yet?
There's no, I mean, even as I speak to you now, there are U.S. troops deployed here on this continent on behalf of NATO. There are still all kinds of cooperation that go on at every level, from intelligence to commercial and economic. The links remain. I think there is a readjustment that's happening, because I think we have to understand that we want to reinvigorate. This alliance has to look different because the world looks different. This alliance has to be about different things than it's been in the past, because the challenges of the 21st century are different than the challenges of the 20th.
Okay, do me a favor and double tap that screen like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation. Bye. Double tapping that screen.
The world has changed and the alliance has to change. But the fundamental thing that has to change is we have to remind ourselves of why it is we have an alliance in the first place. This is not just a military arrangement. This is not just some commercial arrangement. It is what holds us together in the first place as an alliance, is our shared civilizational values. The fact that we are all heirs to a common civilization, and one we should be very proud of. And only after we recognize that and make that the core of why it is we're allies in the first place, can we then build out all the mechanics of that alliance. And then everything else we do together makes more sense.
The place where that's being most obviously tested at the moment is Ukraine. You see all these numbers from the front where the Ukrainians do seem to be doing better in terms of what's happening to the Russians. Do you think Ukraine, or do you think Russia is still winning that?
Hey, and shout out to my man Chad. He says early stream. Appreciate the support. Oh yeah, shout out to Chad, and of course our homeboy Goose. Like, I know we disagree, but hey, it is what it is. And I heard what you said, dog, about, oh, I'm in furniture, and I'm like, doesn't that kind of lean in more into my point? Because I mean, well, how much furniture companies, like the big ones, are there truly? Like, how much big manufacturing and furniture are there truly? And maybe you can tell me that, and you could tell me, is that a saturated market? I personally don't know. But like I spoke to you, I said you can't speak for every market in every industry because each one is different. Each one has a different amount or a different number of competitors to which they can, which they are, well, or which they, I say, gauge their price on, or which they put their price on. Well, decide their price on. Sorry. Oh, and Chad, you know what? I mean, I get what you're saying. You're like, come on, bro. Said Canada, well, we're talking about them being the 51st state, how they need us for this and that. And it kind of seems like we're disrespecting Canada. And you're right, bro. You're right, because they've been disrespecting us in trade. You're right. And, you know, is it okay to do this tit for tat? I mean, honestly, that's up to you. I'll leave that to your personal opinion. But in terms of protecting our personal interests, then working with China while being our next door neighbor, I don't think that's the best thing to do, especially since we just, like, you know, kidnapped or basically extracted an entire president or dictator, however you want to call it, whatever you want to call it, a man, out of Venezuela for basically doing the same thing. Let's not forget, we did that.
Where do you place it militarily?
I think that's a difficult war to say anyone is winning. The Russians are losing 7,000 to 8,000 soldiers a week. Yeah, not wounded, dead. Ukraine has suffered extraordinary damage, including, you know, overnight, and again, to its energy infrastructure, and it will take billions of dollars and years to rebuild that country. So I don't think anyone can claim to be winning it. I think that both sides are suffering tremendous damage, and we'd like to see the war come to an end. It's a senseless war. In our view, the president believes that very deeply. He believes the war would have never happened had he been president at the time. So we're doing two things. So obviously we continue. Look, we don't provide arms to.
Nah, Putin's winning it. Putin's winning, because every time Zelensky sits down for negotiations, they're always talking about, well, concessions. They don't never talk like that to Putin. Why? Because Putin is winning the war. I mean, we can't ask you to concede nothing if you're winning. Excuse me. So all these people who still think Ukraine got a fighting chance, I'm sorry, but the hype is over. It's done. They're losing. And you guys saying that, sitting here over here trying to hold hope for them, I mean, God bless your heart, but it's not happening for them, sadly.
Russia. We provide arms to Ukraine. We don't sanction Ukraine, we sanction Russia. But at the same time, we find ourselves in a unique position of serving as probably the only nation on earth that can bring the two sides to discuss the potential for ending this war on negotiated terms. And it's an obligation we won't walk away from, because we think it's a very unique one to have. It may not come to fruition, unfortunately. I hope it does. And I think there are days when I feel more optimistic about it than others. But we're going to keep trying, because that is, in the end, this war will not be solved militarily. It will be, in the end, it will come to a negotiated settlement. We'd like to see that happen as soon as possible.
I'm worried that if Ukraine loses the war, it's going to be a disaster for the transatlantic relationship, because Americans will say the Europeans didn't provide enough arms.
No, we're not.
Europeans
I wouldn't say that.
Look and remember.
Honestly, I would not say that. Like, I think it'd be pretty unfair to say, oh, well, Europe didn't provide enough arms. It's like, no. I mean, we all was trying for Ukraine. We all sent them money. We all sent them missiles and weapons. Shoot, I mean, NATO even put some troops on the ground for these guys. So, like, well, nobody's gonna say that. We're just gonna say that, all right, we bit more than we could chew. We bit off more than we can chew when it came to Russia, and we're kind of paying for it. It is what it is. Well, the Ukrainian people are paying for it. We're paying for it out of our pockets. They're paying for it with their lives, which is kind of effed up.
at the meeting in the White House and Zelensky and Trump, and they
No,
will
but
blame
that would ignore reality. Look, Ukraine, first of all, they deserve a lot of credit. They fought very bravely. They've received extraordinary amount of support from the United States to the tune of billions of dollars that pre-exist the war. In fact, Ukraine probably wouldn't have survived the early days of the war had it not been for American aid that came to them even before the war had started, you know, with the Javelin missiles that disabled the tank formations.
I wasn't saying it was fair. I was just saying there's a possibility. I mean, you have to deal with perceptions.
No, but I'm not worried about that because I can tell you that I think history will understand it. But I don't think the war is going to end in a traditional loss in the way people think. I don't think it's possible for Russia to even achieve whatever initial objectives they had at the beginning of this war. I think now it's largely narrowed down to their desire to take 20% of Donetsk that they don't currently possess. And that's hard. It's a hard concession for Ukraine to make for obvious reasons, both from a tactical standpoint and.
Guys, let's make sure you double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. And he's right. He's right. Like, they've already lost the nets. I mean, bro, be honest with you, they only got 10% of it. And this is what we're actually asking them to concede. It's like, look, concede the next region, and you might have to concede more, but maybe you can get away with, you know, keeping some of these little pieces of parts of land that you guys got if you give up all of the nets. And it doesn't seem like the Ukrainian parliament's going for that. We'll see, though, because they are losing land, well, by the week. But more lives are being lost by the day.
Also from a political one. And so that's kind of where this thing is narrowed. And, you know, we'll continue to search for ways to see if there's a solution to that unique problem that's acceptable to Ukraine and that Russia will also accept. And it may not work out, but we are going to do everything we can to see if we can find a deal. There, like I said, there are days like last week where you felt we've made some pretty substantial progress. But ultimately, we have to see a final resolution to this to feel that it's been worth the work. But we're going to keep trying. And our negotiators, Steve Witkoff, now Jared Kushner's involved, have dedicated a tremendous amount of time to this. And they'll have meetings again on Tuesday in regards to this.
What about a country with which you've had a long interest, Cuba? You mentioned it obliquely in the speech, talking about the Cuban Missile Crisis. How long do you think the regime can last without
Yeah,
oil?
I think the regime in Cuba's already, look, the revolution in Cuba ended a long time ago.
Now, I mean, Cuba did get a lifeline, so shout out to, I guess, Russia. I know the Cubans are shouting out the Russians right now because the Russians are the ones who sent Cuba an oil tanker. So they sent Cuba and some barrels of oil to help them out with their oil crisis. So, I mean, hey, they can last a couple more months now because we cut them off from the Venezuelan oil. We got Mexico to cut them off from sending them oil. And shout out to Russia because they're the ones that sent them an oil tanker, which like a couple of days ago.
And failure. Cuba's fundamental problem is that it has no economy, and its economic model is one that has never been tried and has never worked anywhere else in the world. Okay, it doesn't have a real economic policy. It doesn't have a real economy. Not to forget, put aside for a moment the fact that it has no freedom of expression, no democracy, no respect for human rights. The fundamental problem Cuba has is it has no economy, and the people who are in charge of that country, in control of that country, they don't know how to improve the everyday life of their people without giving up power over sectors that they control. They want to control everything. They don't want the people of Cuba to control anything. So they don't know how to get themselves out of this. And to the extent that they've been offered opportunities to do it, they don't seem to be able to comprehend it or accept it in any ways. They would much rather be in charge of the country than allow it to prosper.
Is there any kind of off-ramp for the regime? I mean, previous ones, when you negotiated with Venezuela, you said if they agreed with various things, it would be possible to continue.
There is. I mean, look, I think you have to...
What could the Cuban regime do?
Well, I'm not going to tell you or announce this in an interview here, because obviously these things require space and time to do it in the right way. But I will say this, that it is important for the people of Cuba to have more freedom, not just political freedom.
I mean, if the Cuban people want to take notes from the Venezuelans, play nice right now. Play nice now. It doesn't seem like Trump has a hard on for the Cuban president than he did for Maduro, because Maduro, he was willing to extract. The Cuban president, he's not. Remember, we're not really saying that he got any charges. Nobody really calling this man a dictator. We're just saying that he has really close ties with narco terrorists, and that's a bad thing. And maybe some of our other enemies, and probably some of our allies that we don't like. So that's pretty much the main gripe with Cuba. If they want to take notes from Venezuela, you might want to start bending the knee now and start promising to buy American oil in dollars, and don't try to ever cross us in any way, shape, or form, or you will lose, or the leadership will be removed. That's kind of the tone that we're setting. And if they want to take that example from Venezuela, you know, they want to look over there and kind of see what can happen to them, which I would if I was Cuba. I'd probably start working on my bending the knee speech on how we're just going to go ahead and let America run through here and, you know, do what they need to do. Now, if you disagree with that, I mean, I get it. But let's be honest here. If the leadership wants to stay intact without nobody getting kidnapped, they might want to start working on bending the knee to Trump.
Freedom, but economic freedom. The people of Cuba, and that's what this regime is not willing to give them, because they're afraid that if the people of Cuba can provide for themselves, they lose control over them, they lose power over them. So I think there has to be that opening, and it has to happen. And I think now Cuba's faced to such a dire situation. Remember, this is a regime that has survived almost entirely on subsidies, first from the Soviet Union, then from Hugo Chavez, and now for the first time it has no subsidies coming in from anyone. And the model's been laid bare. And it's not just like multiple countries have gone in and helped. The problem is that you lose money in Cuba. They never pay their bills. They never end up paying. It never ends up working out. There were European countries that went to Cuba and made what they thought were investments in certain sectors, only to have the contracts canceled and get themselves kicked out. Yep. Because the Cuban regime has no fundamental understanding of what business and industry looks like, and the people are suffering as a result of it. So I
know they end up stealing the means of production. They're, I mean, a full-on socialist, I guess. Like, that's literally what they'll do. They'll come in, they'll set up the infrastructure, get these people to work, then the government comes in and take over the means of production and kick these guys out. It's like, I don't know, just what they do.
I think certainly their willingness to.
I mean, Maduro did it as well, so it's kind of something that's common, and honestly, it does hurt the people. This does hurt the people, because it's kind of funny how every time socialism is tried, I mean, the people are the one who end up decimated and poor. But, you know, everybody in the government's rolling in dough for some crazy reason. But then there's liberals here who want that to go down for us. Okay, so you want us to all live in destitute poverty while what? Your favorite liberal politician is on the yacht? Okay.
Begin to make openings in this regard. Is one potential way forward. I would also say, and this has not been really talked about a lot, but the United States has been providing humanitarian assistance directly to the Cuban people via the Catholic Church. We did it after the hurricane. We actually just recently announced an increase in the amount we're willing to give, and that's something we're willing to continue to explore. But obviously, that's not a such long-term solution to the problems on the island.
One last thing. Iran, you've just sent a carrier, second carrier there. Is that... and President Trump has talked about a month to give people time. Are you running out of patience there?
Well, I'd say twofold. Number one is I think it's pretty clear that Iran will never be allowed to have a nuclear weapon, that poses a threat, not just to the United States, to Europe, to world security, and to the region. There's no doubt about it. The second is we obviously want to have forces in the region because Iran has shown the willingness and the capability to lash and strike out at the United States presence in the region. You know, we have bases because of our alliances in the region, and Iran has shown in the past that they're willing to attack us and or threaten our bases. So we have to have sufficient firepower in the region to ensure that they don't make a mistake and come after us and trigger something larger.
I mean, let's be honest, Rubio, though. Like, let's be real. We're kind of egging them on. And we've tried to work with these guys, and well, we keep moving the goalposts when it comes to Iran. Like I said, it went from being about their enriched uranium to about their missile defense system. And I mean, so what? They're just supposed to be defenseless while, like, remember, their adversary Israel is over there with all the missiles and the nukes that they could ever want, and they're just supposed to sit here with no capability to make nukes, which is absolutely fine by me, but also no capability to defend themselves with no missiles. And you thought, and they're just supposed to take that. Yeah, I'm sorry, that's completely unreasonable. Getting them to give up the enriched uranium, I'll always be for, but getting them to give up their missile defense system, I mean, it's going a bit too far. It would be nice, like, sure, it'd be nice if they concede to that, but it's a very small chance that they'll do so. And if we're willing to start a regional conflict over that, and that's on us, because they already drawn the red line, and if that's what we're going to go to war with them about, then let's be honest. Yeah, we're going to go to war with them because they don't want to give up their missiles, and because they don't want to give up their missiles, and we want to go to war with them over that, they're going to target our assets in the region. And it's up to you to decide who fault you want to, or who you want to place the blame on. Because in my personal opinion, it'd be us.
Beyond that, the president has said that his preference is to reach a deal with Iran. That's very hard to do, but he's going to try. And that's what we're trying to do right now. And, you know, Steve Witkoff and Jared have some meetings lined up fairly soon. We'll see if we can make any progress. The president would always prefer to end problems with a deal. He would always prefer that. So we're going to give it a chance here again and see if it works.
Secretary Marco Rubio, thank you very much for talking to Bloomberg.
Thank you.
I have been hearing good things. This came out about an hour ago that there might be some type of, economic deal going on. Wow, economic deal going on with Iran. Pretty much trying to get Iran to stop sending oil to China, or well, not China, but trying to get China to stop buying oil from Iran. And I guess we're gonna go ahead and replace that, replace China as Iran's customer. We can somehow work out some $500 billion deal with them. I've heard that get pushed down the pipeline of trying to, I guess, restabilize their economy if they work well with us. So we'll see. And they have said that, you know what, we might be wanting to get rid of our missiles if you lift the sanctions. So, I'm not sure where that's going to go, but we'll see. It's a to be continued type of moment. But all right, though, let's go over to AOC and let's see what she's talking about.
This is a moment where we are seeing our presidential administration tear apart the transatlantic partnership.
So in a time of headlines heralding the end of the transatlantic era, let it be known and clear to all that this is neither our goal nor our wish.
Clashing viewpoints on foreign policy from AOC and Secretary of State Marco Rubio as the Munich Security Conference continues. In his speech today, Rubio says the U.S. will not abandon ties with Europe. This as AOC slams the Trump administration as looking to withdraw the U.S. from the entire world. For more, let's bring in former National Security Council Senior Director under George W. Bush, Michael Allen. Michael, great to have you.
Thank you.
Back on the program. We've got two competing messages happening abroad. AOC is sort of undermining the current administration's foreign policy, while the Secretary of State is saying, trust us. Who is going to win out? Who are they going to listen to?
I think Secretary Rubio was very skillful in his address today. I think he made clear that the United States has to look after its sovereignty, has to look at for itself, but he also appealed to the Europeans on the basis of a common culture and civilization. He said, we've bled together and we're going to be blunt with you. You need to get stronger, more innovative, more standing on your own because we have things to do together. So when AOC says that the Trump administration has abandoned Europe, our longtime partnership, I don't think she has a leg to stand on when Rubio gets a standing ovation.
And I think unity with our allies is important right now as we try to deal with Iran, right? So the president just sent this second aircraft carrier to the Middle East. He says, in case we don't make a deal, in case we need it. Is this going to move the needle on Iran? Is Iran taking us seriously?
So I think it helps a little bit, and President Trump is smart to have military force held out here to strengthen his hand diplomatically. But fundamentally, I don't think it's going to make a difference in the final equation because the Iranians don't want to compromise on what we're asking them to compromise on. They're not going to forswear enrichment. They're not going to reduce their ballistic missile program, and they're not going to stop funding.
Okay. So wait, hold on now.
On what we're asking them to compromise on. They're not going to forswear enrichment.
No, they did. They did say that they'll go ahead and give up their enrichment.
They're not going to reduce their ballistic missile program.
Yeah, you're right. They did. They said they're not reducing their ballistic missile program because they just spent about the last year upgrading their missiles and increasing the amount of missiles they had. So let's be honest. Let's be real. They're not backing down on that note.
And they're not going to stop funding and equipping terrorist forces around the region.
Yeah, no, they're not. They're not because, well, to be quite honest with you, I would say this: if we're asking Iran to stop, equipping terrorist forces like the Houthis, Hamas, and other forces around here in the Middle East, then well, tell Saudi Arabia to stop doing the same thing in Yemen. Because trust me, just like Iran is investing in their favorite military group in Yemen, so is Saudi Arabia, so is the UAE. They're all doing the same thing. We don't call them out on it because we cool with them. It's like, okay. So I'm just saying, if we're going to call out Iran, let's also call the other Arab countries that we are cool with and be like, yeah, well, you guys also got to stop funding your favorite militia groups as well. Okay? Okay. Because all of them are doing it.
So I think this is just a bridge too far for these two parties. Iran, I think it's not in the character of their revolutionary regime to compromise as much as we want them to. So I think ultimately there's going to be an American use of force here, probably supplemented by the Israelis.
And the president has brought up transition before. I
Yeah.
mean, this is obviously something that a lot of American Iranians want
Right.
to see. This is something, the president has promised the Iranian people that he wants to help them. But you and I have talked about this. A transition is very tough just by air power.
Right. It's very hard to do. And in fact, you can see the president's preference in Venezuela was just to take out the top of the regime, but leave everyone else there. Probably.
Yeah, but let's be real though. I don't like how people are talking about Iran, like how we can do them like Venezuela. Like, one, we can't. They got what their military is bigger, the population is bigger, the country is probably a little bit bigger. I mean, and they got way more missiles. So yeah, they got hypersonic missiles, by the way. That's one of the main problems with Iran. These guys have hypersonic missiles. That was one of the main things that worked on their side on that 12-day conflict with Israel, or the 12-day war. And one of the reasons why America had to step in, because Iran was effing up Israel with these hypersonic missiles that the Iron Dome could not defend from. And I mean, it was going to be a very tragic event if we let it go out, because as the Iranians keep on shooting these ballistic missiles and the Iron Dome is taking it out, they were sending these hypersonic missiles in to go straight through and attack, well, their cities. And we couldn't allow that. So we went in there, bombed the Mount Fordo, and these guys, back down, as they usually do, because Iran don't want it with us. Well, now they do. But during that 12-day war, they didn't want it with us. They just wanted it with Israel. And since we stepped in, they backed down.
For the reason of having stability across that country. The same might apply here, although the Iranian people also might come back on the streets if it's a very substantial strike by the United States and Israel. It's our understanding there are renewed signs of dissent within Iran. So I think they're bubbling, and maybe this will be the match that strikes, that catches them to get out and get back in the streets.
I want to get your read on the visit from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu this week. It was sort of skipped over, but he came to the White House, or at least he met with the president about these Iranian talks, and I think left disappointed. The president on True Social tells us what he told him. I insisted that negotiations with Iran continue to see whether or not a deal can be consummated. Last time Iran decided that they were better off not making a deal, and they were hit with midnight hammer. That did not work well for them. But is there a world, Michael, in which we could see Israel take kinetic action first?
Well, I think so, because remember at the end of last year when Netanyahu came down to Mar-a-Lago.
Israel want to go in there and crash out on Iran. I mean, they better do it on their own, because that's on them. If they want to go and crash out on Iran, we're not back. I don't believe we should back them up. We should let them crash out. Because, what? Because let's be real, one of the main reasons that the whole 12-day war started off is because Israel attacked them. So if Israel provokes it with Iran again, then honestly, we should just throw our hands up. Don't send them anything. Don't send them no more money, and just say, look, man, good luck to y'all.
Oh, I think he was telling the president,
whatever happens,
I'm going to need to strike Israel. I'm going to need to strike Iran in calendar year 2026, because their ballistic missiles are being rebuilt at a greater pace than they had ever imagined. And Israel feels like that's an existential threat. And I feel like Trump had green-lighted him. Then the protests broke out. Then the United States got interested. So I really do very much think.
And that's the problem. They're pretty much saying that, well, Iran doesn't have a right to defend themselves, pretty much. And if they have anything that can defend themselves, it's automatically a threat to Israel. It don't got to be pointed at Israel. They ain't got to shoot nothing at Israel. Just them having it is a threat, which is basically saying that they don't have a right to defend themselves. But Israel sure does.
That Israel prefers to go the use of force route. And I think that's why Netanyahu, in part, was here last week to say to the president, you can't trust the Iranians on anything. I don't know that he totally got what he wanted out of the president, because the president's very clear he prefers a diplomatic solution. But I think nonetheless, Netanyahu is trying to seed some doubt in the president's mind. And maybe that's why the president...
Do you think he came to not ask permission, but sort of...
Oh, and shout out to my man, the lunatic libertarian. He says all centralized systems are failed. I would like to say 55% of them. But hey, my man goes to the extreme. He says, no, Set, all of them. All of them are cooked. And I'm just like... I would like to keep faith that, you know what? Not all of them, but some of them.
Say... we might have to take action, military action?
I think that was part of it. I think I think he's saying whatever you think you might get ultimately, let's just say on ballistic missiles, we're doubting that the regime is going to be truthful about it. There's no way to verify it. So eventually we're going to have to go. And I think the president's like, well, hold on, let me just try the diplomatic path and go from there.
So
he's skipping out on the Board of Peace meeting.
And like, here's the thing though, it's kind of funny because now they're like the mask slips off more and more with these pro-war guys. It went from, oh, we just want to help the protesters to the Iranian people to, all right, man, F the Iranian people. We just want to go in there and bomb these dudes for just having weapons. Just F it. I mean, I know we said enrich uranium, but we no longer care no more. I mean, they don't even really care about selling it to the American people if they're willing to just go from that to what? Missiles? That, oh, and it's no longer a threat to us. Now it's about it being a threat to Israel. I'm just like, all right. Bro, y'all try to tell us that our government is not being controlled by Israel, yet we're willing to go to war with the country because they're a threat to Israel. Not us, but Israel. Yeah, y'all gotta be y'all tripping. Y'all tripping.
That's coming up here. Some people say it's strategic that he came this early, even though it was supposed to be an urgent meeting about Iran, but that way he doesn't have to come back again.
Yeah, the other thing he came to express misgivings about was that now that we're in phase 2 of the Gaza peace plan. First phase, of course, was the hostages. Now we got to get to this stage where we put an interim technocratic government. And
to be quite honest with you, I'm okay with Iran having missiles. If they give up their enrichment, I'm okay with that. Like them not being able to get to a nuke, I'm cool with that. Them having missiles, I mean, shoot, I'm cool with that as well. They should be able to have they have the right to defend themselves. Just to leave them defenseless. I mean, look what happened to Gaddafi. I mean, let's be real. There's already a blueprint for what happens when you just give up your weapons.
Gaza, but really it's disarmament. He's coming to say that there's no way Hamas is going to disarm. They're not going to tell us where their tunnels are. So fundamentally, this is a big problem for Israel. And I think the president is not wanting to hear it just now. I think he's saying, hey, we're on a path here.
Well, first off, Israel is still bombing Palestinians, still killing Palestinians till this very day. They just killed 4 Palestinians today, by the way, today. So they're still bombing them. And here's the thing, they're breaking the ceasefire and Hamas is not. So yeah, Hamas has actually returned back all of their alive and dead civilians. The only problem is that they want Hamas to disarm, but there's still an Israeli-backed militant group that's still out there shooting and fighting Hamas. So how are they supposed to disarm while there's still an Israeli-backed militia going out there coming at Hamas? So Israel's not being truthful, and they're not actually pulling back their troops. Well, they pull back their troops, but not their paid-for militant forces.
I'm going to keep prosecuting this as best I can.
Oh, and then, of course, yes, they're still continuing to bomb Gaza, by the way. So, I mean, we got to hold, like, let's be real. All you pro-Israel guys, you got to start holding Israel accountable. You got to be like, yeah, you're right. They're not stopped firing on Gaza. They haven't stopped. And you're right. They still have militant groups that's out there fighting Hamas. And then we're over here crying about how Hamas is not willing to demilitarize. I mean, we're still making them fight.
I can. And so I don't know that Netanyahu got what he wanted when he came.
Michael Allen, love talking with you. Learn so much every time.
Thanks
Great
so
to
much.
have you on.
Appreciate it.
All right, man. Let's get over to our guy Obeezy, okay? Because Obeezy didn't. Okay, Obama did an interview with Brian Tyler, which is probably like the biggest guy on the left. Shout out to him. He had like 5 million subs. So shout out to Brian Tyler. Yeah, Brian Tyler Cohen. Oh, Brian Tyler Cohen. Shout out to him.
It is my honor to be joined by the 44th President of the United States, Barack Obama. Mr. President, thanks so much for joining me.
It is wonderful to be here, Brian. Thank you for having me.
So as you know, better than anybody, the discourse has devolved into a level of cruelty that we haven't seen before. What was disqualifying just a few years ago now not only feels fine, acceptable, but actually rewarded. You have administration officials saying that the victims of ISIS aggression are domestic terrorists. You have J.D. Vance coming out and saying that it's okay. You don't have to apologize for being white. Just days ago, Donald Trump put a picture of your face on an ape's body. And so again, this is kind of, we've seen the de-evolution of the discourse. How do we come back from a place that we have fallen into?
Well, first of all, I think it's important to recognize that the majority of the American people find this behavior deeply troubling. It is true that it gets attention. It's true that it's a distraction. But as I'm traveling around the country, as you're traveling around the country, you meet people. They still believe in decency, courtesy, kindness, and there's this sort of clown show that's happening in social media and on television. And what is true is that there doesn't seem to be any shame about this among people who used to feel like you had to have some sort of decorum and a sense of propriety and respect for the office, right? So that's been lost. But the reason I
on both sides
point out that I don't think the majority of the American people approve of this is because ultimately the answer is going to come from the American people, and we just saw this in Minnesota and Minneapolis. It is important for us to recognize the unprecedented nature of what ICE was doing in Minneapolis, St. Paul, the way that federal agents, ICE agents, were being deployed without any clear guidelines, training, pulling people off, out of their homes, using 5-year-olds to try to
bait their
parents. Yeah. All the stuff that.
All right, come on now. That is wild to say that they're using 5-year-olds to bait their parents. I mean, no, they were trying to give the 5-year-old to the mom, and the mom didn't want to take the 5-year-old because she was scared that ICE was going to take her away. Now, if the mom wants to sit there and say that, they were using my child to bait me out, I mean, look, that's a lie, because that's not what the ICE officers were there to do. They were trying to give back the child, and the child had to go to Child Protective Services because the mother didn't want to come out. And if that's their way of running cover for the mom for not taking her child, then that's pathetic. But all right.
Tear gassing crowds simply who were standing there, not breaking any laws. So the rogue behavior of agents of the federal government is deeply concerning and dangerous. But we should take a moment to appreciate the extraordinary outpouring of organizing, community building, decency, neighbors buying groceries for folks, accompanying children to school, teachers who were standing up for their kids, not just randomly, but in a systematic, organized way. Citizens saying, this is not the America we believe in, and we're going to fight back, and we're going to push back with the truth, and with cameras, and with peaceful protests, and shining a light on
peaceful protests. Like, look, bro, if they was peacefully protesting with their signs and they was just standing behind, a line and not actually trying to obstruct police officers, yeah, that's peaceful protest. When they're literally trying to get in the way of ICE officers, they're trying to follow them around, obstruct them, honk the horn, letting people know that they're in the area. Yeah, that's going over from peaceful protester to obstructionist. So no, I'm sorry. We definitely just can't agree on all of them being peaceful protesters. A lot of these guys are taking it into their hands to go up there and try to obstruct ICE operations. And that's wrong. That's one of the reasons why Renee Good and Alex Preddy are no longer here, because they thought it was a smart idea to get involved or to obstruct ICE operation or to stop Custom Border Patrol from arresting a lady. And instead of going to help the lady on the ground, he got right in that guy's face and put hands on him. I'm not saying he went on there and punched him. I'm saying he literally went on there and tried to stop him, push him away from engaging that lady, which you can't do.
The sort of behavior that,
much if you want to do it, you can't do.
In the past, we've seen in authoritarian countries, and we've seen in dictatorships, but we have not seen in America. And that kind of heroic sustained behavior in sub-zero weather by ordinary people is what should give us hope. And it should remind us that at the end of the day, the way we get a democracy that's working, the way we get policies that actually are helping working families, get ahead, the way that we restore norms, rule of law, decency, it's going to be because we citizens are activated and paying attention and saying enough and saying, we have a different idea of what the American family should look like and community should look like. And that is what
I don't know about that. Or I don't know, man. According to the Dems, every family should have what? A trans daughter or son in there somewhere. So I don't know if we still have the same views on family, my friend. I mean, shoot. Like, you guys are upset when we say that a marriage is supposed to be between a man and a woman, and y'all get upset over that. I mean, bro, y'all get upset when you say we can't trans kids, and like it's kind of a weird thing to try to force that on families, but I guess we don't have family values when it comes to that. And then when he called these guys, when he said that, oh, protesting against ICE is heroic. I'm sorry, but what's so heroic about protesting against immigration laws when the fact that these immigration laws weren't followed is the reason why ICE got to do what it's doing now? I mean, I don't really see what's so heroic about that. If you wanted to be heroic, you should have drove your ass all the way down there to the border and told Biden to actually put some protection on there, or you guys were going to go down there and do it yourself. That's heroic.
I'm seeing across the board. So, I was on a panel a while back, and I said, a lot of the values that we say we subscribe to, during easy times, during peaceful times, it's easy to say we believe in those things.
Right, when they're not challenged.
When they're not challenged. It's easy to believe in free speech when it doesn't seem like the government's trying to crack down on free speech. It's easy to say that we believe in the golden rule when we aren't at risk of being arrested when we exercise the golden rule.
Yeah.
Right now we're being tested. And the good news is what we saw in Minneapolis and St. Paul, and what we're seeing in places across the country, including here in Los Angeles, has been the American people saying, no, you know what, at least a good number of the American people saying we're going to live up to those values that we say we believe in. And as long as we have folks doing that, I
would have to give pushback. I mean, all right, so what values are these protesters living up to? Obstructing law enforcement? That's a value that we hold as Americans. Like, what, we don't no longer have immigration law? That's a value we hold now, is open borders? Like, we just turned into a country of globalists? Yeah, I would have to push back on that a little bit. But hey, man, nobody pushed back on the patron saint of politics Obama. Like, you don't do that, apparently.
I feel like we're going to get through this.
So I hear and appreciate what you're saying about the agency of individuals. As we look toward our elected officials, our democratic leaders, I think something that I've been having a lot of trouble reconciling is for so long, it's felt like Democrats are solely focused on protecting norms, institutions, processes, and then you've got a Republican Party that sees what it wants and will find a way to get it. Laws be damned, Constitution be damned, rules be damned. And we're seeing that play out right now. And so, given this massive asymmetry, where it often leaves us feeling like it's a Lucy pulling the football away from Charlie Brown over and over and over again situation, what needs to be done? And do you think that our Democratic leadership and our Democratic elected officials understand that for the first time?
Well, look, I think we have to acknowledge that we've got the harder job, right? So we believe in government as a tool for good, as a potential force to create more jobs, and as a way to make sure that the planet doesn't roast, to make sure that as we move forward.
I see why I said that, because Trump did remove some Obama era EPA regulations. So Environmental Protection Agency, yeah, he removes some Obama era EPA regulations. So I get what he's saying by that. And then, of course, for the government to provide jobs, no, we would hope that the government would help the private sector, would help them provide jobs. Because, I mean, you see what Biden did with government jobs. The man created what? Look, man, there was one job and he put 4 people on the position. Apparently, that's creating jobs. Well,
and the economy grows, that everybody and not just some are benefiting, and the kids are getting a good education. And what that means is that we have to think about the consequences of our actions. We have to try to figure out how do we get working majorities to actually pass laws and to implement those laws and to make things happen. Tearing stuff down doesn't require all that. So when you talk about Republicans, for example, it seems like they see what they want and they just go after it. Well, they've passed one significant piece of legislation since they've been, for all the hoopla, they haven't actually codified and institutionalized much of anything.
Oh, guys, do me a big favor and double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support. Do you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements? I'll be happy to read out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up. Or you can go ahead and send it in on the Venmo, which doubles your support towards the call-in. But all right, let's keep going.
They have poured a huge amount of money into ICE and their immigration agenda. And they've cut taxes for really wealthy people. And now they're trying to unravel a bunch of rules and norms and laws that are already in place. That's an easier job. So I say that because we should accept the responsibility and the challenge that our job is going to be a little bit harder. Because in order for us to get stuff done, like let's say the Affordable Care Act, well, we've got to cobble together a majority, and we've got to persuade, and we've got to convince. And so,
I mean, no, trust me, y'all did it. Y'all persuaded, y'all convinced, and it failed. I mean, yeah, the Affordable Health Care Act that you put out there, my man, got more expensive as well. For some reason, we was giving taxpayer dollars to insurance companies, and they would raise their premiums, even though we're pretty much funding these guys. So, yeah, that kind of failed. And Obamacare was getting more expensive year over year. Like, even with the ACA subsidies being passed, premiums are still going to go up by 18-30%, regardless of the ACA subsidies being passed or not.
I do think that
huge fail on affordability.
There's been some unwillingness on the part of Democrats in the past to break down some of the institutional barriers for us getting stuff done, just because, well, it's always been done that way. And I'll give you an example that frustrated the heck out of me when I was president, which was the filibuster in the Senate. The Senate is already structurally skewed and anti-majoritarian, right? It's hard for majorities to get stuff done, whether it's trying to pass civil rights legislation in the 60s or trying to get gun control legislation or what have you, because even though majority of people support it, Delaware and Wyoming have the same number of senators as California.
Yeah.
Right. All right. So that would require a constitutional amendment. You then compound that with a filibuster. And the truth is that Democrats for some time have been traditionalists in wanting to preserve that, when it blocks us from making government effective, which in turn makes people feel like government is corrupt and not caring about them.
Which lends itself
to the kind of, it gives folks like Trump an opening.
Yeah.
Right. So redistricting is another good example of where I strongly believe we should not be having politicians draw lines that determine who's voting for them. We should have voters decide who their politicians are.
I mean, yeah, I agree with him on that one. And here's the thing. I like what he said, because he's like, yo, it was a slippery slope. As soon as we started doing it, like when we start doing it, we can't sit there and try to hold a moral high ground when the Republicans start doing it. But that's exactly what the Dems are doing. It's like they'll start doing it, and if it works for them, it's all good. But as soon as it starts working for the Republicans, oh, it's the worst thing on earth.
And I've worked with Eric Holder to help set up the terrific work that the NDRC has been doing to try to make sure that we have fair maps. But the fact that Governor Newsom here in California and others said, well, if they're going to try to gerrymander their way out of losing this upcoming midterm, then we're going to respond. And we're going to respond in a lawful way where we put it up to a referendum and let people decide and not just give away the store because of traditions. That was the right response. So I do think that I don't want us to simply duplicate the behavior of the other side. I don't want us to have a slash and burn strategy where we don't care about rule of law. We don't care about some of the guardrails around our democracy.
And shout out to Trump Bunny 24. Appreciate the support. He says dragging out Trump shows desperation. I mean, look, man, when they dragged out Michelle Obama and Trump for Kamala Harris, yeah, I knew Kamala was cooked. I knew she was cooked. I was like, if y'all was doing well, man, you don't gotta break the glass for Obama. It's like, trust me, in every Democrat's political strategy, there's like this little box that says that has like this Obama figure in it. And there's a break glass in case you're losing. And then as soon as you break it, Obama just pops up on a rally for you, on an interview for you, whatever. But you're right. They might be popping out Obama for midterms, just in case. Start
lying and having no regard for the truth.
Or it could be an innocent interview.
The other side seems to be comfortable with right now. Because if that's how we fight, then we lose what we're fighting for. But that doesn't mean we have to get punked or be saps. And I do, or to cling to traditions just for the sake of tradition. I think what we have to continually evaluate is, in this moment in time, how do we make sure that we can advance our agenda in a way that reflects what's good for ordinary folks, not special interests, not simply the well-to-do. And how do we do that in a way that's consistent with integrity, honesty, democracy, the values that we claim to want to uphold? And I think it's possible to do that. But the reason I started with reminding ourselves, yes, we have a harder job, because sometimes I think we're tough on Democrats, saying, why aren't you being as mean and tough and nasty as they are? Well, it's when I was president of the United States,
I mean, I'm be real with you. He's honestly speaking to a good point, because I do feel bad for the Dems, because y'all base is relentless against Trump. It's like, bro, it's like y'all base care more about, well, you guys going after Trump than actually tackling affordability. And that's just the truth. That's the truth. I mean, and it kind of shows Abigail Spanberger. It's like they care more about the F Trump agenda than actual affordability, or they'd have been able to see through her ploy. I mean, and he has a point, and I say it too all the time. It's like, Dems, you won't win just off the F Trump agenda. You actually got to bring some plans to us. Not just your base, to the conservatives as well. I mean, you got to shut us up somehow. You just can't sit there and complain about Trump's trade strategy without having none of your own Trump economic policy, while y'all had a failed one. Like, you guys actually got to come out with some solutions instead of coming out with criticism, because that's not going to win for you guys every trip. Now, and I'm be honest with you, Democrat base do need to honestly hold them more accountable for that. Like, yes, we get it. F Trump, he's a dictator. Whoop-de-doo. But you actually got to come up with a strategy here. Like, F Trump is not going to make things more affordable for us. It's not. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but the F Trump agenda does not help you guys with affordability. I would hope you know this.
I suppose I could have simply unilaterally ordered the military to, go into some red state and harass and intimidate a governor there, or cut off funding for.
I mean, if that red state wasn't following federal law, Obama, there was a red state back in your day that was stopping ICE immigration, bro, you would have did the exact same thing and everybody would have cheered you on for it. I'm sorry. I'm not even trying to hear it. If there was literally a red state pretty much saying we're not going to follow federal law, you'd have came down on them, bro. If there was a red state saying that we're not going to uphold gay marriage, you would have came down on them for that. You'd have made sure, bro. I'm pretty sure. And if it got bad to where they were going in, stripping, like, I don't know, start harassing like gay couples, getting in their faces, going into churches and harassing them and dragging them out, you'd have made sure you'd have brought in the National Guard. So I'm not even trying to hear that. The problem is that, bro, when it's you guys, y'all have all the excuses in the world. But for some reason, when it's when it's the Republicans going against what? The federal system, you guys have all the excuses in the world to bring the hammer down on them, as you should, though, because if they're breaking federal law, then it is what it is. I'm being fair. When you got you guys out here obstructing, pretty much going against federal law, oh, you guys got all the excuses in the world to how you're not obstructionist, to how, oh, this is all about protesting and you want to take away our freedom of speech. Nobody's doing that. You guys are just crossing a line. You're not willing to admit that. And it is kind of funny how he's literally sitting here in our faces like, well, if this was a red state and all this good stuff, if it was a red state, I'm gonna be real with you, the same thing would have happened under you, Obama.
States that didn't vote for me, I could have exercised that prerogative, but that is contrary to how I think our democracy is supposed to work. And I think we shouldn't get discouraged by,
like I said, if there was a red state pretty much saying that we're not going to uphold gay marriage, you'd have brought the hammer down on them.
The fact that we have a tougher job,
I wouldn't have been mad at
what we should do is expect that our side is smart enough to figure it out.
So you had mentioned persuasion, and I think that that's a really good point here, because as we eventually head toward a next general election cycle, we're going to be contending with a lot of the same infighting that's plagued Democrats before. You'll often have leftists and progressives butting up against liberals and moderates. And look, you are the ultimate pragmatist. And so what advice do you have as we head toward this election cycle, this eventual 2028 election cycle, so that we don't devolve into the same, 2016 era Bernie Hillary redux that feels like it always consumes the left?
Well, look, first of all, I think it's important to remember that the divisions in the Democratic Party tend to get magnified in the media.
And I know we
relative to the divides that exist in most other countries, where you have a parliamentary system, you have multiple parties, and you got Green Party, and you got the center left party, and you've got a socialist party, and sometimes you got a communist party.
Yeah.
Our differences get exaggerated. Listen, Bernie Sanders believes, just like Nancy Pelosi believes, just like Chuck Schumer believes,
I don't know about
just like
that.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Oh, hold on now. I don't know if they share same values, especially when it comes to Bernie, bro. That's a democratic socialist. Nancy Pelosi, that's a straight up capitalist. I mean, crony capitalism, sure, but I mean, hey man, she does pretty well in trade. She plays in the stock market. She made millions of dollars. So I don't know if they share values like that, especially economic policies. I doubt it.
Believes, just like AOC believes, in equality and non-discrimination against people because of race or gender or sexual orientation. Well, all Democrats believe in that. That's a core value. Democrats believe that government should provide a strong safety net for people when they're down on their luck. Everybody I just mentioned believes in that. Everybody believes that there should be some regulation of the market so that you don't have monopolies and oligopolies that are simply dictating the terms of the economy, and that we should have a tax system that levels out some of the inequalities that result. So I think it's important for us to remind ourselves as a starting point, what do we have in common? Most of the time, the differences are tactical. Right? It has to do with, well, how much of a tax hike can people put up with? How much regulation should we be thinking about when it comes to climate change? And if we recognize that typically,
so we really need to get into a real debate on climate change. Is it real? Is it just made up science to try to push this like what electric energy agenda? Because we're basing a lot of policies on this, a lot of regulations around climate change. And a lot of people are saying, yo, this thing is a one big scam. There's no climate change. We have cooling and warming periods throughout Earth's, time as a planet, as a stable planet. So, yeah, this might be being blown out of proportion. We might be creating all these regulations over something that we're never able to control in the first place, and for something that's may never even happen, like, oh, the ice caps most likely won't melt and cause a massive flooding. There most likely will be a major cooling event at that time, just like we've had major cooling events throughout Earth's history and major warming events as well. And we need to figure this out because, like I said, we're shooting our foots with these regulations just because of this climate change belief. And yes, there are scientists on both sides of the argument that say, oh, it's real, and to another side that says, oh, it's bullshit. And yes, there are scientists being paid by, these green energy companies or these windmill and solar companies. And then there's the guys on the other side is being paid by the big oil companies. So both sides are being financed by special interests. So it's really hard to tell which side to really lean on. It's all, I'll let you read both sides and you can have your opinion on that. I'm personally on the side of just one big scam to just enforce regulations that make it harder for us to produce in our own country, which drives out these companies. Because I'm gonna be real with you, China don't got this shit. China don't give a damn to the extreme. And this is why they produce so much, because they don't give a damn about their environment. Not that we should pick up the same thing, but maybe we should water it down a little bit.
The arguments in the Democratic Party aren't about core values, but are really around tactics and how do you get stuff done. Now we can have a robust debate, and I want a robust debate.
Yeah.
And what we can also do is not try to nationalize every issue all the time.
Do me a favor and double tap that screen, like the video. Let's get more people in on the conversation by double tapping that screen. If you've got any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be able to read it out loud and engage with it. I believe we're about $82 away from, $81 away from opening up the call-in line. And if you want to double your support, just send in a Venmo.
This last off-year election, I think, was a great example. You've got a candidate like Spanberger in Virginia, who runs what would be considered a more centrist campaign and runs a terrific campaign. And then
I don't know about that. She ran a terrific campaign. I'll give her that one. She ran a really good campaign on affordability and all that good stuff. The problem is when she came into office, she's raising taxes, creating discriminatory laws against white contractors, creating these petty expenses on firearms. I mean, pretty much everything to just, raise cost on you. You know what's worse about the whole, discriminating against white contractors? Even the white contractors charge them less. The government are still going to give the contracts to, more expensive contractors who just happen to be you have to be a woman or a minority or both. I mean, you really got the pot of gold luck when, you're in Virginia and you're a minority woman. I mean, congratulations to you.
Got
if you're in Virginia.
Mondani in New York, who runs a explicitly socialist grassroots campaign.
Tough.
And excites and mobilize folks, and that can win.
I feel bad for Zohran Mamdani, because as soon as he got in trying to do some things, he's faced with a $12 billion deficit. And all this man could do is be like, my plans won't be done, but guess what, New Yorkers? I blame Eric Adams. That's all he had, really. He's like, look, man, we're going to try to fix it, but I just want to let you know, I blame Eric Adams for this $12 billion deficit. And there's some truth to that, to be real with you. There is. There's a lot of truth to it. But I mean, you made all these campaign promises, bro, and now you're sitting at a $12 billion deficit when you need at least $10 billion to get what? These buses to be free, or childcare to be free. So you got a lot to get in. You got a lot to make up for. And you might have to raise taxes if you really want to get that $12 billion deficit, or, reallocate money better and all that good stuff. But you may have to raise taxes.
In New York City, it probably could not win in Virginia. And that's okay. That's healthy.
Yeah.
And sometimes I think we get into arguments. A recent one, this idea that the quote unquote abundance agenda is somehow a sellout, and folks on the left getting exercised because, oh, this is part of this sort of corporate Democrats trying to take over the party. Well, no, not really. What I think it is entirely legitimate to say, for example, we need to build more affordable housing, which is going to require higher taxes on people like me and people who are well off in order to subsidize the construction of affordable housing, let's say in a place like California, and also be able to say, you know what, there are a bunch of well-intentioned rules and zoning laws and so forth that baby boomers like me and existing homeowners have used to block the construction of affordable housing, even in democratic cities. And
yeah, I know, because the baby boomers are just happen to be a very selfish generation that basically is blocking the economic opportunity of owning a house from the younger generation because, well, they want to keep their appreciation on their house up. They don't want to bring around these low-income houses because it's going to drive down their house price. It's just based on complete selfishness, and they don't really care about what they're doing to the younger generation. And there's a lot of boomers who don't give a shit. A good amount of them do, but the ones that we need to give a shit don't. They're the ones making all the money.
And so if we want to actually deliver housing rather than have some abstract argument, then we got to figure out not an either or of do we spend more money or do we reform some of these things that are preventing the construction of affordable housing. We have to do both. And I want us to have those arguments. And one last thing I think that's I've noticed in a lot of our internal arguments, a lot of which, by the way, are taking place online, and ordinary voters, this is all completely off their radar screen. Yeah. One of the things I think it's important for Democrats, for us also to recognize, progressives to recognize, folks on the left to recognize, it's possible for us to have a moral sense of what is right and true.
No, it kills me. Like, Obama does talk about some pretty important problems, but he never really gives a solution. Like, bro, you could have talked about, we need to drop the pricing for cement. We need to drop the pricing for lumber so we can go ahead and build these houses. How Biden had this increase in inflation, basically made it harder for houses to be built affordably. Like, I mean, that's true as well. So that's why he's kind of like, I think that's the reason he's dancing around the topic, because it's really hard to make the argument for affordable housing when under Biden, I mean, the materials to build a house skyrocketed. It's really hard to make that argument as a Democrat.
True, and what needs to be done.
I mean, unless he's about to sit there and make solutions, or not make solutions, but give solutions on, hey, this is how we need to bring down cement. This is how we need to bring down lumber so we can bring down the cost of building single family housing. This is what we need to do with it. Put it here, there, and the third. It's like, if he's saying that, I mean, honestly, then shoot, I'd vote for him again if he actually has some real goddamn plans. But or any Democrat who would actually speak to that. Like, if you're actually speaking about some real plans, you're actually pointing out what the Democrats are effing up and then being like, here's the better plan. I would vote for a Democrat like that. But the problem is y'all just poke fun at Trump's plan, and then y'all sit there and try to stall his plans while having no real plans of your own. And that's just pathetic. I'll be honest with you. Like, people don't respect that unless they hate Trump that much.
And also recognize that we are in a particular time and place here in America, and voters are not going to agree with us 100% on everything. And so it is not a sellout. It's not a betrayal to say that we're going to shape our agenda and our message in a way that allows us to build a working majority to get stuff done. And I think particularly around social issues, sometimes we get confused around this. You witness what happened in Minneapolis, and you say to yourself, morally speaking, that 5-year-old child who's standing in front of that SUV as his father's being dragged off, that child is equal to mine, or any child.
In the eyes of God, of course. In the eyes of God, all children are equal. But I mean, bro, we ain't talking about God, man. We're talking about the law. There's two different things. There's the eyes of God, which both of the children are equal under. And then there's the eyes of the law, immigration law specifically. That's what we're talking about. Okay, my man. So no, we're not trying to sit here and dehumanize people. We're just trying to sit here and tell the difference between a U.S. citizen or a legal immigrant, the difference between a legal immigrant and an undocumented immigrant, the difference between a U.S. citizen and an illegal immigrant. I'm sorry, but for some reason we need to tell people the difference because you guys are protecting both. And I mean, we can't have that. And like, you trust me, we get it. I equal under the eyes of God. I believe in the same thing. Trust me. But equal under the eyes of the law? Not so much. Now, when it comes to the case of that 5-year-old boy, I do believe he's kind of like an anchor baby situation. So he was born in America, so that does make him an American citizen. But let's be honest, though, like the way his father's situation was set up, well, if his father wanted to, make sure that he never put his son through that, he would work his hardest to make sure he had his paperwork together. But apparently he didn't. So this is why he ended up in that situation. I mean, we did a nice way. We pretty much re-engineered a whole app for these guys to pretty much self-deport and get cash for it. And a lot of them didn't take the nice way. So the mean way is going pretty much door to door and catching them in the streets. And you can't get mad at the Trump administration when they provided a nice way out.
His immigration status, his nationality does not change the love and decency that we should be showing that child. But what is also true is that we're a nation of laws, we have borders, and we've got to figure out an immigration policy that is orderly and that is fair and is enforced in a sensible way that is compatible with our values, but may not fully capture the degree to which that kid should have the same chances in life as a U.S. citizen kid. But, we've got to accommodate the reality that the majority of the American people think that there's a difference between somebody who's a U.S. citizen and somebody who's not, and that they want an orderly immigration system.
Yep. I mean, just like you did, Obama, ain't nothing wrong with that.
And sometimes I think what happens in the online debate is if somebody suggests, well, we have to have some immigration enforcement, then somebody's going to point at that child and say, so you don't care about that kid. Yeah. So you must be a bad person.
What? Hold on. I don't care about that kid because I want the kid to be deported. I mean, you know what? I can somewhat hear the emotional argument on that one. I do feel like it's an overly emotional argument. You're kind of basically pulling at heartstrings to win. And I would have to hit them with that. Well, look, they're here illegally. I mean, they could still be safe in their own country. And I mean, if you don't like that, then instead of trying to bring these guys into our country, let's try to help them make their country a safer place. If you actually care so much about these children, because they can't be here. They can't be here. So if you truly cared about them, let's help them in their own country instead of trying to bring them here thinking now we're actually doing something. Because, I mean, there's millions of children just like this kid right here that's suffering in that country that you're afraid to send them to. So, I mean, shoot, well, if you care about this one, let's help all of them then. Let's be consistent across the board. Let's not pick and choose. But y'all are not willing to do that, are you?
The same would be true, let's say, here in Los Angeles around the homeless issue. I think morally, ethically speaking, it is an atrocity that in a country this wealthy, we have people just on the streets. And we should have we should insist on policies that recognize their full humanity, people who are houseless, and be able to provide them the help and resources that they need. But we should also recognize that the average person, doesn't want to have to navigate around a tent city in the middle of downtown, and that we're not going to be able to build a working majority and support for the resources that we need to help folks like that, whether it's drug treatment or temporary housing or what have you. We're not going to be able to generate support for it if we simply say, you know what, it's not their fault, and so they should be able to do whatever they want.
I'm be real with you, and you're also not going to generate support for it if you build these houses, build these homeless shelters, create all these assistance programs, and let illegal immigrants take participation in it, take part in it. I'm sorry, but you're really not going to get it if y'all keep doing that as well. I mean, I like what he's saying. Yeah, we need to actually help out the homeless, help our veterans. But I mean, bro, the Biden administration took all that resource and gave it to illegals. I mean, you know how much of homeless people we could have put up in those hotels, but we gave it to illegals? How much families we could have gave like thousands of dollars to in a food assistance, but we gave it to illegals? Like, please miss us with that bullshit at that point. I mean, we ain't even trying to hear it. Like, y'all had all the opportunity in the world to help these people, and you chose to help people that aren't even Americans. We're not hearing it.
Because that's a losing political strategy. That doesn't mean that we care less about those folks. It means if we really care about them, then we got to try to figure out how do we gain majority support and be practical in terms of what we can get through at this moment in time and build on those victories. That a lot of times is the arguments that are taking place, but they become sort of performative, and people start saying, you know, oh, you're selling out, or conversely, I think sometimes folks at the center say, you know, you're being impractical and dismissing legitimate critiques and concerns. And what we need to be able to do is to maintain both ideas at the same time, which is our long-term goals have to be driven by our values and our core beliefs and our ethics and our morals, and the sense that every person counts. And short-term, we got to win elections.
Right.
And anyway, the good news is, I think that the folks that we are fighting politically, the current White House, this administration, and their enablers, they're behaving so badly, they're doing such crazy stuff, that it shouldn't be hard for our side to coalesce around the areas where we agree on and focus on that. And I think that, you know, that is going to happen if we are effective in winning the midterms, if we then have a robust primary for who's going to be the next Democratic president. We shouldn't be afraid of having a robust debate. I want all comers to sort this out. I benefited from having about as grueling a primary as I could have. It made me a better candidate. It ultimately made me a better president because I had been tested. My ideas had been tested. The story I was telling about America had been tested. And that's what we should be looking for, rather than expecting that somehow we're going to all come up with some consensus blueprint master plan that everybody's going to execute. You know, Democrats aren't good at doing that anyway.
Yeah. Well, I think, you know, one block of voters who I think there has been particular focus paid to right now is young voters. And, you know, you were able to mobilize a generation of young voters in a way that hadn't been done before. I got involved in politics because of you. And in fact, a lot of millennials, folks my age, got involved in politics because of you. Like when I was a student, you could not find any other students on campus who were not supporting your campaign. Democrats and you had owned the cultural zeitgeist in a way that hadn't been done before, and frankly hasn't been done since. And we've seen a shift happen, obviously, from 2008, 2012 up to 2024.
Because let's be honest, Obama, like, look, man, I'll be real with you. Like, I know a lot of people don't like Obama, but he did some decent things. Like, I'll be real with you, especially when it came to immigration crackdown, taking us out of that crazy recession that Bush got us into. Well, really him not handling the fraudulency that was going on in the housing market. I mean, let's be honest, that happened under him. He didn't handle it. The economy fell out, and Obama got us back on track. And like, we got to be real. Obama actually did. And I mean, that was a major selling point for Obama as well. The economy. Of course. And well, immigration. A lot of immigrants came in under the Bushes. Well, under his son. Yeah, under George W. Bush. So, yeah, Obama actually won on a lot of the mistakes that the Republicans made. And then he actually took on some policies that Republicans make today, which is actually pretty funny how a lot of you Dems actually hate what he's doing today. Because let me be real with you, Obama actually took some strategies, not Obama, but Trump actually did take some strategies out of Obama's playbook, especially when it comes to immigration.
Right. And for the first time, we saw Democrats really lose their grip on culture in a way that hadn't happened before. And so what is your advice in terms of remobilizing a generation of Americans that we've had trouble mobilizing up to this point?
Well, look, part of it has to do with the fact that I was young.
Yeah.
And
maybe don't nominate octogenarians?
Look, I'm 64 now. I'm pretty healthy, 64. Feel great.
Yeah.
But the truth is, half of the references that my daughters make about social media, TikTok, etc., I don't know who they're talking about.
Yeah.
There is a element of, at some point, you age out.
Yep.
You're not connected directly to the immediate struggles that folks are going through. And so I'm not making a hard and fast rule here, but I do think that Democrats do well when we have candidates who are plugged into the moment, to the zeitgeist, to the times, and the particular struggles that folks are thinking about as they look towards the future rather than look backward toward the past. And so some of it is choosing candidates who check that box. I do think that,
I did say that was one critique I think that was one critique I made of the right, that we don't promote our younger generation. Like the biggest guys, or the guys who hold the most power on the right or the most popularity, are the older guys. They are the guys that are like Obama's age. But if you look over there on the left, they got a lot of their young blood. So it does look like they are trying to, go for that Obama strategy again. Find a nice, young person that can connect to the youth, that's able to, relate to us, speak to our needs, and hopefully that can get them elected again. Hopefully, because that seems to be where they're going with people like Jasmine Crockett, AOC. I mean, we're now trying to pick it up a little bit, but every time we try to do the same thing with the Dems do by trying to bring up their younger generation, I mean, we kind of like throw water on the fire of our younger generation on the right. Like, what was it? This James Fishback guy? Like, anytime some younger voice on the right comes up, we don't give them no type of word, no type of shout out, anything. We just uphold these older guys. So I will give it to the Dems. They do actually hold up their younger generation, even though there do seem to be a bunch of socialist crash outs. Not all of them, but it does seem to be most of them.
There is an element of joy that Democrats lost sometimes. Our campaign was fun. We had it wasn't always fun for me, but we built a community. We gave people a sense that,
guys, let's make sure you double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people in on the conversation by double tapping that screen, and make sure to hit that icon up there to subscribe to the channel, guys. Appreciate the support.
If you are part of this, you're doing something meaningful. And it wasn't just talk. Young people ran our campaigns. We empowered them. We put them in charge. They were out there figuring stuff out. I'm not the person who was figuring out our media strategy. I was not the person who was out there, knocking on doors and talking to voters and creating events. It was 20 and 30-year-olds. And so,
I mean, honestly, that's kind of the strategy that Charlie Kirk took on. I think Charlie Kirk might have looked back at the Obama administration and seen what they were doing. He's like, we need to go out there and go 10 times harder. I mean, we need to go out there as the youth, start knocking on doors, start convincing people to vote for our side. And I mean, that's exactly what Charlie Kirk did with, way bigger reach too, by the way, because back in Obama's days, we didn't have TikTok. Instagram wasn't popping like it was, and now Charlie Kirk had all this at his disposal, so AKA more reach than, well, the Obama guys did going out door to door.
What happened in our campaign and what you recently saw in Mondami's campaign in New York.
Yeah.
When there's that sense of joy and engagement and involvement, then people feel like, all right, this is not just some transactional grind. This is me becoming part of a community and joining with others. And I think young people respond to that. And then a corollary to that is I do think that culturally, and I've talked about this before, we did turn off. I think there was a certain way of talking about issues for Democrats where we sounded like scolds. And I've said this before. There was a virtue signaling that made it seem as if ordinary folks, if they did not say things in exactly the right way or meet this litmus test, that they were being chastised, pushed away. And the truth is, most of us, all of us, are complicated, and we have blind spots.
I mean, here's the thing. That's right. That's true. If people weren't going, I don't know, too crazy with the transgender ideology, if they wasn't going all the way out socialist, they were kind of getting pushed out. I mean, the same thing's happening over here on MAGA. I mean, if you're not pro-Israel enough, they try to push you out from the right, basically to the center. I mean, it's the same thing was happening on the Democrat side. If you wasn't going the full-on leftist, then you were going to get pushed out to the center with me. Hey, what's up?
Spots. And sometimes we say dumb stuff. And if you want to create an environment that is welcoming and makes people feel, okay, there's room for me here, then the message and the story we tell has to be, all right, none of us are perfect. All of us count. We all have good in us that we can tap into. We can all learn from each other. And I think that is something we need to recover. That's part of the fun of politics. That's part of the community and the social bonding that can come about. And we saw that in Minneapolis. I mean, somebody showed me a friend of mine, Michelle Norris, is from Minnesota, and she was up there, and she was going around talking to neighbors and people she had known for a long time as they were mobilizing protests and activities around ICE. And she showed me a clip of this street band that was performing every night after all these activities had been taking place and protests, et cetera. And they were just out there and they were playing music, and I'm trying to figure out how they were playing, horns and drums, et cetera, in like 0-degree weather, because I would not have been able to put my lips on a trumpet. And people were celebrating what they had accomplished. And it was an embodiment of the values that make us care about other people. And that, I think, is a spirit that when Democrats tap into that spirit, then we win. The other side does the mean, angry,
demagoguery,
exclusive, us, them.
Are you sure? Come on now, Obama. Come on now. I mean, bro, if you go into those protests right now as an ICE supporter, you're not going to walk out, Obama. So you can't sit there and say that, oh, well, it's them that do all this one-sidedness. They can never come in the middle. There's no community. Bro, if I go out there right now saying I support ICE, I don't think I'm going to come back without a couple scratches on me. Actually, I'd be lucky to come back out that bitch alive. All right. All right, bro. So I'm sorry, but you just can't sit there and say that, there's a oneness on this side and we allow the other side to come over here and kick it with us, but they don't allow us to do the same. Bro, if you're being fair, let's sit there and say this, bro. Both sides don't allow it. Both sides do not allow the other side to come in there into their space and actually have a voice. So if you want to be fair, because don't sit there and literally say it. Don't sit there and make it sound like I can go out there as a pro-ICE guy and actually gets heard out. Because James O'Keefe did it and they ran him out of town. They followed his ass out of town. I don't like that dude Jake Lang, but he went over there trying to be pro-ICE and he got a brick to the head. So please miss us with that because there's no proof of that. And shout out to my man, the lunatic libertarian. He says, see, politicians tell us every day on how failed our systems are and how they will fix it. Are we completely blind? Are we just ignorant? Stop participating. Yeah, stop participating. I do agree with you on that one. There's some government programs that, I'm be real with you, if it's not working for us whatsoever, yeah, why are we still participating in it? I mean, honestly, once we found out about all this fraud, there should have been a mass boycott on paying taxes. There should have been a mass boycott on that one. It's like, yo, no, I'm not paying y'all taxes until you figure out this fraud situation. Why am I throwing money away, working my ass off just for you guys to give it away to fraud or give it away to USA that don't really return anything for us? Like no ROI on anything. We're sending millions around the world with no ROI, with no return on investment. That's bullshit.
You know, divisive politics. That's their home court.
Shoot, you're sending money here and
our court is coming together. Our court is, look, you know, a great example.
Hey man, shout out to my man Cellulite Podcast. Make sure to go follow my man.
Political. Bad Bunny's halftime show.
I knew you were going to say that. Yeah.
Well, it resonated. It was smart because it wasn't preaching. It was showing. It was demonstrating and displaying. This is what a community is. And people who did not speak Spanish and have never been to Puerto Rico, they saw that elderly woman serving a drink and the kids dancing with their...
Yeah, but the problem is, and this is where a lot of people had a conflict with this. I'm like, look, bro, if we did that for the World Cup, nobody would have no arguments. If we did that for the World Cup, sure, bro, y'all have been cooking with that. But the fact that y'all did it for American football, like literally a sport that only gets played in America, and you didn't want to make it like, you know, America themed. I mean, I see where people can find that disrespectful. Personally, though, I thought it was actually pretty cool. I see how they kind of pretty much try to say, oh, Puerto Rican heritage is a part of American heritage and all this good stuff, and it's all related and all that. I'm like, you know, I mean, you know, they work their way into our culture and all this, and we're good. It's like, I get it. That's nice. I love the message there. So I'm not really too mad about the Super Bowl performance. It's just I hear what the, you know, I'm be real with you. I hear what the far right is saying when they say, yo, this is American football and we're hearing a Spanish performance and we can't understand not one word of this and we're supposed to be able to relate to it. Like, look, I get it that he's telling a story, but not everybody's like getting it like that, to be quite honest with you. And I can see why. But hey, it is what it is. I can see people have their personal feelings towards it. My personal feelings is that it's not that big of a deal. Like his halftime show, it's not really all that relevant. I get people are mad about it, but let's be real. TPUSA had their own little show. You could have watched that and you'd have been just fine. And you could have went right back to the football show or to the football game.
Grandmas, and it was intergenerational, and it was a reminder of what Dr. King called the beloved community can look like, which is not perfect and it's messy sometimes. And, you know, I guarantee you not all those lyrics were probably politically correct. And if you translated them and, you know, they're, you know, people are complicated, but there was a sense of, all right, there's room for everybody here.
I don't know. And there'd be one question I would ask, like, which performance represented America most? Kid Rock singing about Jesus or Bad Bunny having women twerking in stage, singing in Spanish? Which one represented America more? I mean, I think that's the question a lot of people are asking themselves. Me, I ask myself that question, but to be quite honest, I'm not taking it as personally as a lot of people are.
That, I think, is where we win.
You know, your presidential center is opening up this summer, and you've dedicated your post-presidency to lifting up the next generation of leaders, oftentimes in defiance of people begging and pleading with you to stay involved in the political process. Right. And so why is it important for you to defer to those people, especially at a moment where it feels like there is a vacuum of leadership on the left? You are among, if not the most popular politician in America. And so you're right here, you know? And so why is it important for you in this moment to make sure that you defer to others?
Well, first of all, I'm not a politician anymore, and I can't be, right? I mean, I guess technically I could run for, city council or something, but I'm not in elected office. I don't have levers of power. I'm term limited out. And by the way, I believe in the Constitution, and also I believe in my marriage, and Michelle would divorce me even if I could run again. But I've always believed, I mean, this has been a central tenet of my work even before I was in elected office, that our job as leaders is to lift up other leaders, to empower others, to find their gifts and help them exercise those gifts. And so when I left the presidency, I said, what's our foundation going to do? We care about climate change. We care about racial justice. We care about healthcare. We care about a whole bunch of issues, and I work on those issues. Now, right now, I'm spending a lot of time helping to think about how we're going to respond to AI as it's coming down the pike, and it's moving fast. So I care about specific issues, but the thing I thought I could do you.
And yeah, let's be real. One of the main reasons for like a good amount of job loss is because a lot of these companies are switching to the AI. It's not tariffs. I'll tell you that right now. It ain't tariffs. It's the fact that companies are switching over to AI when it comes to they're doing their finance. I mean, sadly, when it's going to, even when it starts coming to like what? Assembly lines and all that good stuff, there's a way to automate that. I mean, we'll just wait till they start getting to the forklift drivers and the truck drivers. It's really going to be cooked, and we need to prepare for that. Like I said, if AI doesn't work the same way the internet does, to where, all right, look, it created just as many jobs as it took away, then yeah, we're gonna have to find a way to fix that. And if we don't fix that, we're gonna have people rioting in the streets. So we can't have that.
Uniquely, Michelle and I still have the capacity, not just here in the United States.
Oh, guys, and it's actually crazy. You know what? I'm gonna be real with you. Shout out Puerto Rico. Because they did some real N-word shit. Puerto Rico actually recognized a fetus as a human being. Yeah. They've actually recognized a fetus as a human being. And of course, all the liberals in Puerto Rico are losing their shit because now, I mean, if you abort a baby, you're now basically killing a human being. So shout out to Puerto Rico for that.
States, but globally, to inspire and motivate young people and invite them in to this process. And that's what we need. We just talked about it. You look at where excitement's going to come from. It's going to come from the 20, 30-year-olds who know firsthand what it means to not be able to buy a house, know firsthand what it means to see some of the ladder's opportunity being taken away, have grown up in a moment in which there's more social isolation, right? And so and understand both the good and the bad of social media. And so they're the ones who are going to craft these, who are going to remake our institutions so that they are consistent with the values that are, I think, timeless. And so what we've tried to do at the foundation has been to identify potential leaders, not just with traditional credentials, not just the kids coming out of fancy schools or with the top grades, but union organizers and grassroots organizers, as well as journalists and teachers and healthcare professionals and human rights activists. And we've now had thousands of folks go through the program, and these are folks who are doing remarkable stuff at very young ages. I mean, they're setting up health clinics in sub-Saharan Africa, or they're designing new programs for intervention to help with the opioid crisis in Appalachia, or they're working on how do we educate kids and using technology in remote rural areas and Native American reservations. Remarkable folks are doing amazing stuff. And the Presidential Center, which will be opening up in June, is going to be the hub around which all this activity happens. And there'll be a museum with Michelle's dresses, since that's what people want to see.
Yeah.
We'll have some sports memorabilia and some cool stuff in there. But really, the heart of the Presidential Center is going to be the music studio, where kids are learning how to tell stories through music, and a place to record podcasts so they can learn how to talk about the issues in ways that resonate. And there's a Chicago Public Library in there, and there's an auditorium where young people will be exposed to world leaders who are coming through and can talk about their own journey. And what that does is it builds a community of activists, and it reminds people you're not alone. You're not alone in your sorrow when you see some of the stuff that's been happening in this country over the last year. But you're also not alone in being able to figure out, how do we push back and come up with new solutions, and how do we remake these institutions so that they work for this generation. And that kind of spirit is what we hope this Presidential Center will constantly refresh and renew. This is kind of a social change university, and we want just ordinary visitors who don't think of themselves as activists, as they go through these exhibits and they see what's been done in the past. We want them to think, well, what can I do? And we'll be giving them all kinds of ways in which they can then connect with local organizations and get active in their own communities around the things that they care about. That kind of reinvigorating our civic muscles, giving people a sense of, I'm not going to just sit here and doom scroll or occasionally, tweet some complaint about what's happening, but that I actually have agency and I can actually make a difference. We want to encourage that. And that's what we saw and have been seeing across the country in response to the violations and overreach and lawlessness that's been coming out of this administration. We just have to encourage that and cultivate that, and not assume that it happens on its own. I became president because very early on in my career, I had people teach me the power of community and other people joining together around common interests. And I tried to manifest what I had learned in every campaign I ran, and try to ride that all the way through my presidency. And I didn't figure out all that stuff on my own. And we have a long history in this country, dating back to the abolitionist movement and the suffragist movement, and on through the civil rights movement and the union movement. And we have a long history internationally. Gandhi learning from Thoreau, who then inspires King, who then inspires Mandela, who in the meantime, like Melissa, is helping to, and Solidarity are helping to bring down the Iron Curtain and inspiring the people power in the Philippines. And there, that spirit, that energy, it's out there and you can feel it, but it's bottled up. We haven't given enough outlets for young people to figure out, how do I become a part of that? And that's this enormous untapped power that we have to get back to.
So I want to do a little bit of a lightning round here because it's not often I'll get access to the President of the United States. So a couple questions here. Are aliens real?
They're real, but I haven't seen them, and they're not being kept in what is it?
Area 51.
Area 51.
Yeah, we all found out
there's
about
no
that
underground facility, unless there's this enormous conspiracy, and they hid it from the President of the United States.
What was the first question you wanted answered when you became president?
Where are the aliens?
Where are the aliens? Who is there a person that you most want to meet that you haven't met yet?
I'll be honest with you.
I'll be real with you, though. Like, it's not surprising that Obama's admitting to the aliens. I mean, bro, how much people have came in before Congress? How much congressional hearings have we had about aliens? Just in 2020, like, bro, just last year alone, I think, bro, actually just under Biden, I think we had at least 4 of them, 4 people coming out talking about, yeah, there's aliens. Yeah, there's stuff that I can tell you in decent detail, but not full detail, half-ass detail. So, yeah, aliens exist. We know. We just don't know if they come from the sky, the ocean, another dimension. Who knows? We're still trying to figure out. We know that they're real. We're just trying to figure out where the F they coming from. Or maybe we know that already. Who knows?
Being president, or even being an ex-president, I can kind of meet everybody. So I've met a lot of folks.
Yeah.
The person who I have not yet met and that I'm looking forward to meeting, and I hope I get an opportunity sometime in the future, is the new Pope, who is from Chicago and a White Sox fan. I had the pleasure of getting to know Pope Francis pretty well. And he was legit. There's some figures. He's one, the Dalai Lama was another, is another, who they're how you hope they are. They kind of walk the walk.
Yeah.
And my sense of this new Pope is he's cut from that cloth.
Yeah.
Somebody who, worked in places, that really needed help, and what wasn't just preaching from a pulpit, but getting his hands dirty, trying to help people. So I'm looking forward to talking to him.
I think we can. I think
at some point I'll probably have it. Yeah.
What world leader did you like the most and the least?
There are a lot of world leaders I enjoyed. Angela Merkel, I became very close to because she really was the leader of Europe during my presidency, and we were grappling with a bunch of different stuff. She came from a center-right tradition. I obviously come from a center-left position, but she had integrity, very, wicked smart, and we're both analytical and practical, and try to figure out how to problem solve. And so she became a very close partner to mine. I'm gonna defer on the leaders I like least. There's enough of a public record. People probably have a sense of some of the folks who I wasn't happy with.
Best prank out of the White House when you were president?
Look,
All right, guys, let's go ahead and keep it pushing. Let's go ahead and get on to Tom Homan. He just did an interview on Fox News, talk about this is the bottom line. So let's get into that.
Funding is at the center of a long-running feud on Capitol Hill. Last week, it officially expired, stalling thanks to Democrats who are demanding ICE unmask, new warrant requirements, and ending roving patrols, even as one of their own says that this has all gone way too far.
I think we need to call it for what it is. There is a legitimate reason to have a debate about things like migration, It went too far. It's been disruptive and destabilizing, and it needs to be fixed in a humane way with secure borders that don't torture and kill people. And how we're
humane borders that don't torture and kill people. I mean, I'm sorry, man, but like the borders aren't the one that's torturing and killing people. It's the people that are bringing these immigrants over that's the one doing the torturing and killing. Like, blame the cartel. We ain't doing none of that. That's the cartel. That's their business. We're just trying to keep them out. That's what the borders do. It's to try to deter them. Sadly, don't even do that.
have a strong family structure, because it is at the base.
It went too far, she says. Border czar Tom Homan joins us now. Thank you for joining us, Tom. And, you know, it's interesting to hear Hillary Clinton now come out and say that the Biden open border crisis was exactly that. It went too far. It was disruptive and needed to be fixed, which the Trump administration is now attempting to do.
Well, look, you're exactly right, Griff. We heard for 4 years the border's secure, while over 10 million illegal aliens crossed the border and released in this country, not properly vetted. President Trump has given us the most secure border in the history of the nation. He did that in like 7 weeks, right? And when he did that, look at the thousands of lives he's saving, Griff. You've been down there plenty of times. You know, we don't have children drowning in the river. We don't have historic sex trafficking, women and children coming across the border. We don't have historic numbers of Americans dying from fentanyl comes across the open border. We don't have 400 plus national security threats from terrorist-related countries coming across the border. President Trump is a game changer, gave us the most secure border in a lifetime. We got record numbers of deportations of illegal aliens in this country, with the vast majority being criminals. We're doing all the right things.
Well, and you just concluded the operation in Minneapolis, Operation Metros.
I mean, let's be real. Trump pretty much shut down the border, especially the southern border. Nobody's coming through the southern border anymore. So you got to give Trump that. Now, as far as it comes to the whole cleanup of all these undocumented immigrants that rushed the border under Biden, yeah, it's kind of funny how the Dems are literally complaining about a cleanup for a mess that they created. And that's what I'm saying. It's always funny to hear them complain about it, because I'm like, wouldn't have been here if you guys actually would have upheld, border policy. We wouldn't have been here. That's all you guys had to do, was just to make sure that they didn't come in here and we wouldn't be here. But since you didn't, and you didn't care, and you thought you'd get away with it, now we're here.
Surge, which you have touted as a success. Why?
And then I know y'all want to say, well, nobody wants open borders. Yeah, I know. But, well, that's what you guys were accepting under Biden, and now you're crying about the cleanup. I'm sorry, but we're not trying to hear from you guys, especially since you weren't crying about the fact that the mess was being made.
Is it a success, and why is it that Democrats, like those in the state of Minnesota, have trouble understanding exactly that success?
Look, it's a great success, but I don't expect any politician from that state to say, President Trump, congratulations, did a good job. Tom Homan did a good job. Bottom line is, President Trump sent me up there to de-escalate, get state and local cooperation, and stop being a sanctuary state, and arrest illegal aliens with a focus on criminals. Over 4,000 arrests, done. De-escalation, done. Collaboration and cooperation with the prisons and the counties, done. When we leave Minnesota, it's a much safer city, because we arrested 14 illegal aliens with homicide convictions, 87 sexual assaults, mostly of children, and just a lot of criminal aliens, public safety threats we removed from the streets. It's a great success, and the men and women who carry that badge and gun for ICE, it's safer for them, because they can arrest a public safety threat at a jail premise, rather than going on the street and trying to arrest them on their turf, where they have access to who knows what weapons. And Minnesota is less of a sanctuary state because of what we did there.
And I would just add to that, you also rescued in this operation thousands of children.
Over 3,300 children. The last administration, over 500,000 children smuggled in this country, released to unvetted sponsors. They lost track of 300,000 of them. President Trump has already found 145,000 of them. Then in Minnesota alone, over 3,300 missing children we found that the last administration wasn't even looking for.
So you didn't get the thanks, as you mentioned, but it appears that Governor Walz and Mayor Frey want to send a bill to the federal government. Here's a little bit of what they have been saying. Listen here.
$103 million in economic impact in just January alone. And so we're calling on the federal government to fully step up, to provide direct financial assistance to our city.
The federal government needs to pay for what they broke here.
Ain't no fucking way. These sons of bitches, bro. What? Hey, what? Bro, I would look at these guys like, hey, yo. No, y'all don't get a damn thing out of us. First off, you decided to sit there and let things get worse. The protesters are the ones who tearing up the city, not ICE. Let's get that straight. Your own constituents did this, so let their taxpayer dollars be the one to fix it, not the government's, but your your constituents. Let them pay for that because they're the ones that's causing all the damage here, not ICE. There ain't enough ICE officers to go out there and cause that much damage. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Do all that littering every time they go out there and protest. That's on you guys. They're the ones that want to obstruct ICE and get in the way and get themselves hurt. You guys are the one that don't want to provide a crowd control to protect your constituents. You guys should be the one paying the price.
You don't get to break things and then just leave without doing something about it.
Tom, your reaction.
A lot of things were broken, but it wasn't because of Trump administration. The border, the last 4 years, over 10 million illegal aliens crossed that border. That was broken. Where were they then? Did Governor Walsh speak out against that with the overdose deaths and the sex trafficking and the no respect to terrorists? No. They broke the border. President Trump fixed the border. They let millions of people in this country illegally release kids on unvetted sponsors. President Trump's fixing that. And what
you know what's so crazy? I mean, was it the ICE officers that are, breaking the windows of these hotels that the ICE officers are staying in? Like, is it the ICE officers doing that? They're breaking what? The hotels that they're staying in, the windows of the hotels that they're staying in? No, it's the protesters. I mean, are the ICE officers the one burning federal cars? No, it's the protesters. So, I mean, why should ICE have to pay for anything? They're not the ones damaging. It's the protesters that are the ones causing all the damage. Sorry, y'all better pay for that yourselves.
The state of Minnesota break, they were a sanctuary state. Their county jails weren't working with us across the state. So you know what? We fixed it. They ought to be saying thank you. The state's safer because of that. And President Trump gets another win. President Trump gets a win every day. Every day he's winning. Yeah. And I'm just proud to be a small part of this administration.
Real quickly, Tom, it's shocking to me because what you accomplished in Minnesota is to prove that the cooperation with local sheriffs and jails is making communities safer. But yet you have here.
Like, shout out the lunatic libertarian. Their systems are broken. No, it's not. No, their system's not broken. It's unused. That's the problem. They have a system. They have levers that they could pull. They're just not using it. And if we think about it, if you have a system and a process that's supposed to be followed and you don't follow that system, I mean, you can't really blame the system because it only works if people are actually using it. I mean, he has the power to go out there and bring out the National Guard and bring out surrounding local police to provide crowd control. But Tim Walz is not doing it. And he has the system available to him. He has the power. He's just not using it. So we can't say it's failed if they're not just going to use the system that's been provided. Like, I don't know why they're not using it, but because they're not using it, this complete failure of, well, I'm gonna be real with you. Like, oh no, I can't really say that the protesters are failing because they're getting their way. They're getting ICE officers out of Minneapolis. Not all of them, because now there's still about like 1,700 ICE officers in there now, and there's I think it was over 2,000, maybe almost close to 3,000 now. But I know 1,000 of them, or 700 to 1,000 of them, have been removed. But there's still a good amount of ICE officers. So we can't really say that the protests are useless. But I'm gonna be real with you. It's just a complete shit show when it comes to the protesters out there, because look at how it looks. Look at the ICE officers. ICE officers are getting hurt. Protesters are getting hurt and killed. ICE officers are getting hunted down and trapped. This is a shit show. And it's only like this is because of, Mayor Jacob Fry and Tim Walz. You can't really blame ICE because, let's look across the board in all the other states and cities. They're getting help. Their local police or the National Guard are actually helping ICE officers. This is why you don't see this happening in other places. And for some reason, left-wing media is not going to point out that fact to you that, they're actually getting cooperation with local law enforcement in other other states and cities. But in Minneapolis, well, there's a special case where they get zero help, but they get all the salacious rhetoric towards them.
In New York, where I am, Governor Hochul wants to get rid of that 287G program, which allows and provides for that cooperation, as well as a bill that's passed the Maryland legislature. A few seconds here, but your reaction to Democrats in states like that?
New York State's my home state. And look, Governor Hochul, play the tape. She said for the last 6 months, ICE should be concentrating on criminals and forget about everybody else. ICE should be concentrating on criminals. Then she locks us out of the jails. She can't square that. Just politicians. It's politics at its worst. They're putting politics ahead of public safety. Bottom line.
Yep.
It's crazy.
And that's the bottom line. They're putting politics over public safety. And if they actually cared about their constituents, that have brought out local police to provide that crowd control to, enforce public safety of these protesters. Instead, they didn't, and they let these protesters get out of control and start obstructing ICE officers, and that's what's getting them hurt and killed. And you got to blame leadership, because let's be real, step one of public safety starts with them. And if they're not using that system or the tools that's available, then you can't really blame the systems or the tools, but you got to blame their leadership.
Thank you for joining us.
You got it. Thanks, Griff.
And don't go anywhere. More Fox and Friends is next.
All right. We ain't going to tune into the rest of Fox and Friends. So we're going to go ahead and get over here to Forbes. And because Akeem Jeffrey sat down with Forbes. So let's go ahead and see what he got to say.
So you clearly think that you now have an advantage in this gerrymandering race that we've really seen play out in unprecedented ways across the country this cycle. Do you think that Democrats are going to gerrymander their way to the majority?
Well, we're not going to gerrymander our way to the majority. We are going to win the majority because the American people know that Republicans have gone way too far. They failed to keep their promises. They're rejecting the extremism of Republicans and embracing the fact that Democrats have made clear, we're going to work hard to lower the high cost of living, to fix our broken healthcare system.
But you have done nothing to lower the cost of living. Like I said, y'all had that opportunity under Biden. You did everything but that. You raised the cost of living. So, and now let's be real. You're trying to sit there and criticize Trump plan with no real plan to, bring down cost of living yourselves. And like I said, I mean, look, it's okay to be against Trump's plan. I get that. But where's yours? And if you don't got a plan and all you got is criticism for Trump, then I mean, real with you guys look kind of dumb to me. Because it's like, and that's what Abigail Spanberger did. She was able to sit there and just say, oh, things are still unaffordable, while having no plan for affordability herself. And she won. And now the people of Virginia are suffering because prices are still going up because she's raising taxes. And guess what? All she has to do is sit there and blame Trump, and they won't sit there and blame her at all, even though she's the one raising their cost on them. So I'm be real with you, it's like the Dems are in a perfect spot to where they can raise the cost of their constituents and just blame it on Trump.
To reform the out of control ICE situation and to clean up corruption.
So there was a big ruling in Virginia that just came down the pike here. Potentially, this will go as a ballot referendum in April to voters in Virginia to decide whether or not to give you guys up to 4 more seats. This would be a 10-1 difference between Democrats and Republicans in a pretty purple state. Is this overreaching on the Democrats' part?
Republicans started this redistricting war, and Democrats have made clear we're going to finish it.
Started?
We're going to make sure that there is a fair.
No. Honestly, it doesn't really matter who started it. It's just who's the most egregious offender. And that would be you guys. Yes, you guys are the most egregious offenders when it comes to redistricting. I mean, and you guys are just getting mad that the Republicans are now playing y'all game, which is a dirty game. It's a dirty game indeed. But I mean, you can't get mad when people start using the same tools you were. Like, come on now, be fair.
National map. So at the end of the day, it's the voters who get to decide who's in the majority after the November midterm elections, and not Donald Trump.
True.
When they go low, we strike back. That's the Democratic approach, and the Republicans are feeling it right now.
I mean, when they go low, you're going lower, it seems.
We're not going lower. We're
We
striking
know
back.
you
We're going
are.
to make sure that there's a fair national map.
I mean, like I said, y'all talk about affordability, but y'all ain't make shit affordable when y'all had the office. When y'all had, the Senate, when y'all had the Congress, did y'all make anything affordable? No. So it's kind of funny to sit here and talk about affordability when things became the most unaffordable under you guys. And the fact that we got inflation coming down under Trump, certain prices are coming down under Trump. I mean, Trump is doing better on affordability than you guys are. And I mean, look, if you guys want to say things aren't getting more affordable, well, let me ask you something. Do you live in a blue state? Because you might want to check your taxes, because for some reason you guys allow y'all local government to raise y'all taxes, make things more expensive on y'all, but then run off on the Trump agenda as if they're not the ones making things more expensive for you. I mean, should you actually look this up right now? Because I stay bringing up the point that, I pay 30% less in groceries than I would pay, and then you would pay in New York. So if you live in, let's say, New York, New Jersey, I mean, shoot, what's another spot? California. I mean, we could do Delaware, Connecticut, any blue state. I'm paying 30% less in groceries than you. So yeah, when I hear you guys complain about prices, I sometimes feel bad for you guys because I get it. It's like, some of y'all living in blue states where you're literally paying a 30% difference. That means if you're paying 100%, if you're paying $100 in groceries, for that same $100, I only spend 70. That's ridiculous. You need to also hold your local government accountable for that. And that's most red states. I did the math. It's across the board. Most red states are cheaper to live in than blue states. It is not because they suck. And here's the thing. For some reason, you Dems are dumb enough to think that just because you get taxed more and you produce more tax revenue, because you get taxed more, you think that's a flex. But you're complaining about affordability, though, while flexing about being charged more on taxes. Make it make sense.
Donald Trump is the one who instructed 5 different Republican states to gerrymander the national congressional map. And the reason why he did that is because he wanted to rig the midterm elections, and for whatever the reason, didn't think that Democrats were going to forcefully respond. He got that wrong. They thought we wouldn't respond in California. They thought we wouldn't respond in Virginia. They thought we wouldn't win the litigation in Utah. They thought we wouldn't force a referendum in Missouri. They thought we wouldn't successfully push them back in Ohio. They got that all wrong. And now they're feeling the consequences.
So do you think that
you didn't really do much in Ohio, bro? Trust me, you're talking to an Ohio residents. You're talking about what? Winning Columbus, Cincinnati, and Cleveland? I mean, the places you guys win all the time, but Ohio still remains a red state? I'm sorry, you didn't break much ground in Ohio. I'll be real with you.
Oh, you have the
Actually, you didn't break no ground in Ohio.
advantage here come November on this issue of gerrymandering.
The best case scenario for Republicans at this point is status quo, which is very different than what they were claiming when they were beating on their chests last year, saying they were going to gerrymander our opportunities out of existence. In fact, some of them said, we're going to pick up 10 or 12 or 15 seats. They're not saying that anymore.
So you said they tried to rig the elections. The other side may say, well, that's exactly what the Democrats are doing. They're trying to rig the elections now, too.
No, we're forcefully making sure that the overall national map is free and fair. And so whatever advantage Republicans thought they were going to obtain by gerrymandering in red states across the country, we are making sure those advantages are completely and totally wiped out.
How much money are you guys willing to spend on Virginia? Now this is going to go to a ballot referendum in April, could have a huge impact on the midterms. How much money are you guys willing to put in to get
Because Virginia, bro, they might lose Virginia, like I said, off Abigail Spanberger and the fact that she's raised taxes, made things more expensive in Virginia after running on an affordability, themed campaign. So, yeah, things are going to be pretty tough in Virginia for them. I mean, they still might win it, to be honest with you, most likely. But I can see why they're worried because, we just had a candidate that ran on affordability and things have not gotten affordable. The people of Virginia are sick and tired of it. So they might actually vote Republican next time in the midterms because, we failed them on affordability. Because once again, like I always keep telling you, Dems have no real plan on affordability. None. They like to talk about it, but they don't got a plan for it. And I mean, how can you trust the party that runs the most unaffordable states and cities? Like, really, guys? Like, can you show me an example where they made things affordable? I'm talking about modern day Dems. Don't go back to Bill Clinton. No, I'm talking about modern day Dems today. Tell me when they made things affordable.
Initiative through.
Whatever it takes.
I mean, that's That sounds like a lot. It could be several, maybe multi-million-dollar campaign.
We will spend tens of millions of dollars to make sure.
Bro, and I'm sorry, but it's retards like him. Like, bro, I can't even call you gamer because I was like, what? WIQ. Bro, you're kind of stupid. You know that? I just made the argument how you guys will sit there and brag about being taxed more. So since you're making that argument, don't complain about affordability. You're proud to pay more. You're proud to pay more and have things be more unaffordable in your state because you like the taxes. Oh, because what? Blue states pay most of the money? I mean, no, bro, that's true only because they tax you more. It's like, and if you're okay with that, then don't complain about affordability. Don't come crying to us. You're proud of it. You should be proud of the unaffordability of y'all states then and stop complaining about it.
Or that the Republicans do not successfully.
Right. And then there's this myth that, oh, well, blue states feed you guys. No, y'all don't. Y'all overtax y'all constituents to put into y'all own system. You know this, right? Like, look at your budget. Please tell me how much of it actually goes to other states. Most of your tax dollars get spent with you guys. You're not providing welfare for nobody. Y'all just getting overtaxed into high prices and bragging about it like idiots. Like, I've never seen a group of people really get down on their knees and beg to get taxed more and then complain about it, talking about affordability.
Manipulate voters in Virginia, and that voters have all of the information necessary to make a decision around whether they want Donald Trump to rig the midterm elections and halt the ability for the American people to decide who's in the majority, or whether the people of Virginia and the people of America should be the ones to decide.
Do you worry about the cash situation with these outside groups? I mean, the DNC, we're sitting in the DNC building right now. The RNC had $100 million more than the DNC at the beginning of this year. That has to concern you.
Well, it's not surprising that when one party has the White House, that the RNC, of course, is going to be in a somewhat stronger position financially than the DNC in the off year.
Let's talk about Maryland, because it's a fight within your own party. The governor, Westmore, is backing this plan to redraw the one Republican essentially out of his district. This has passed the state house, but it's being held up in the state Senate by one man, the state Senate president, Bill Ferguson, who's not bringing this to the floor for a vote. What are the implications if he continues to stand against you and your party?
Well, I'm not convinced that he's going to be successful. Governor Moore has been incredibly strong, resilient, patriotic, and visionary.
Yeah, I completely feel bad for you Dems. Like I said, when you guys truly believe this, that red states are poor and rely on the federal, like, to be honest with you, not really. And if that means that you guys are okay with paying higher prices, then okay, then why are you guys complaining about affordability? I mean, like I said, if I got to bring this up every trip to make y'all look dumb, let's compare Ohio to Virginia. Bro, I'm paying 30% less in groceries, 50% less in childcare alone. I mean, let's go across the board here. How dumb do you guys sound when this is the results of it? Like, you're literally bragging about the result of that you guys actually pay more than meat and groceries. And I'm be real with you guys. Virginia is not any nicer than Ohio. Actually, Ohio is way nicer than Virginia. Actually, bro, Ohio is way nicer than a lot of blue states, to be quite honest with you. I mean, damn, 34, so 20. I mean, in groceries alone, across the board, please pick your favorite blue state and we can run the numbers. Like, you guys are going to be paying more across the board than a red state. And it's not because you're just this rich. I'll be real. It's not because you're just this rich and wealthy state. All states got rich people, dumbass. All states got poor people, dumbass. All states paying to the federal, dumbass. I'm sorry, but some of y'all need to be called that because you make the most dumbass points. And I'm sorry to be this way towards you, but somebody needs to tell y'all to y'all dumbasses because you're literally sitting there bragging about being taxed more while complaining about affordability. Like, I'm sorry, but y'all completely missed it here.
On this issue, we know I'm very thankful to the Maryland House of Delegates who decisively passed this legislation, which, by the way, is going to give voters the opportunity in Maryland to make a decision about the future of this.
You know what, guys? F it. And look, the next time a Dem says, oh, but blue states pay for you. All right, bet. Thank you for making my groceries 30% cheaper than yours, you fucking dumbass. Like, yeah, I appreciate that. Keep doing that. Keep paying them high ass taxes to allow me to pay 30% less than you in groceries. Keep doing that, my tax slave. Because at this point, you tax slaves for the red states if that's y'all argument. So please continue to be our tax slaves. Go out there, bust your ass, get taxed more, and make my groceries cheaper. Please keep doing it because that's exactly what you're doing by your logic. Please keep going. I love it.
Matt, that's the difference between Democrats and Republicans. They are passing maps that they are intentionally gerrymandering, often wiping away Black or Latino districts in the dead of night legislatively because they're petrified of taking these things to the voters. We're taking these things to the voters. That was done in California. That's being done in Virginia. And that also is the legislation that is being undertaken and considered in Maryland. Now,
but if he stands firm, could he cost you the majority? This Democratic state Senate president in Maryland.
Well, he'd have to live with that if that's the outcome at the end of the day. But I don't think that's going to be the outcome because we know we have majority support right now as we speak in the Maryland State Senate. And all we're asking President Ferguson to do is allow democracy to prevail. What that means is an up or down vote. One man shouldn't stand in the way of the people of Maryland through their representatives in the state Senate being able to decide, should we go in this direction or should we not answer Donald Trump's continued efforts to rig the midterm elections?
He seems to be concerned that this could lead to legal challenges and it could even backfire for your party. Is he right? Could it backfire?
He's not right.
Have you spoken to him?
To Ferguson?
Yeah, Ferguson.
I haven't spoken to Ferguson in several weeks.
You plan to?
Well, at some point, I'm going to have a conversation with him if he continues to stand in the way of an up or down vote. But hopefully, over the next few days, he'll change his mind.
Okay, so there's also the possibility that the Supreme Court could really change things on the Voting Rights Act. It could even impact things this cycle. Does that worry you that the Supreme Court could come in and really undermine your chances to take back the majority?
I think it's important for the Supreme Court to stay consistent. And just 2 years ago or so, in the Alabama case, Justice Roberts and Justice Kavanaugh affirmed the continued importance of Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. So I have no idea why 2 or 3 years later, they would overturn their own decision, particularly in this environment where Donald Trump has launched an all-out assault on civil rights, on voting rights, on Black history, on these principles of diversity and equity and include. Why in this environment where we're seeing a resurgence of racism and oppression, could the Supreme Court possibly conclude that the Voting Rights Act is outdated?
But if they do, what does that mean for your chances to take back the House?
Well, I think the interesting thing is that if, for whatever the reason, they allow certain states in the Deep South to reopen the congressional map, that doesn't mean that every other state in other parts of the country, including the North, the Midwest, and the West, can't do exactly the same thing. So I would caution Republicans, be careful what you wish for. They've already gone down this road once before, and they've seen the outcome. This whole gerrymandering scheme has completely and totally backfired on them. Do they want to double?
I mean, hey, we added 4 or 5 seats to Texas, so we'll see. We'll see what happens come midterms. I mean, everybody's showing their game face. Everybody's putting on their poker face right now, but we'll see comes midterms and we'll start seeing some masks start slipping off. Because I ain't gonna lie, neither the Republicans or the Democrats are in a good position for the midterms. This is the midterms where it's like, man, I don't think that, honestly, I don't honestly think that the Democrats honestly have a good footing the way they think they do. Like I said, they have no real plan and they're going off the F Trump agenda. So we'll see how that works out for them. Like I said, I mean, no plan on affordability whatsoever. I mean, they're not willing to reform healthcare to make it, less expensive. They just want to go with the status quo. So, like I said, I'm not really sure what you guys are really changing.
Last couple of weeks.
But all right, though, let's get into this whole voter ID.
Over the last couple of weeks, Democrats have been doing everything they can to demonize Republicans and their efforts to pass legislation that would require every voter in the United States to show documentary proof that they are a U.S. citizen. First, here's Senator Elizabeth Warren.
Do you support voter ID for elections?
Well, it depends on what you mean by voter ID. When you want to say that everyone has to produce a birth certificate, including women whose married names are not on their birth certificates, that creates a real problem for me.
Well, isn't that just one of the first steps in getting married is getting a new ID?
Actually, it's not getting a new birth certificate.
So why would you need a new birth certificate if you already have an old birth certificate?
Yeah.
Couldn't tell you. But for clarity, the SAVE Act would, in some cases, require that when you register to vote, you would need to show your birth certificate as proof of citizenship. And if you're among the 51% of the US population that has a passport,
like myself,
you can use that as well.
The SAVE Act, which would require people to have a birth certificate or passport, documents that millions of Americans don't have. Almost half the country doesn't have a passport. And
half the country. All right, look, you're right. Half the country don't got a passport, but you know, every citizen in the United States has a birth certificate. Or they should. If they're a citizen of the United States and don't have a birth certificate, I mean, that's a problem that we got to talk about. But 9 times out of 10, they have a birth certificate. So they should be able to go get that, especially if they're a grown-ass adult. I'm sorry, but if you're a grown-ass adult and your mom still got your birth certificate, I mean, at least you know where the F it's at. Actually, I can't even be mad at that one. But I mean, if you're a grown-ass man, you don't know where your birth certificate is. I mean, bro, what the F is going on with you? Like, that's just something that an adult should be able to get, or at least know where it's at. I mean, if you lost it or something happened to that, you should be working on that replacement. I mean, what? You lose your Social Security, what you do? You start working on getting a replacement card. You lose your license, you go to the DMV and go get you that replacement. You don't just sit there and be like, oh, fucking well.
I don't know where many millions of people would even find a birth certificate.
So Senator Adam Schiff claims that millions of Americans don't either have a passport or a birth certificate, which is weird because the government generates a birth certificate for you when you were born here. If you lost it, that's not voter suppression, Senator. That's being called irresponsible with your own paperwork.
Yeah.
Most people don't have a birth certificate or a marriage certificate that they can prove.
Even though everybody gets a birth certificate, you know, when you're born, and then, you know, I believe almost all marriages, you know, done with, I mean, reported, at least as long as they reported to the government or to the city, gets a, you know, a marriage certificate. So I'm not saying that all marriage you get a marriage certificate. I'll give you that one, but everybody should have a birth certificate. That shouldn't be too hard to find.
We know this is what this is about. It's about voter suppression.
No. It's about voters being able to prove that they are American citizens. And if they can't prove that, then, oh, well, I guess they ain't voting. I mean, it should be like that. There's no voter suppression. I mean, if you're an American citizen and an adult, you should be able to access your birth certificate. You should go out there and find it some way, somehow.
It's about suppressing women's votes, full stop.
Oh, so now they know what a woman is. How convenient. But notice that Minority Whip Catherine Clark claims that most people don't have a birth certificate. However, in the real world, you need a birth certificate to enroll in kindergarten, play Little League, get a driver's license, get a job.
AKA, so if you went to school, yeah, that's proof that you had a birth certificate. I mean, let's be honest.
Most people didn't have them. Society might grind to a halt.
A passport costs upwards of $130 now.
110.
So what?
In my hometown of Worcester, it costs $15 to get your birth certificate mailed to you.
$15.
So Congressman McGovern admits that if you lost your birth certificate, that you can get a replacement for a reasonable fee, which means you don't need a passport.
So not only do you have to massively inconvenience yourself to register if you want to vote, you have to pay. It's a modern day poll tax.
I'm sorry, but you're making people out to be like some lazy people. I mean, so, oh my God, it's just so much work to go out there and just order a new birth certificate. And I'm just so broke. I just can't afford $15. Like, bro, none of that's true. Like, majority of Americans can do that. Majority. I'm like, actually, I dare say 90% of adults who are Americans, of adults.
Tax.
Wait, so if I lose my driver's license and I have to pay the DMV $25 to print me a new one, is that like a driving tax? No, it's a you lost your stuff fee.
Yeah, it's called you call that an irresponsibility tax. Why not? Sure. Call it an irresponsibility tax on yourself.
And by this logic, isn't requiring me to buy gas to drive to the polling place also a poll tax? Where does it end, Congressman?
The devil is in the details, right? If you have to produce a passport, for example, in order to register to vote, we have, tens of millions of people in this country that don't have access to passport. Are we going to then waive the passport fee of $150?
See, that's hilarious because you know how wrong they are when they have to stick on the passport point, because they can't argue the birth certificate. They can't argue the reason of why you can't go out there and just get an ID. They can't argue that. They got to talk about the passport, which is like probably the hardest thing to get, since there is like at least an over $100 fee for it. But they won't talk about the $25 fee for a replacement ID or the $15 fee for a replacement birth certificate. They won't talk about that. I think it's actually more to replace your birth certificate, to be honest.
$50, so that's not an unreasonable poll tax to be able to show proof of citizenship.
But you don't need a passport when you can order a replacement birth certificate. This is like complaining that the restaurant is too expensive because lobster thermidor costs $100, while ignoring that the cheeseburger on the menu is only $7. Nobody is making you buy the lobster. Just buy the cheeseburger, lady.
The Save America Act is more extreme than the SAVE Act. The Save America Act requires American citizens to show generally either a passport or their birth certificate to register to vote. But half of all Americans do not have a passport. And a passport, as Mr. McGovern points out, costs at least $130.
So Congressman Joe Morelli claims that the SAVE Act requires you to show a birth certificate or passport when registering to vote. Then goes on to say that you'll have to pay $130 for a passport. And you know what you need for a passport, right? A birth certificate.
Republicans are trying to change.
I know, right? It's kind of just like, did you forget, you need a birth certificate for a passport? Like, they need to know that you're actually born here in the United States. So even to get a passport, you still need that good old birth certificate. And I mean, all you need is really a birth certificate to go vote. So you don't even know you need to go get the passport. Just bring the birth certificate and it's all good. For some reason, that's just such a complicated process for, apparently for these Dems. Apparently, they make it sound like it's just such a complicated process. Like they'd have trouble doing it them damn selves.
U.S. citizens $130 each just to vote.
So Congressman Joe Morelli states that the SAVE Act requires you to show a birth certificate or a passport when registering to vote. Fine. But then he goes on to say that you have to get a passport, that you have to pay that $130. But you know what you need to apply for a passport, right? A birth certificate. Why would you need a passport if you already have a birth certificate? I have two words for you, Congressman. Term limits.
In Michigan's 3rd district alone, 160,000 women could find themselves unable to register simply because when they got married, they didn't change both their ID and their birth certificate.
So,
I'm sorry, but you don't got to change your birth certificate. That is way different, bro. That's way different. You don't not have to change your birth certificate when you get married. That is not how it works, sweetheart.
Hillary Schulten, a sitting congresswoman, thinks that when a woman gets married, she changes the name on her birth certificate. Makes sense to me. What's your problem? And watch Congressman Becca Balint nod her head in agreement to this absurd claim.
They didn't change both their ID and their birth certificate. 160,000 women.
The Save America Act would require your passport or your birth certificate to match your current name in order to be able to vote. If y'all got married and changed your name, your birth certificate would not match your current name.
Okay, I know that this is complicated stuff for Democrats, but there is this magical ancient document called a marriage certificate. It bridges the gap.
That's where you change your name on, and that's what you can bring. But yeah, I'm sorry, but no, you don't get to change your name on your birth certificate when you get married. That's like, your marriage certificate reflects that. You can make your ID reflect that. Great. But I'm sorry, not your birth certificate. Like, no, that's not how it works. That's hilarious, though, that people actually are saying that. I'm not even gonna lie. All right, shout out to the lunatic libertarian. They are still saying the system is failed. I mean, the system isn't failed at this part, bro. They just lazy. It's not failed. They just lazy as hell.
Between your maiden name and your married name, You bring the birth certificate and you bring the marriage certificate. Boom, problem solved. It's almost like we've had a system in place for this for like 150 years.
You could be forced to pay $130 for documents and navigate more red tape, especially if you have a maiden name that's been changed when you got married.
You're going to have to navigate red tape regardless, because when you get married, you have to apply for a marriage license. Then afterwards, by law, you're required to update your information with the Social Security Administration. And then by law, you have to change your driver's license. Or
here's the funny thing. It's not like they're going to send you, honestly. Yeah, not like they're going to send you a Social Security with your new name on it. You still got your same Social Security, but according to now we got it through the Social Security Administration, through government programs that, all right, cool. You had a name change because you got married. I mean, it doesn't mean you're going to get a new birth certificate with the name change on there. Like, no, that's not how it works.
State ID. And if you happen to have an existing passport with your maiden name, you're going to have to update that too.
Yep.
If your current name does not exactly fit and match the name on your birth certificate or citizenship papers, you could be blocked from registering to vote, even if you are a lifelong naturalized or American-born citizen.
I mean, yeah, for your passport, yes, but Social Security, no.
This is bureaucratic gaslighting. She's pretending that supporting documents like marriage licenses, divorce decrees, or court orders simply do not exist. If I go to the bank to access my account and I've changed my name, I have to prove who I am. The teller doesn't say, oh, the names don't match exactly. Guess we have to burn the money.
These barriers to ballot box are concerning because there are more than 140 million Americans that do not have.
I'm sorry, and this is what makes the Democrats look guilty. It's like, so you guys are pretty much banking on what? You're banking on the undocumented to vote, or people who can't prove their citizenship, or people who are too lazy to go out there and prove their citizenship or get the proper paperwork. You're depending on those guys' votes. I mean, hey, it's either or. I mean, look, the nice way, the nice way is, or not the nice way, but I guess the less duplicitous reasoning is that, well, we just don't want to make it hard for the dumb people to vote. And then the duplicitous reason is, well, you guys are stopping us from getting in these undocumented immigrants. And hopefully they pass this before the midterms, because, this is going to tell all. We're going to see the Democrats' results with this, because if the results change and the voting goes down by like 10-20%, then this is going to prove that you guys are banking on the undocumented. Like, it's going to prove it right there. But hopefully that doesn't happen.
Have a passport, who do not have easy access to a birth certificate or a driver's license.
If you don't have easy access to your driver's license, whatever that means, that's not the government's problem. That's a you problem.
But you're going to have to bring documentary proof of citizenship to register to vote. Seems like an awful lot to be able to just utilize to make use of your American right to vote.
I'm sorry, but like I kind of want to hear the explanation for this dumb comment right here. Like, I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of a dumb comment. Like, the SAVE Act will restrict more Republican voters than you think. Like, I'm sorry, bro, but the SAVE Act isn't restricting anybody. Unless you're just truly lazy and you really just don't want to do the paperwork. Like, if you're trying to say that Republicans are lazy and don't want to do paperwork, sure, you can say that, but it's not true. Especially since the Dems are the one making the argument. Like, they ain't arguing for us. Lord knows they ain't arguing for us. If this SAVE Act was going to hurt Republicans, the Dems would be shutting the fuck up.
Vote as a U.S. citizen. You have to now bring all kinds of documentary proof instead of just checking the box. Yes, I'm an American citizen.
So instead of taking the reasonable step of showing a birth certificate, which everyone born in the United States has access to, Congressman Morelli thinks that everyone should just be able to check a box. The trust me, bro method.
Yeah.
Republicans are trying to sell the SAVE Act as a way to stop non-citizens from voting. But guess what? That's already the law of the land.
That murder is a crime in this country too, right? But people do it anyway, which is why we have police to enforce the law. Saying it's already illegal is not a security plan. It's like taking the locks off your front door because breaking and entry is already against the law. Why don't you do it, Congresswoman, and let us know how that works
I mean, that's why we got law enforcement, because, you know, just having a law doesn't mean it's going to be followed. So it has to be enforced. But for some reason, you know, Dems don't understand that, or they willfully ignore it.
out for you.
Non-citizens are already prohibited from voting. There are financial penalties. Citizens are.
Why don't you do it, Congresswoman,
Hold
and
on, what she
let
said?
us know how that works out for you.
Non-citizens are already prohibited from voting.
Mm-hmm.
There are financial penalties, there are criminal penalties, and they will be deported as well.
All right, cool. Then stop fighting tooth and nail over this then. That's all you got to do. Stop fighting tooth and nail. Y'all won't look so guilty.
And I'm totally sure that you won't do everything in your power to block that deportation.
It's already against the law for undocumented immigrants to vote in this country. And we know that the number of people ineligible to vote who do vote, it's minuscule.
Ah, the minuscule argument. Don't worry. The amount of urine in the community poll is minuscule. I don't care if it's minuscule. I don't want any of it in there.
Yeah.
A minuscule number of illegal votes isn't a rounding error. It's the difference between winning and losing. The only acceptable amount of illegal voting is 0. Proper voter ID is the only way to be sure. Anyway, that's it for now. Please be sure to subscribe to the channel. Head over to my super cool merch store at Don't Walk.
I mean, you would think that wouldn't be such a controversial topic, but it is what it is. But all right, now let's go ahead and get over here on Fox. And then we're going to go ahead and move to that Alex Jones interview, because it was a pretty interesting interview he had. But let's get to it with Fox first.
Democratic leaders seem to have a new motto lately, quote, "We break it, you pay for it." Now, outgoing Minnesota Governor Tim Walz.
Oh, and shout out to O. She says, notice how, whoops, there we go. Okay, so notice how, notice how now that voter ID is racist is no longer working. They are going after married women. Yeah, they're trying to say, oh, it's going to stop married women from voting and all this crazy stuff. And it's just like, no, it's not. Nah, not at all. And most married women already took care of that, those name change priorities, you know, as soon as they got married. Like most women, you know, most women are usually happy to get married, so they're also ready to see that last name change on their ID, passport, all that good stuff, bank documents. They're ready for that last name change. They're pushing for it. So I'm sorry, but to sit there and try to make the argument about married women is pretty stupid, when that's literally like the first thing they're doing after they get married, like the first 2 weeks of it. Like they're pretty much putting out all that paperwork for the name change or for the last name change. So I'm not sure why they're making that argument, but hey, apparently they don't think people are that smart.
Is demanding American taxpayers bail out his state. Now, this comes after he let fraud run wild, and he egged on protesters to film ICE agents trying to arrest violent criminal migrants. Well, now he's proposing a $10 million relief package for businesses affected by the immigration enforcement.
We're going to be proposing a first-time $10 million one-time targeted loans, forgivable loans that we know, and I want to be very clear, is a very small piece of this. The federal government needs to be target. We're going to be proposing a first-time $10 million one-time targeted loans, forgivable loans that we know, and I want to be very clear, is a
targeted loan, forgivable loans. So basically loans that you're going to give out and never get back. Basically handouts, to be honest with you. As soon as they say forgivable loans, basically saying, well, you can do whatever the fuck you want with this money, not pay it back, and just default on it. And don't worry, it's forgivable. So it is what it is, bro. We'll just take it to the chin of taxpayer money. Crazy. So shout out James Foley. He says, almost March, play button party. I come to Ohio. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. It is almost March. So I should be able to qualify for that play button soon.
Very small piece of this. The federal government needs to pay for what they broke here. There are going to be accountability on the things that happened. But
what did the federal government broke? Bro, your constituents broke it. They're the ones who set fire to cars. They're the ones that's out here breaking throwing rocks into hotels and all that, breaking windows of small businesses. They're the ones doing it. Your people. Because you didn't want to provide crowd control. So I'm sorry, but like, what did ICE do? What did the federal government do? Because all the damage is done were by the protesters.
One of the things is the incredible and immense costs that were borne by the people of this state. The federal government needs to be responsible. You don't get to break things and then just leave without doing something about it.
Bro.
And Walz's partner in fraud, the Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison, was grilled by Republicans over his reported ties to Somali fraud defendants, with Senator Josh Hawley even calling for jail time.
That's insane.
Whistleblowers came to you as early as 2019. Let's look. As early as 2019, whistleblower. Don't talk over me.
No,
as early as
talking over me.
2019, it's my hearing, pal. As early as
I'm not your pal.
2019,
Don't call me pal.
whistleblowers came to. Well, I should call you prisoner because you ought to be in jail.
Well, we'll see what you can
In
do about it.
2000.
So, Jesse, it takes a serious amount of delusion to have fraud amounting to $9 billion. David Hope tells me it's way higher than that in your state, and say, taxpayers, give me more money.
So they've lost, I think, 20 million a week, and this thing was going on for almost 2.5 months. So a 10 million reparation check is not going to cut it. It's a gesture.
Yeah.
Any other governor, you're looking at Walz.
Like I said, no accountability, bro. The protesters are the one who's damaging the city, so that's on them. I think somebody in the chat said, what about the doors and the windows that they broke? Well, guess what? Their windows wouldn't have got broke that those people would have stepped out the car. That's on them. I mean, it is what it is. The doors. I mean, hey, that's on them. They shouldn't have been trying to hide illegal immigrants. Or, I mean, illegal immigrants shouldn't have been living there. That's on them. I mean, bro, somebody says, I'll see you in person. It's on site, bro. I mean, bro, if you see me in person, your ass gonna walk the other way. Guarantee it.
Looking around the country, no one's following this guy's lead. This guy tanked his economy. He tanked his reelection. 2 people are dead. 100 ICE Watch people are now under federal investigation. And the media is not writing stories about how this guy Walz is surrounded in glory. They have moved on to Epstein and moved on to other things. No one is writing about how Walz was the man here. They are now writing stories, the mainstream media, about how Trump and Holman look reasonable and effective. This guy tried to lock horns with the federal government, lost big time, and is now under federal investigation. This is not the way to play it.
No, it's not. And Kennedy, when you look at this guy had to step aside in the governor's race, step aside. And now he's saying, give me more money, as if we just forgot about the fraud that was exposed just a month ago.
Well, it's very interesting because, his verbiage, like, you can't just break something and leave. And it's like, bro, that's what you did with your entire gubernatorial process. Like, you wrecked everything, and you couldn't even run for a 3rd term with that massive national profile because you have tanked your state. So instead of focusing on bringing businesses to Minnesota, they were bringing people from other parts of the world who, some of them were engaging in fraud to the tune of up to $9 billion, maybe even more. And it's problematic for him because he knew about it and he punished the whistleblowers and let it fester. And the only good thing that's happened to Tim Walz has been the aggression with ICE agents and the violent protests in the streets, because that took all the cover away from the fraud and the failure. And the worst thing that happened to him was Tom Homan coming in saying, we're going to draw this down and only leave a few agents. And now we're communicating and cooperating with officials in different county jails throughout the state, and things will be much better. That's horrible news for Tim Walz. It's very hard for him to stick his little cup out and bust for nickels from the federal government when now all the focus is going to be retrained on the ways that they fleeced the federal government and royally screwed people in Minnesota who, frankly.
Yeah, I mean, bro, giving out taxpayer dollars for childcare when there's actually Minnesotans who couldn't afford childcare. You're giving it out to these fraudulent daycares. I mean, yeah, that's kind of fucked up to leave your people like high and dry like that. Like, let's just keep it real. And then, I mean, to ask the government for $10 million for loans, forgivable loans, when you've allowed billions to be fraudulently taken. I mean, bro, are you serious? Really? It's like, dog. It's like, bro, somebody gave you $10,000 to start a business. You went out there and recklessly blew the bag, and then you coming back to that same person for $10,000. It's like, bro, they're gonna tell your ass no. It's like, y'all had y'all own money. You went and blew that, wasted it, basically, and got it stolen from y'all. And now y'all want money from the government? I'm sorry, but kick rocks. Y'all gonna have to deal with that on your own.
Deserve a lot better. They know that. Jacob Fry's crocodile tears, go fill up your own cup and drink yourself on some remote island, not in your dumb state.
Emily, I want you to listen to this. So Tim Walz went a little further. He's worried about generational trauma. Listen to this.
The fact of the matter is, they left us with deep damage, generational trauma. They left us with economic ruin in some cases. They left us with many unanswered questions. Where are our children?
And they're sleeping safely because illegal immigrants are no longer roving the streets, criminal records.
Right, I can't. I mean, bro, that's some problem. It's this salacious language. It's like, bro, what children? Which children are missing? I mean, the 5-year-old that's been released that was given back to the dad? Like, what children? Or please tell me what citizens was taken away to a foreign torture camp or whatever. Please tell us, because you say it, but you don't give no details because you're lying. This is wild.
Oh my gosh. His one-man show is so stale and so off. He reminds me of those, that literally body of law where burglars and robbers will break into homes, injure themselves, and then sue the homeowner.
Yeah.
He had a massive tantrum in his state. He is totally disqualified and unqualified to continue leading it, and yet still manages to put the onus on the federal government and blame everyone else. He reminds me of a 13-year-old girl having a tantrum after being disciplined, where it's like, no, daddy, but then asking for money. Because remember, he refused to follow, enforce, and rejected all of the federal government's laws that were trying to protect the citizens of his state, but then demanded more money from them right now after his fraud scandal. But you know what?
So pretty much disobeyed the federal government, pretty much saying, look, man, you need to provide, some type of local protection, some type of crowd control for the protesters so they stay out of ICE way. They're keeping themselves safe. We're keeping the officers safe. Everybody's safe. And that's what we want. He said, F that, F what you talking about. I'm not giving no help to ICE, and I'm going to let things get as bad as they are. And then when 2 of my constituents end up dead and all these protests are out here damaging the city, I'm going to ask the government for money, even though I should have listened to them and I'd have never been here. It's like, I'm sorry, but yeah, kick rocks. Who want to give Minnesota $10 million for what? So what, you can give it away to the Somalians? Sorry, but no.
He does this all the time, because remember what happened in 2020 after he also led to the state burning down. He asked the government, you guys, for $15 million then. Thank goodness they said.
Oh, and shout out to my man, James Foley, because he's right. Father abandoned the kid when he ran from ICE. Shoot, the mother would even take the kid when they were trying to bring the kid back to the mother, back to the house. She said, I don't want the kid because I think you're setting me up to be deported. It's like, no, we're just trying to drop your kid off. Still didn't want to take the kid. But then you got Obama over here talking about, oh, well, they were trying to use the kid to trap the mother. No, they were trying to give the kid back to the mother, and the mom didn't want to come out to take the kid. And now the Dems are going to run defense for that type of behavior.
No, this was your mess to clean up, your $500 million mess to clean up, because you abdicated your duty to keep your citizens safe and to keep those buildings protected. So this is just his MO. He sees the federal government as a cash cow, but with no authority whatsoever. And he is the one facing a zero dearth of authority. Greg.
I was listening. He reminds me of the skipper from Gilligan's Island, if you were gay.
Alan Hale?
Alan Hale Jr.
R.I.P.
Yeah, because he was very bombastic and useless, but this is worse. I think what's infuriating about this is that he's still out there. It's and how kind of casual he is when he says this garbage. It's he's just realized nothing's going to happen to him. It's just this is what happens. It's we're going to talk about later on my show, but Hawley, all Ellison has to do to him is saying, no, that's not true. It's you yell at these people, they go, no, that's not true. So what happens next? I don't know what happens. And is it gall or stupidity that Waltz is doing this? Does he know that he can get away with it? He's called everybody Nazis. He refused to cooperate, and that created the violent environment. Yep. And it's what Emily said. He's like a drunk driver suing the pedestrian he ran over because he got a dent in the car. But he must have some secret knowledge that he can get away with this. And that is, to me, the most frustrating thing.
Maybe it's Kamala nudes.
Well, you know, Kamala's the best thing Kamala ever did was prove to the world that that man exists. Because I would not believe he would exist unless I actually saw that it did. I've never seen any creature like that. You know, the real worry for Minnesota is, again, the civil suits over the injuries and death of people in these, you know, cop-free zones, because they're going to get 10-figure settlements.
Yeah, it's amazing she had a face-to-face interview with him and still chose him for a running mate. Big blunder.
Oh, breaking
All right,
news.
well, Fox News alert. We just got some breaking news in the search for Nancy Guthrie. The Pima County Sheriff talking to Jonathan Hunt a little bit ago. Listen to this. The DNA found in the house was not Nancy's. He also said, quote, a lot is happening right now. Jonathan, what did you learn?
Well, that's concerning.
Well, good afternoon to you. I just walked out of the sheriff's office just about 5 minutes ago after a sit down with Sheriff Chris Norris. Now, very interesting. The DNA they have sent for testing that was found in the house is not from Nancy Guthrie. The implication, obviously, is that neither is it from the family members that, of course, they will have checked their DNA already. Could it be from some other worker who was in that house at some point? Yes, but very interesting that the sheriff was keen to make the point. DNA found in the house, not Nancy Guthrie's. Now, what is DNA? DNA could be blood. It could be other bodily fluids. It could come from a hair. It could come from a fingernail. But that is being tested now at the lab that the Sheriff's Department has used for many years down in Florida. Another thing, you've heard all this talk over the last 24 hours or so of a glove. First of all, the FBI was saying a glove had been sent for testing that was found in the house, we believed. Then the sheriff said, no glove found in the house. So we weren't sure whether this glove even existed. Sheriff Nanos has now confirmed to Fox that a glove was found, is being tested. It was not found in the house, though. Here's the sheriff on that glove.
Progress being made.
Where was this glove found?
About 2 miles away.
And when was it found?
I think it was just a couple of days ago when this story broke out that the sheriff's not. Look.
So no glove was found in the house?
Absolutely not, ever.
Or on the property?
Or on the property.
So one other very potentially significant development we want to bring you. While we were in talking to the sheriff, our cameraman Brian Ullman, eagle-eyed as ever, spotted both the mobile command center and the bomb squad moving out of here. He also noted that a SWAT vehicle that is parked always out the back here is gone. The last time we saw any of those vehicles moving was when they detained that man down in Rio Rico, about 60 miles south of Tucson. He, of course, was cleared and released, but those vehicles moving again right now, that could obviously be potentially significant.
All right, now let's go ahead and get over to our guy Chuck Schumer. Came out about 26 minutes ago. So Chuck Schumer was on CNN with Jake Tapper. So let's go ahead and get right into it, and then we're going to get into the Alex Jones interview. If y'all feeling.
Leader Schumer, thanks for joining us. So let's talk about where negotiations stand right now. President Trump told reporters that he's talking with Democrats.
Oh, guys, man, let's make sure to try to get that support up so we can open up the call-in lines. We're about $63 away, so let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, and if you have any question, comment, jokes, or disagreement, just $2 and up. Appreciate the support, or you can double your support by sending it on Venmo at the Venmo tag below or above, depending on where you're watching it.
And that quote, I know what they want, I know what they can live with, unquote. Are you willing to accept anything less than the White House agreeing to all 10 of your demands to rein in ICE and fire Secretary Noem, or is it all or nothing?
Look, the bottom line is we have three basic objectives to rein in ICE and end the violence. First, no more of these roving patrols. You can't just go to someone's house, bash in their door without a warrant.
I mean, they're not doing it without a warrant. They have administrative warrants, right? And they don't see these as warrants because they're not judicial warrants, but these administrative warrants are connected to, well, a judicial order. It's connected to a final order to remove. So the only time ICE uses these administrative orders, or my bad, but these administrative warrants, if they are connected to a final order of removal for an illegal immigrant. That's the only reason. That's the only way they can use the administrative warrants. It has to be connected to a final order of removal. So, I mean, they are basically going by what a judge is saying. Let's be real. And shout out to Nurse Terry Irving. Appreciate the support, sis. She says the difference between CTs and truths is about 6 months. I mean, yeah, the difference between conspiracy theories and truth is about 6 months. And man, that's been proven a bit over and over again. It's like, oh, it's a conspiracy theory. Look, man, just give it 6 months and all the verification for it will come out. Like it or not.
You can't indiscriminately grab someone off the streets and arrest them.
No, take that up with Supreme Court. They said the ICE is allowed to racially profile to start arresting these undocumented immigrants. I mean, take that up with Supreme Court, not Trump. That's on them.
What we're proposing is that stop. We're also proposing that ICE agents can't go to certain special places, churches, schools, polling places. We're saying that they should end racial discrimination and not just pick someone up on the basis of what they look like. And we are proposing that the ICE be monitored carefully as well. The second area is accountability. They have to coordinate with local governments.
I'm sorry, but when he said that, it blew me because it's just like, are you serious? That's what they've been trying to do. No. Local governments got to work with ICE. ICE already comes out there trying to work with local government. The whole reason why Minneapolis is the way it is because ICE reached out to local government and local government told they ass to kick rocks. We ain't helping you with no ICE operation. We're not providing no crowd control, no nothing. So no, Chuck Schumer, you need to stop making ICE out to be the bad guys because it's the local governments who are refusing to work with ICE. Shoot, it's mayors and governors that are telling local law enforcement not to work with ICE. So it ain't ICE that's causing the problems in that regard.
They don't do that now. They just show up in an area that may be perfectly safe and fine. We need a code of use of force. Every police department across the country has one. But you look at the videos here and you see them just beating the daylights out of it.
Actually, I do need to correct this. JJ, that's actually wrong. It is a misdemeanor. It is a criminal violation. If you come over here undocumented without papers, if you come over here as an undocumented immigrant, that's not a civil. That is a criminal violation. What's a civil violation if you overstay your visa? If you overstay your visa, that's a civil violation, and that's cool. I get not really, but it's better than a criminal violation. So you Dems, y'all always have that confused between the consequences for overstaying your visa, which is a civil violation, and coming here undocumented, which is a criminal violation, which is a misdemeanor. Not a felony, but a misdemeanor. So it's not a civil defense. It's not a civil offense. Overstaying your visa is, and that's what you got to confuse with.
People. It's not America. And finally, and maybe most important, no secret police. No police department in America doesn't identify themselves, but these guys wear masks. They don't have cameras. We need masks off. We need cameras on, and we need every ICE officer to be identified. Jake, these are common sense proposals. Mm-hmm. They're supported by the American people.
I mean, look, if you're talking about the mass, then nah, I can't agree with you on that because you guys are literally doxing them, trying to go to their places of worship like Don Lemon did and trying to harass their family members because, well, they showed their face. That happened early on in ICE operations and they learned their lesson. This is why they got the mask on. Now, if you want to go ahead and act for the body cams, I'm all for that. You want to act for what? I guess proper identification. I'm all for that. But when it comes to taking off that mask, well, if you guys tone down the rhetoric and tell these people not to go after these ICE officers, then sure, we can do that. But I'm gonna be real with you. The reason why you guys are not throwing out your local police is because you know they're gonna get linked up with ICE and they're gonna have to start wearing masks. And then the local police officers are gonna be masked up as well. Because unlike the ICE officers, they lastly got to live in that city. They still got to live in that state, and they're gonna get doxxed because the people, these protesters, are gonna see them as ICE, and they're gonna treat them as ICE, and they're not gonna differentiate between them. So the same harassment that the ICE officers would get, these local police officers would get. And this is why Jacob Frey and Tim Walz aren't bringing out local law enforcement, because they know the atmosphere they created, and they know they'd literally be putting their own law enforcement in danger from the rhetoric that they've been spewing. That's just the truth of the matter. That's the reason why they don't bring them out, because guess what? Local law enforcement would have to wear masks as well, and the Dems would lose the argument.
Why won't Republicans go for them? They don't give any good answers.
Well,
it's something that every police department does across the country, but ICE is rogue, out of control.
Republicans say that there is a standard of force when it comes to ICE and CBP. And they also say, in terms of unmasking, that will expose the ICE agents and CBP agents and their families to doxing and threats to their safety.
Yeah, just look at every.
Oh, and shout out to my man, the lunatic libertarian. He says conspiracy theories are all true. He says, weather modification, true. Energy weapons, direct energy weapons, true. Project Mockingbird, true. MK Ultra, I mean, very true. HARPA, true. Vaccines being terrible for you and untested, true. And Teflon, wait, is that the like little small plastics that be all over the place? That's all like that's in everybody at this point, all the microplastics, because that's also true. It's tough out here. Chemtrails? Oh, yeah, true.
Police department across the country. They don't walk around in masks. They don't walk around unidentified. Every police department is identified. In New York City, you see the name right on the breastplate, and the police are fine with that. So that makes no sense what they're saying.
No, it makes no sense what the libs are saying, because they say the same thing about the ICE officers, and they'll have like ICE right there on their chest. Talk about, oh, I didn't know that was an ICE officer. It's because he was masked. Man, shut your dumb ass up. You see the ICE there on the chest, man. Quit playing stupid.
All we're asking is that they follow what police departments do across the country. ICE is rogue. The American people, when they have seen these videos, recoil. They say this is not America. And why aren't Republicans agreeing with that? It makes no sense.
109 countries theory. True. It's like, dog. Like, bro, pedophiles pretty much controlling our government and markets. True. I mean, bro, aliens. Shit, true.
Sense.
Well, what if they are going after the cartels? I understand with the roving patrols and such that you're talking about, but if in specific targeted instances, if ICE agents are going after criminals, violent criminals, members of the cartels or whatever, and you'll acknowledge that some, maybe a minority, but some of the people being picked up are that, there certainly is an understandable concern about an ICE agent's safety in that instance,
Every other police department in America is unmasked. ICE can do the same. This is a rogue force. They're almost trained.
No, I'm sorry. I got to be a dick and say this, but Billy, he's like, whoever just said it, you don't have to worry if you go home. Are you fucking deluded? Like, delusional? Like, did your mom, like, come on now, bro. I'm going to tell you this right now. He said, tell that to the veteran affair nurse that ICE killed. Well, be honest with you, bro would have just stayed home or went home. The same kind of applies to him. If bro would have went home or stayed home, he'd have been alive today. So, I mean, bro kind of right. If the immigrants just go home and get deported, it's all good. If the protesters just go home or stay home, it's all good. Sorry to be a dick about it, but he ain't wrong.
It looks like to be nasty and mean and cruel and go way beyond what ordinary police departments do. So they need to be reined in. They need to stop the violence. And the question that Americans are asking is, why aren't Republicans going along with these common sense proposals? They're not crazy. They're not way out. They're what every police department in America does.
So your fellow Democratic Senator John Fetterman of Pennsylvania, who voted against shutting down the government, he pointed out that, quote, this shutdown literally has zero impact on ICE functionality. Democracy demands a way forward to.
I know it's childish. It has, bro, because ICE has already been funded through the big beautiful bill for the next 4 years, so they can't affect ICE funding. It's mandatory funding. I mean, so it's kind of funny how they're going to shut down what? TSA, FEMA, the Coast Guard. They're going to make them guys go without pay, stall them up because of ICE, because they can't touch ICE. The FI, so because we can't touch ICE and add the FI's agenda, we just want to go ahead and shut down all of DHS and make those people suffer because we can't go after ICE. I'm not sure how you rationalize this, Dems. You're pretty much going to make those American people suffer because you can't touch ICE, because you can't defund ICE, and you won't be able to defund them for the next couple of years now. Like, let's be honest. So you might as well just get that out your head and start cooperating with ICE instead of trying to defund them. Cooperate instead of trying to defund. It's easier to cooperate. I'll be real with you, because the funding is almost impossible at this point. I mean, unless you just want them to defund DHS. And I mean, how does that affect ICE? Because ICE still got their funding.
Form ICE without damaging our critical national security agencies, unquote. And it is true that CBP and ICE are fully funded this year, and you're using the funding of other parts of DHS, such as the Coast Guard or TSA, as leverage. And in the meantime, ICE can keep doing whatever it wants to do. So the question would be, how does the shutdown do anything to accomplish the goal of reining in Trump's immigration crackdown if ICE and CBP are not necessarily directly affected?
I'm not still getting paid.
Well, 2 points. First, we have proposed that the guardrails that will be applied to ICE are applied not just to the present funding, but to the previous funding that was in the big bad bill. That's very important to us. So that will rein in all of the ICE agents, no matter where.
No, you can't do that, bro. No, bro, why are you lying? I love, look at Jake Tapper's face, bro. Jake Tapper's face says it all right now. His bro's face is just like, come on now, bro. Come on now. You know that don't make sense. The big, beautiful bill unfunded ICE for the next 4 years, so you can't touch them. There is no reining in funds for ICE. What you're doing is what Jake Tapper is saying. It's like, bro, you're shutting down DHS to come at ICE, and it's not affecting them whatsoever. You're not affecting ICE's funding whatsoever. So if you're going to sit there and lie to your base like you are, go ahead, but that's just not the reality.
They're funded. But second, there's a simple answer to this. Republicans, go along with these common sense proposals, and we'll fund the whole DHS bill, the whole Department of Homeland Security bill. Just go along. Again, I cannot repeat enough. These are common sense. Police departments across America use them. We have a rogue agency. Why don't we rein them in? That's what the American people are asking Republicans, and that's why they're going to have to go along with us. And I believe they'll have no choice but to go along with us, because it's so common sense and so much supported by the American people. They're losing support every day by not supporting these common sense proposals.
And here's the effed up part. Guess what? They're not defunding ICE. They're defunding your local police. Because guess what? Even in my state of Ohio, yes, local police departments in Ohio even rely on the U.S. Department of Homeland Security for funding, resources, training, and in some case, assistance with immigration enforcement. So this is how they're doing it. They're going after the local police through shutting down DHS. So they can't touch ICE, so they're going to go for your local police. So guess what? They're defunding the police. Or they're basically shutting down local police. So yeah, my local police guys, I might not be getting paid.
That's a lot of bull. They show no evidence of voter fraud. They show there's so little in the country. And to have ICE agents, these thugs, be by the polling places, that just flies in the face of how democracy works, of how we've had elections for hundreds of years, very successfully. It makes no sense at all. And we will, in our legislation, we say that ICE agents should not be anywhere near polling places. Again, I think most Americans agree.
I'm sorry, but what's wrong with ICE agents being at polling places? I mean, you guys should stop crying about that, because you kind of make it seem like you're expecting undocumented immigrants to show up to vote. Y'all should probably stop saying that. Make yourselves look guilty.
To people at polling places who operate the polling places, they don't want these ICE agents near them and intimidating them.
About 83% of the American people, including majority Democrats, support voter ID laws.
Well, yeah, the voter ID laws that first, each state can have its own voter ID laws, and some do and some don't. But secondly, what they are proposing in this so-called SAVE Act is like Jim Crow 2.0. They make it so hard to get any kind of voter ID.
Jim Crow 2.0, making it so hard to get any ID. How is that like Jim Crow, bro? Please tell me how that's like Jim Crow. It's not like they're creating two different DMVs, like one for whites, one for blacks, and the black one has a dirty ass BMV, dusty as hell, and got a long ass line. I mean, please, how is this like Jim Crow? Because that's a terrible comparison, dog. And then bro, like I said, you're crying about voter ID when, I'm be real with you, it's just so simple to, one, get your ID together, get a birth certificate, get your passport together, which you need your birth certificate for. So all this stuff is easy for an American citizen to get, and a lot of them get it well in their adolescence, especially when they're reaching middle school.
That more than 20 million legitimate people, mainly poorer people and people of color, will not be able to vote under this law. We will not let it pass in the Senate. We are fighting it tooth and nail. It's an outrageous proposal that is, that shows the sort of political bias of the MAGA right. They don't want poor people to vote. They don't want people of color to vote because they often don't vote for them.
Earlier this week,
bro, what are you saying? That was the most, come on, Schumer. That's kind of racist, bro. You're basically assuming that, well, one, we're just going to vote Democrat. And then two, oh, well, if you make us have to prove that we're citizens, black people won't be able to participate. And are you retarded? Most black people, actually, if a black person's been born in America, they have a birth certificate, they have a social security, they have an ID. I mean, their ID situation gets situated around, I don't know, middle school, where they basically push your parents to get you an ID just in case you ever get lost or anything like that. I remember when children went missing left and right, it was a huge thing for me growing up, was getting that state ID. So can you guys please miss us with the bullshit?
You introduced Virginia's law in honor of prominent Epstein accuser Virginia Giuffre, who died by suicide last year. The law would eliminate the statute of limitations for survivors of sexual abuse so they can sue their abusers. Is there bipartisan support for this legislation? Do you have 60 votes?
The survivors are working very, very hard.
No, and here's the worst part about it. I don't know why, Jack, you made this argument, but it's kind of stupid. But I like you make dumb arguments. I mean, you make dumb arguments that's, pretty easy to point out, and it makes the show fun. But yeah, when a woman gets married, she's already taken those steps to get her name changed, from her ID, passport, all that good stuff. She calls in at the Social Security office. She's doing all this days after she gets married, or even before. Some of them do it before of it, all that. So I'm sorry, that's not a good excuse. And you're making these women out to be lazy. Oh, they just get married and they just forget about the fact that they got to change their name. Come on now, bro. That don't even make sense.
And they've been so successful, as you know,
because
of their good work. Congress voted virtually unanimously. There was only one dissenting vote in the House, none in the Senate, to make the Epstein files public. Now, I have to say that Kristi Noem and all of them, Bondi, are not making them public, and they're derelict in disobeying this law. But the fact that we got Republican support to actually make the files public, and because the survivors were so instrumental in doing that, they're going to work hard to see if we can get some Republican support. I would bet on them.
Leader Schumer, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Appreciate it.
I don't know about getting Republican support on the whole, ICE agenda there. It just seems really stupid. You're really going to be hurting local police and not ICE. You're going to be hurting TSA, Coast Guard, FEMA. And not ICE. But apparently we're just supposed to think that you guys are what? Fighting for the American people. You're about to make sure these guys don't go without pay or protection. But, hey, man, the Dems will tell us that, yeah, we care for more about the American people than you do. You're about to cut off the local police. How can y'all even make this argument anymore? You're about to shut down DHS over ICE because you can't cut ICE funding. Think about how much sense that makes. When all you have to do, instead of just threatening all of DHS, you could just make sure that you're working. You make sure that local police is working with DHS or working with ICE. That would end all of this drama right now. And we don't have to shut down DHS. But apparently that's just, I don't know. I guess that's just too cordial for you guys. I guess you guys want it to be a blood sport. But all right, man, let's get over to our guy, Alex Jones, man. Let's get into it. This man, Alex Jones, had quite the interview on Fresh and Fit. Now, hey, as long as the support's up and all that good stuff, we can go ahead and watch the entire 3-hour interview, but we're only going to tune probably 45 minutes.
Here, what's up, guys? Welcome to the Fresh Fit Podcast. We are here with the legend himself, Alex Jones. You guys know we don't normally go live on Saturdays, but when certain people are in town, you just have to go live and make it happen. And obviously, with what we got going on, I had to get off the plane. Literally flew over here. Alex in town. Alex, thank you so much for coming on the show. It's been a long time coming.
Guys, thanks for inviting me. And I was here to put some pressure on people in Florida and stuff. And then I realized, wait a minute, I promised I'd come on when I came to Miami finally, which I love this city. By the way, what a badass lair. You've got literally like Batman man base, this place. People haven't been there.
We're trying to catch up to you, man. You got a really good setup, so.
But I'm not 50 stories up. So listen, here's the bottom line. I've been on there 32 years in April. This is the biggest day ever, hands down, in my broadcasting career.
Yeah.
And so it's crazy the planets align. We set this up, a couple days ago. And
this is your show, by the way, Alex. We're just here to listen to you, honestly. Like, we're just here. You take it wherever you want to go.
And what Alex heard today is going to shock everyone watching at home. It's going to be insane.
We're not going to interrupt you, nothing. You just run it like you want. Our
jump in.
producers are here. They basically work for you right now. Like,
Alex is about to hit us with a special announcement that he heard to come out of the Trump administration. So prepare yourselves for this.
Wherever you want to go.
And what Alex heard today is going to shock everyone watching at home. It's going to be insane.
We're not going to interrupt you, nothing. You just run it like you want. Our producers are here. They basically work for you right now. Like, whatever you want us to pull up on screen, we'll pull it up on screen. Yeah. This is your show. We're just here to listen to you.
You can just go to X or wherever and see it.
Yeah.
But I mean, here's the bottom line.
Let's pull up his X just on the side in case.
Yeah, Real Alex Jones. This is, I know the whole backstory. I predicted it. I knew what Trump's never been involved with the underage girls or any of the Epstein stuff. But Bonnie admitted this 3 days ago in the congressional hearing. She said it'll crash the stock market if we bring this out. But Trump didn't know how bad it was. Plus, it was all old stuff, so they knew there couldn't be prosecutions. They knew the Democrats control the files. So Trump wasn't involved in the crimes, but he became complicit, letting the DOJ cover it up. But then as the first tranche of stuff came out, the first 3 million files, he's like, this vindicates me. Like I said. Well, now so much pressure's come out that they released 3 million more files today. They say that's basically all of it. And they released the full list. And by the way, I'm on the list. What? Yeah, it's all over the internet. But I'll get to that later. It's his enemies too. So there's not like a client list. These are the guys we, literally cannibalism, killing people, draining their blood, adrenochrome, Woody Allen, them talking about eating people, grinding up bones. I mean, it is Leonardo DiCaprio. It's all there. But in the first tranche of documents, there 16 times. And
you're on his enemy list.
Yeah, well, it doesn't say enemies list, but it's like, this son of a bitch is saying we're screwing kids and we got to stop him. This is 2016.
Yeah.
When Pizzagate came out.
Yep.
So I love the left's attacking me now. Like, Jones in the files, they show a screenshot.
Yeah.
You go to my Real Alex Jones, you'll see it. But when you actually go there and search it, which I was doing before you guys picked me up, and it's just more stuff.
Yeah.
So there was 16 I found before. I couldn't even. It was like hundreds of me in there. So they were on my ass.
Yeah.
But now I had the clearest picture, just because I was the first reporter on this 18 years ago when he first got indicted.
One of the OGs in this.
But now we have. Before I kind of still had a clear view, but now I've got crystal clear view, and so now we've got the whole blueprint of how it works, how it operates. And I knew he worked for the Trilateral Commission. I didn't know that he was on the Trilateral Commission board. As David Rockefeller, who founded it, his they call it a legate in Roman imperialism, where you have the emperor, but you have 3 or 4 guys that would literally have a seal or a ring and a scroll with his orders, and they could travel to different countries in the empire or the different regions and give them orders.
Yep.
So Epstein, in his Bannon interview that came out, not because Bannon released it, but because 2 hours of 9 hours is in the Epstein.
What are your thoughts on that? Them releasing that interview? Because they did the interview, 2018, 2019-ish?
Yeah.
It took them forever to release it. What were your thoughts on that interview?
Well, it's because this wasn't known. It was known, just like Mike Benz, this doesn't just search the Epstein files. He searches all the different government files.
Yep.
But there's billions of them. So I knew he was on the Trial Commission. I knew he got recruited by Bill Barr's dad that ran the all-girls school, who was OSS CIA. Bill Barr was CIA. Then, so that's a whole, you want me to go through it all. It's crazy. But we have the whole blueprint now of how this worked. And so he was, starting when he was 30 in 1991, picked because he was working for Bill Barr and the CIA and Mossad, also MI6. This has all now been released.
Yeah.
He was picked to be the gopher for David Rockefeller when David Rockefeller couldn't go to a meeting in Japan or Germany or London. Epstein. So Epstein tells Steve Bannon all this. Well, it wasn't secret, but no one knew it. I was able to go look, and anybody can do this, and find Trilateral Commission minutes that are public with him in 92, 93, right through till like 2015 or whatever, chairing Trilateral Commission meetings. For people who know about Trilateral Commission, it was set up by David Rockefeller, who created the UN in 47 and not 100 years old. This is before the WEF. This is proto-WEF. So that's why Epstein was so powerful, and he was the main Rothschild representative, because David Rockefeller was. But by the time he hit about 80, he didn't want to do it anymore. But Epstein worked for him, so that he had been chosen by the CIA and Mossad and the Rothschilds to be the representative. So he was the head of the Trilateral Commission, factotum, under, it's like when you're the boss, you got your assistant. When you finally die, that guy's the boss.
Yeah, he was number 2, but he was really running things because Rockefeller was 12.
Yeah, so he was the head of the Trilateral Commission.
Damn.
And that's why they said this guy runs everything. That's why emails came out where he's trying to undermine, overthrow Putin. And Putin, like 10 years ago, is begging to meet with him. He's like, no, I won't meet with Putin over the phone, only in person. And like people are like, why would Putin be kissing this guy's ass? Because this is literally the Trilateral Commission Rothschild commander. And so, and you talk about the Israel thing. Israel created, the Rothschilds created Israel. The Balfour Agreement, they built and paid for the Supreme Court.
They're on the currency, dude.
They're on the currency.
Crazy, yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is the Illuminati, baby.
The elite,
so this is like, so we already knew, but this is all, I didn't know he was that powerful.
Wow.
I knew he was a super gopher, but look, you wait around long enough, all the old men die. No, bitch, you're in command.
You're the captain now. You're the captain now.
She's like, I'm the captain now, bitch.
We got the legend now.
That's why this is so massive. Oh, look, I'm on the list. Yeah, it's all how much they want to fucking get me. I love the liberals. Oh, look, he's on the list. Yeah, motherfuckers, I'm on the enemy's list. I love it.
So,
this is like I got the biggest fucking president tonight.
You saw the Pam Bondi, obviously, back and forth. What do you think about Pam Bondi in general?
That's what did it. That's a whole nother. That's the problem is each little thing I just said is like 30 minutes of detail. Because now I had all the pieces more than anybody. I'm not bragging. It's true. Now it all went like the final jigsaw puzzle went in. I'm like, about 4 hours, 5 hours ago, this head, I was just in my hotel room going,
you think that hearing is what did it to her, right? Basically, like they went after her.
Well, here's who Pam Bondi is. She's a PR person. She's not bad. She's not involved. Yeah. We knew this when she got in. She likes Trump. He likes her. He thought he could trust her. They put her in. And then early on, Susie Wiles came in and they said, listen, we know there's all these rich people. Ludwig told him, sir, I'm not involved with him, but it'll crash the stock market. This is old case. You can't prosecute him anyways. Plus, look, you're all in these files with
Ludwig, his neighbor.
And they loaded all these lies. But then Ludwig got caught lying.
Yeah.
He's at the aisle and everything else. And Trump said yesterday, he said, I didn't know Ludwig did that. He lied. So Trump, according to my sources who were in the meetings, yesterday and this morning, called him and he said, listen.
Who called him this morning? Sorry.
He had meetings yesterday and today with his cabinet.
Oh, okay. You mean Trump having this morning? Okay.
This is exclusive.
Yeah.
No one knows this. I've talked to multiple people, one that was in the room and other people that heard about it, and also people that were delivering my message, which I'm here in Florida delivering to the family. Like, listen, you're committing political suicide, self-inflicted wound. We know you're not in there. I had Mark Mitchell go 3 months ago to the White House, show him the numbers. This is what's killing him. We know he's not involved already. We know it was over the stock market because I was with people that were at the meeting over a year ago, 13 months ago when he was president-elect. And they told him this. And I've said it probably 1,000 times on air. Folks, I don't agree with it. People said I'm covering up for it. I was just saying with their idea, their mindset. I'm not agreeing with that. It'll crash the stock market. You got hundreds of head bankers, heads of universities, heads of brokerage firms, the royalty, not
Bill
just
Gates as well.
Bill Gates. Oh, it just goes on and on. All of top Obama's people. It's all Democrats, 99%. But they came to Trump and they said, if you bring this out, it'll bring down the stock market. I probably said, let's not exaggerate, 500 times last year and a half that expect this to happen because I was already told, don't expect this because this is what happened. And I said, you're making a mistake. They're going to stab you in the back. They said, no, they're not. And I said, that's wrong. But notice Bondi 3 days ago or Thursday was in that congressional hearing. Yeah. And she goes, it'll crash the stock market and bring down the system, I tell you. And people got the clips of me saying that like 100 times. So, but finally Trump got, oh my God, it's going to crash it anyways. I've been double crossed. So this morning he said, you're all fired. This is people in the meeting.
Wow.
He said, you're all fired. He said, I want, and by the way, behind the scenes, Trump used to cuss some, he also, you see when he's hoarse, he goes, I'm sorry, I'm screaming people. He said, listen, motherfuckers, I'm sick of being tied to this shit. I'm the one that dropped a dime on him 18 years ago. He goes, you're all fucking fired if it isn't fucking released. Do you fucking understand me? They released the whole list of anybody in his files. They released 3 million more files. And Trump said, I will fire every goddamn one of you. because they came to him and said, sir, they say your wife's a hooker. All this stuff that was all recycled from 9-10 years ago, which I said it was, and it came out. They said his wife's a hooker. Worked for Epstein. That wasn't true. He had a modeling agency that she was at. She wasn't at that. So they were fucking with him and telling him, you don't want to do this. They tricked him, and now Trump went thermonuclear. He finally listened to us. He finally listened to Roger Stone and others, and this is historic. And I'm told Congressman Tim Burchett and others have said they have already been access to this, okay? And they said, if you think the Satanism and the cannibalism and the blood drinking is bad and what you saw before, they said what is in these new files is going to shake everybody. And they warned you, don't even look at it if you don't want to have nightmares. I mean, this is, folks, this is the Death Star. This will be a day long remembered. I mean, this is mega freaking massive. And they're not going to, I noticed the economists, the Rothschilds, they say in the magazine they own it. It's like, oh God, yeah, oh look, here's all the files, we cross-referenced them, and you notice you search them, there's no.
All right, came in just in time. But so honestly, I do want to hear you guys' thoughts on this. So what do you guys think about that? So apparently Trump brought in his people, the administration, his guys, and he just started snapping on him. He's like, all right, bro, I'm done. Y'all was telling me to slow roll it. Y'all was telling me this and that, not to release it. This is a distraction, but now I need it all released because, well, guess what? Some of it got released, and it's not even that bad. So he's like, F it. If y'all don't release it, I'm firing people. And I can understand that frustration.
Trump, no emails, no communication. They're like, oh, we're exposing. Oh, look, the Rothschild lady was in charge. Even the Rothschild publications having to burn themselves. So this is rats leaving the sinking ship. But here's the danger. What do you guys think? And I'll shut up and go through all the pieces.
No.
What do you think they're about to pull now that this is going down? Because the deep state, they got codes to bring down power grids. They got all sorts of networks. They got all sorts of, terror groups they're funding. They got weird white supremacists out in the woods. No, seriously, you saw famously Maxine Waters say, there's Trump's training white supremacist militias and all. No, They got all sorts of crazy groups, radical Islam groups, all Hezbollah wound up, ready to go. So I'm saying we're in a maximum danger right now because Trump just dropped the fucking hammer, man.
The nuke.
He just dropped the fucking nuke.
Yeah. So where do we go from here? Because
that should be the headline. Trump just dropped the fucking nuke on the deep state. Trump just took the gloves off. Trump just fucking manned up. Trump just leveled up. And people don't fucking get how huge this is. This is mega motherfucking. Okay, that's as much.
Yeah.
This is mega motherfucking.
This is your show, bro.
Well, I don't normally do this, but I mean, this is fucking awesome. This is everything we wanted. And let me tell you, they ain't getting out of this. I mean, the stuff. I was driving over here, just looking at the stuff, and your crew's always been doing small talk. I was kind of like, I mean, it's just cannibalism, murdering kids, delivering sex slaves. I mean, it's just. So you tell me what I want to show? God, I mean, this is.
Dude, imagine he got it right there and then. Information. Let's do the show. Let's go. I'm going.
Like,
Chop it.
Like I said, I'm tired. I'm dead. But I said, look, there's certain times you got to just, hey, we got to make it happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So. Holy crap.
Well, as hot as your girlfriend is, I can just look at her. Gotta wake up right away.
Let's go. Wait, but Mario, apparently we don't like girls, apparently.
Yeah, apparently not.
Apparently.
We're gay.
Yeah.
Remember that.
Apparently.
You put me on blast.
Yeah, we're all gay.
Yeah, we all gay. That's what they always say, right?
Frogs in the water.
Yeah. Some blueberries. Yeah. I was like, the blueberries will make you gay.
Yeah. It's the frogs.
Let me say, none of us are getting any pussy.
So okay. Nope. So let me ask you this, I guess. So obviously, Trump's been doing really good with the poker face with the Epstein files. I've said it for a while, like, man, this is going to hurt him a lot because the DOJ has been doing some good work with all the other stuff they got. Their arrests are up,
and you're a former federal agent. You know stuff.
They've been compared to the Chris Wray's FBI and Merrick Garland's DOJ. They're way better.
They were going in reverse, covering up. Trump was going up 50 miles an hour. Now he's going 1,000 miles an hour.
So I didn't realize, and I didn't know that it was like pissing him off this much with the Epstein files, but I could see why, because like it was hurting his legacy. People were saying, "What the fuck's going on?" And he released everything. Where do we go from here, man? What do you think?
Well, I mean, that's the thing is, the listeners got mad at me saying I was covering up. I was talking to the White House. I was talking to these people. Won't leave it at that. And I was getting their view and telling them what's now come out. But I was telling the White House, don't do this. They're going to stab you in the back. And you know how investigations are. When stuff's 20 years old, you're never going to get it. And then I'm not accusing all the victims of being bad. I'm just saying most of the victims, they kind of keep it the 14-year-olds and up, who most of them became operatives getting other kids. Mm-hmm. So they have an incentive not to say what they really did. So when they say, "Oh, these victims know everything," no, the files know it all.
Yeah.
And so you just can't go off these women that were used and set up. He was buying kids 8, 9, 10 years old in Eastern Europe, who he'd bring back and use for years and years as sex slaves, who he would then
He had a house in Paris and everything. Yeah.
who he would then organize to be the handlers of the other girls. So he used women.
Yeah.
To control all the other slaves.
Yeah, no, it was crazy how he had this layered system, because I went through the West Palm Beach case file stuff. And he'd get these high school girls, recruit them. They'd do the massage, whatever. And then they'd get other girls and he'd just pay them all. And he kind of like had it was how he would insulate himself. That's what so him and Glenn would be first. Then he'd get the other girls. Then they would do all the work and getting all the other girls.
So he's a real pimp.
Kind of. But like
a super pimp.
Yeah. In the wrong way. But yeah.
Yeah, if evil pedophile pimp's got a cape, he's Superman.
Yeah, pretty much. So let me ask you this then, Alex, because obviously you've went through the files, you've been looking at this for decades. What is Trump's role specifically with Epstein? What was their actual relationship? We hear different stories from the media. CNN says they're best friends. Fox News says he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. The file came out where he reported him to the West Palm Beach in 2006. Can you kind of give us a quick, take your time, an overview? What was their relationship? When did they stop being friends? What was it in totality?
Yeah, I mean, we've had New York Times articles saying that they were best friends.
Yep.
That's not true. Before I endorsed Trump 10 years ago, I talked to the authors, I talked to the experts. Remember, I was already an expert on human trafficking, government sex operations, pedophilia.
Yeah.
Knew all the Ted Gunderson and John DeCamp and all the guys that had literally exposed it in the Democrat and Republican Party. These are the guys that had the front page in 1989. You can pull it up in the Washington Times. Underage call boys, midnight visits White House. Underage call boys, midnight visits White House. And so these are the guys that exposed the CIA base in D.C. producing child porn and snuff films. These are the guys that did all this. So not that I'm smart. When I was first getting on air, I was having these guys on, Kathy O'Brien, Mind Control, MK Ultra, all this stuff. And so Trump is in New York. His dad's super conservative. He has his own business, gets $100 million from his dad. He works with Roy Cohn, the famous anti-communist that was the lawyer for McCarthy. That's Trump's MO. But Epstein comes along in the 90s and is the head of the Trial Commission and has all this investment stuff. And so just like Steve Bannon, yeah, they do business, but it's like investments and real estate and stuff. And that's what Trump knows. And so Epstein, obviously is in New York. Trump's in New York. And then you got the satellite at that time down here in Palm Beach. And so all that's public. That they're in events, they're at public shows, they're socialites, they're in some videos and photos together. But we knew, and Roger Stone exposed this 10 years ago when I first endorsed Trump. He wrote a book about it, Clinton and their war on women, that Trump first dropped the dime to the Palm Beach police and got him indicted. So all that new news that's been released in the
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. That's why mentioning Trump's name being mentioned 38,000 times the Epstein files isn't really a big of a revelation as you think it is. And why? Because you gotta remember, Trump was also an informant for the FBI and making statements against Epstein. So yeah, his name is gonna be in the files because he was out here making statements. Not that he's been involved in doing any type of child pedophilia or child trafficking with Epstein. I mean, there's nothing that links him to it. Now we got witness testimony that's in there, but none of that's been corroborated. So if you're going to go there and say that, there is proof in the Epstein files that Trump was messing with little girls, you're lying. There is none in there that proved that Trump messed with little girls. Not one.
Last tranche of Epstein files a few weeks ago. That's
unless they want to start, rehashing witness statements and start going back or investigating them and all that good stuff, then sure, maybe they might find something then. But as of now, nothing.
Old news. It was Trump that was the informant. And then Michael Wolff, who is number 3 in the files, the most mentioned, the most emails, dirty Democrat operative, he is in there over the last 8-9 years. Constantly with Epstein, and they made recordings together that have been come out. Like, how do we set Trump up? He's like, he never took massages, he never came to the house, we can't get him. I know he's the one that dropped the dime on
Real
me.
G.
Yeah. So what's crazy is that's why I was saying Trump's not involved. Trump dropped the dime, but it wasn't until Trump, until 2 years ago, was like, yeah, release it all. Then they come to him when he's president elect and they go, sir, it's hundreds of bankers, it's heads of universities, it's top scientists. This will kill the faith and credit of the U.S. plus it's old, plus it's full of crap, plus the Democrats control the file, it's going nowhere. You need to just kill it. So Trump said, fine, kill it. And I was like, I was told I told them, I said, do not do this. They're going to stab you in the back and claim you're involved. And they're like, that's ridiculous. I'm not involved. And I said, they don't care. They're already caught. They're done. All they can do is trick you to grab victory from the jaws of defeat, or to grab defeat from the jaws of victory.
Yeah.
To grab defeat from the jaws of victory.
So
it's taken me a year of literally hammering him and hammering his advisors, because you can talk to him and it's just, he's always like the next thing. He's very savantish, very autistic, I would say. Definitely Asperger's at the next level, not in a bad way, but he's a cut above the rest in a weird way. But I had to go ape shit on air the last week. I had to come here and I had to tell him, I said, I'm going to come bullhorn Mar-a-Lago, because I can go meet with Trump if I want to, but it's more efficient. I've done it before with his first admin on the Russiagate to fire some people, which he did fire. That whole 60 minutes on it. I finally got my people fired by bullhorning for 2 days off and on the White House. And then Trump could hear it and came out and watched it and said it finally fired him. So it's like he can't get his attention. He's like, I'm going to get the Panama Canal and stop China. I'm going to take over Venezuela. I'm going to cut off the voting machines that are fraud. I'm going to get 20 trillion in investment. He's like, his brain is like,
man, here's the thing, guys. I think, and I know you Dems don't want to let this go, but y'all got to let it go. Until there's definitive proof that Trump was actually out there, texting Epstein about girls, there's no proof of that. There's proof of other guys, and because it's not Trump, you guys don't care, and that's sick. Like, sometimes we got to call you guys out, because y'all never really cared about children being trafficked. You just care about Trump, and that's sick, and you should be ashamed of yourself, because the fact that there are actually other names out there that are being released, and you guys haven't brought that up, and you don't care, kind of shows what you guys really thought about and where you really stood. You were just hoping that Trump was guilty. You never really cared about the whole fact that there's a whole child trafficking ring going on. Didn't care. All you cared about was Trump.
He's like goal oriented, like he has a scale of things. He's like, I'm not involved in Epstein. I'm safe. I don't want to go there. But I'm like, that doesn't matter. They're going to make this the litmus test for you. So, I mean, I'm not trying to give myself the credit, but it's true. A bunch of other people are doing it too. I literally said, I'm coming to Florida. And I said, I'm staying here until I was going to be staying until next week. Then I got the word yesterday. I said, you'll be pleased with what's about to happen this morning. I was like, watch what happens. I was like, we'll see. So I was like holding off to see what's going on, because I was going to go to Mar-a-Lago with a gigantic bullhorn and scream for days, and the whole press would be there. But the point is
it's time to release everything.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But the point is, that's the power of the people. But it's also the fact that Trump wasn't involved. So now all these emails and text messages, he's ratting them out at the feds. He's ratting them out to the local police. Yeah, that's who Trump is. I mean, I remember Roger Stone telling me this before it was even in the news like 10 years ago. And he's Trump's confidant. He's like, Virginia Giuffre, she had another name. It was her maiden name. She's there. She works at the place. And Ghislaine Maxwell pulls her out. And then they caught Epstein pulling another girl out. And all the victims say they never saw Trump other than the two that worked there. They say he's totally nice. They'd see him walk by. And so Trump literally came to Epstein the first time. He said, don't pull another girl out of here. They pulled another, and he got pissed and dropped a dime on him. So that shows how much he's involved in the minutia of his business.
Because he's pissed off that they were taking his employees.
They're taking his employees.
Yeah.
And Epstein says all that to Michael Wolff. So I'm on air going, hey, Trump's not involved. I don't know why he's covering up. We know he thinks he'll scratch his stock market. Not just I believe Trump, and the Democrats spin it. Oh, God, you're all the pedo party. No, guys, it's hundreds of top Democrats, hundreds of university heads, all these Hollywood people going to the island, delivering kids, eating babies, draining blood, adrenochrome. I mean, it's all in there, grinding up bones. I mean, it is, they are, but what else do they do? They just put on this confidence act, puffed up like roosters, hoping he would be intimidated. And for a while he was, because he's like, this is embarrassing, but it's over. I mean, they are completely screwed now.
Yeah. What was the extent of their, their friendship? I know they were friends for a bit. It seems like party mates or whatever. What was the extent of that?
Well, I don't just believe Roger Stone. Back in the day, the New York Times was more accurate. Roger's only 51 years. And Trump doesn't cheat on his wives, but in between marriages, he's quite the horn dog. and And his
Haram! He doesn't cheat on his wife. I give respect. He doesn't cheat on his wife. Okay, he's
That's
better man
fair.
than me, man.
Man of honor.
Okay.
But have you ever met like Melania? She's intimidating.
Okay.
He's the opposite of pedo.
I'm crying. So he's pretty much saying, well, Trump don't cheat on his wives, but I'll tell you this though, you know, while he's not married, he be out there slaying them pretty much.
He's not in Russia. That proven fake, being pissed off about hookers. A, he's not into that. He's a neat freak. B, he's not going to let somebody have control of him.
Yeah,
he's not going to let somebody, do something like that. He knows it's a setup. Knows it's cameras. That was all proven to be an MI6, Clinton, Obama.
I'm going to ask about Clinton and Obama after this.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So what was the question though?
With Trump, the extent of their friendship, like what was it exactly? Because you hear different accords.
So what Epstein claims he is, or the media did later, is what Roger Stone was. But Roger Stone was the political advisor, gave him the idea to run for president. And then Roger was his wingman in between divorces, because he go years not married.
So Roger Stone was his wingman, not Epstein.
No, Roger Stone was his wingman.
Okay.
And Roger Stone would just go out on double or triple dates so that the media wouldn't pick it up and say who he was dating.
Okay. All right.
And so some of that's hit the news, but that's the MO. And so he was his wingman. That's a lie in the media that he was friends or even best friends with him. He would see him at events. He was nice. This guy was the head of the Fertile Commission for David Rockefeller, his gopher, and he was the head Rothschild representative. So Trump on record mainly got his investment for stuff from U.S., German, but after that, the Rothschilds are his third biggest investor. So, but that's what they do. I mean, they're the richest family in the world.
Yeah.
It's like,
They're really involved in everything, dude.
I was at 7-Eleven today buying some lifesavers. I mean, I work for them. The point is that this is it. It's like I flew on American Airlines. I mean, I own it. So, yeah. So it's the U.S. banks, German banks, some Swiss banks, and the Rothschilds are right there. So, no, Trump has, but he always paid his debts back and did a good job. It was a good investment. So, of course, he's hanging out with the Rothschild head of the Fertile Commission. I mean, at parties and everywhere else being nice to him. But as soon as he came in and cut out some of his employees, he got on his ass. And Wolf talks about it. And Epstein's like, yeah, he was right on my ass. So, like, what are you doing, man?
Yo, pause.
Yeah, which is crazy. And I owned all this stuff. How would I know somebody's pulling girls out of my business?
Yeah.
So Trump's on it. And but
what year was this roughly when he I'm trying to remember when he banned him from Mar-a-Lago for pulling
18 years ago.
18 years ago. Okay.
Wow.
But it's the same thing. You can pull up the audio of this.
07. Oh, right around the time he was getting picked up for the other stuff.
Well, he reported it first.
Yeah.
Trump's the one that dropped the dime.
Yeah.
Or 19 years ago. But here's the deal. You can pull this audio up.
Because if you do look at the FBI files, now that I mention it, now that you mention that, when you look at because I remember going through the FBI files, for a while, the names were redacted of the people that were given the information. At least this is years ago when I looked at it. So now it's unredacted, and the West Palm Beach reports also were redacted when it said informant XYZ, they'd redact it.
And now it's Trump. But here's the deal. People also say, oh, the new 3 million files, they're redacted. Congress is able to see the redacted names.
Oh, they can?
Yeah. So Congress can see all that now. So, and look, I say just release it all. But then we also had some of the victims saying,
yeah, I mean, here's the thing, though. I mean, look, bro, Rohana, Thomas Massey, look, if they wanted to sit there and prove that Donald Trump was a pedophile, that was their chance right there and then. I'm pretty sure they most likely looked. But considering that the victims that they like to parade around all over mainstream media said that Trump's not in it. I mean, and considering that they went in there and they got like 6 names of some very wealthy guys who were connected to Epstein. And because it wasn't Trump, well, guess what? People didn't care. It's kind of amazing. Like their acts, and I knew it. This was my worst fear, that we were going to get to these Epstein files, and because Trump's not in it and he's not like pretty much implicated in sex trafficking or pedophilia, the Dems are just going to drop it and act like it don't exist and move on to the next thing.
pull the last tranche because now they've been put in there. So the point is, they're fully released now because Congress can see the redacted names. So let the games begin.
Guys, we got 20K watching. Like the video.
Yeah, like the video.
Follow Axe on Twitter at Real Axe Jones.
Yep. Go check them out on
really
there.
Good stuff.
Yeah, we're live on my channel, Fresh and Fit, Meyer Gaines X, Rumble, etc. Got 20,000 plus. We got even more on Kick and everywhere else. So yeah, over 20,000 watching. So shout out to you guys.
Wow.
Let me ask you,
guys, and if you don't know, well, actually, Trump does have a long history of working with, well, the FBI. It wouldn't have been the first time Trump would work with the FBI. He worked with the FBI in the 80s. So, yeah, Trump has actually ties to FBI. Law enforcement.
Let me ask you this then. Clintons. We've heard the rumors, Lolita Express. We've heard, we've seen the pictures too, right? Especially all the pictures that came through recently.
Yeah, did he get more BJs?
This guy. What is the deal with the Clintons? What was his relationship with Bill? What was his relationship with Hillary? They fought back. They went on Twitter and they said, "Hey, yeah, we want to go ahead and we want to testify. We want to make sure it's open, etc." So now I guess
and then they pulled back.
Oh, they did pull back after that again?
Yeah. So that's a great question.
Go ahead. Take it away.
Use your federal law enforcement training. We don't have to speculate. In the last tranche of 3 million emails released a few weeks ago, you have Ghislaine Maxwell, who was appointed by the UN, the head of the UN Sea Treaty, where the UN claims ownership of the ocean.
Yes.
She was the head of that.
Yeah.
She is in emails back to 2005, 6, 7 with the Rothschild money founding the Clinton Global Initiative. So the Clinton Global Initiative, the Clinton Foundation,
she founded that.
and the Clinton Library. Yeah, there's 3 foundations. But the Clinton Global Initiative, the money from the Rothschilds through her, and her dad was Robert Maxwell, the MI6 Mossad agent, all that.
Yeah.
Multi-billionaire, owned most of the media over there, newspapers, TV stations. Fell off the boat,
He fell off the boat.
And that business is handed to him,
to
Epstein. And so with the Clintons, you have them literally being given the money by Epstein. So again, Epstein is David Rockefeller's factotum or his legate or his executioner. Because again, when you're a powerful, super, ultra rich person, you got to have people you trust.
Of course.
And so this is like his demigod. And so he's the head of the Trial Commission. In the emails, and the Rothschilds admit it, yes, he is our main global representative of the richest family on earth. Okay? And this is admitted by the Rothschilds. They're apologizing today in the news. The King of England says, I'm ready to have my brother arrested. That's what I'm saying, guys. This is the mother lode. Okay?
Yeah.
Like, this is everything vindicated.
We're going to ask you about King Andrews and the Brits next. After
Absolutely.
This.
So I cannot you know me. You've been on my show, and it's not a slow news today, but hey, you're a great guest. Okay, yeah. No, you got good problems. But the point is, I got a fucking soul. I know you did a great job. What I'm saying is, I'm on my own show. I'm like that.
Yeah.
This I cannot.
No, this is a big deal.
This is not hype.
This is a big deal.
This is not hype.
It's real. This is huge.
This is over the fucking top. I mean, thank you, Jesus. Thank you, God.
Thank you, Lord.
History is Valentine's Day 2026. Holy fucking Toledo.
Christ is king.
Yeah, Christ is king. So, yeah. The relationship with the Clintons is they're his bitch because he's Trilateral Commission Rothschild. So when people say like this guy was the boss, he was the boss because when Rockefeller died, he was his toady.
You know, I did not know. So just so I make sure I have this right. So Ghislaine basically founded the organizations, got the funding for the organizations, and Epstein controlled the purse strings.
Yes.
For the Clinton foundations. Wow.
That's right. It goes Rothschilds, which funded on record the Rockefeller Federal Reserve. They set it up with his dad. They donated the land for the UN, San Francisco and New York. David Rockefeller wrote books. They set up the whole New World Order, baby. And this guy is the gopher. But anybody knows you're a gopher 20, 30 years. Boss dies. I already said this 5 times.
The guy.
This is fucking David Rockefeller, man. This is. So you ask the Clintons. Yeah, the Clintons are downstream from this. He was a Clinton's boss. Jeffrey Epstein was a Clinton's boss.
So what was like? So obviously they relied on him for funding. Ghislaine Maxwell actually founded the
but not just the funding.
The money.
The funding comes in, and all the politicians are bought. They do what you say. The funding's secondary to control.
So just real quick, just to interject here real quick. If I want to run in politics, I got to be a part of that system. Have to be. There's no way I could ease in by myself. Got to be a part of the system. Is what you're saying.
Yeah, and I'm not defending Steve Bannon.
Yeah.
Because he did make some jokes about kids, and I like Steve. He's very smart. He's done a great job with the rebellions in Europe and everything.
Mm-hmm.
But he knows back when he's a financier, well, you go to the king. So they're like, why is Steve? But it's never about, other than like one email. It's all about money. And then the causes are good, which is crazy.
Why do you hold on to interviews so long?
Well, he never released it. Only 2 hours of 9 hours.
That's what I'm saying. Like, why did he never release it? Like, he held on to it for
I think
years.
Epstein realized he shouldn't have said the things he said. Like, David Rockefeller recruited me when I was 30. And again, you want to hear about the British, but let's do Bill Barr first.
Sure, go for it.
Type in Bill Barr's father, space relations. His name's
okay. Bill Barr's father, space relations.
Donald Barr, but the point is,
okay, we'll pull that up for you right now and get up.
So his dad is.
You on the wiki page or
whatever you want?
Okay.
So space relations. Just pull up space relations.
Bill Barr's father, space relations. Bills, please.
So Bill Barr.
Here it is, right here. Make it big so Alex can see it.
His dad is number 3 in the OSS in World War II.
Okay.
Oh.
Like,
former CIA.
Yeah, but that's like advising directly, Eisenhower.
Oh,
okay?
CIA.
So and Churchill. So Bill Barr's dad, Donald Barr.
Yeah, it literally has space relations right there.
He
click Donald Barr. Click his thing.
He is number 3 in the OSS. This is declassified. Then high level CIA. He runs a girls' school in New York.
Ooh.
And at like 25, they hired Jeffrey Epstein to work there.
Oh, hell no.
Yeah.
Then
the Dalton School, right? From them.
Dalton School.
Yeah.
5
math teacher.
Yeah. 5 years later, he's the representative of the head of the Trial Commission. So it's all so here's the deal.
It's nuts.
Bill Barr is the head, same as Jeffrey, the manager, it's declassified, of Iran-Contra. Because they kept it secret from Reagan.
Wait, he was say that one more time. He was the manager.
Bill Barr on record was CIA.
Yep.
And the main White House manager they kept secret from Reagan under George Herbert Walker Bush of Iran-Contra.
Oh my God. Okay.
So his dad runs the Dalton School. Then they hire Epstein. Then in 1991, they used the Somalis as the cutout of a bunch of billions of dollars to ship them to Ohio. And they set up in Ohio a evergreen transportation that used to just be north of here, run by Oliver North, the CIA Air Force. Okay.
Yes. So yes, there's a CIA base. Yes, a former back in the day.
Yeah. So he becomes. That's where they got all the seized planes, Maduro's, all of it up there. And so all of that, I just turned it the other day. Leave it at that. I'll get to it later. So all of this is going on, and so that his dad publishes, whatever year it was, you can pull up Space Relations, a book about humans that work with aliens to kidnap human children on Earth to ship them to a planet for sex slavery and satanic torture. 1973.
Yep.
So this number 3 in OSS.
Right? You know, it always blows me that some guy really wrote a book like this. Like, you really wrote a book about kids getting trafficked in outer space and pretty much being tortured and being turned into sex slaves. Like, you sat there, you thought about that, you imagined it, and then yo dumbass wrote it down. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Take his ass to jail. He probably died already, but bro, that should have got his ass taken to jail. I know freedom of speech and all that, but I'd have read that book and just been like, you know what, bro? Just put the handcuffs on.
It's a science fiction book about intergalactic sex slavery of human little boys and girls. And his son is the head of the Iran-Contra liaison. And then he hires Jeffrey Epstein, and 5 years later becomes the head of the Trilateral Commission. Oh, shit!
Wow.
Oh, shit!
Wow.
Now we're getting it, because these old men need an energetic guy that'll do what they fucking tell them.
Yeah. So
he's a young guy.
I see what you're saying. Young guy, gopher. I'll do it. I'll make it happen, etc. Because I always thought it was weird
And
how
I'll deliver all you old men, all the girls you want to screw.
Yeah.
He was like a promoter in Miami Club.
Yeah.
He brings all the girls.
Well, if you listen to him speak, he's actually very well spoken and very charismatic. Like, and he's very smart. Even though, and he's like, you could tell he's a very good, like, he has a New York accent like that. Like, and he's a bullshitter, but like, the guy's charming. I could see why.
Well, they got to pick somebody.
Yeah.
And so
New York and Jewish as hell.
I remember like 20 years.
One thing about Epstein, Epstein sounded extremely New York and Jewish as hell. It's just to be like, bro, if I just heard you over the phone and not seen your face, I'd have knew you was from New York and you were Jewish.
Years ago, I'd interview experts on Rockefeller. and he would just do test scores. They do these psychological tests and stuff. That you'd have, we're going to give you a scholarship. We do all these Minnesota multiphasics and stuff, and then you'd be in Wisconsin or wherever, and Dan Rockefeller would be in the line at the cafeteria. I said, "We'd like you to come work for us." It's like the Pink Floyd song, "Have a cigar, son. You're gonna go far. You're gonna live forever." So yeah, I mean, the point is, all the pieces have gone crystal clear.
But because it's not like he went to Harvard. It's not like he went to Yale. He didn't go to any of these elite institutions. I don't even think he has a college degree.
Yeah,
like,
no degree, and he's the head guy at a girls' school.
Yeah,
and now, now,
why did they pick him?
5 years later, he's the head of the Tribunal Commission.
Like, why did they pick him? Like, why did he? Was it because he was the girl guy? Like, you could get them women? Like,
it was because he's a pedophile.
Whoa.
And they just chose him. I mean, this goes on and on. But the point is that now it's all coming out, and they're talking about draining kids of blood. They're talking about, have you seen all this stuff?
I haven't seen that in the files yet.
I heard about this in Hollywood, but I didn't think it was actually.
Look, we could go through that
in real time.
We can go through
Leonardo DiCaprio's been implicated. New ones today is huge email list of him and Woody Allen talking about, I'm mainly on a human diet. I'm cannibalism. It's really made me lose weight. I grind the bones up for fiber. And then they talk about in other emails, the last tranche about,
not just saying cannibalism helps you lose weight. It's crazy.
Yeah, I've been on this cannibalism diet for.
I mean, never mind. I didn't want to get into the details of that
for a while, but now I'm going to get off this for a while.
About to make a joke.
Wow. And this is in the emails?
It's in the emails.
What about Jay-Z?
Well, here's the deal. People like P. Diddy are spinoffs.
He's not the main arc. He's not the main arc.
No, but Diddy is. Diddy had his his own little weird stuff. Yeah,
and if you look at people like Epstein,
side journey.
They set up.
I mean, to be quite honest, bro, Diddy, honestly, it should have exposed way more than it did. But obviously, there were some forces basically keeping these tapes from really being investigated and all this crazy stuff. And they made it more about the whole what was it? Because I know he got charged on trafficking, but it really wasn't, for trafficking women or selling women. It was for taking his, I guess, prostitute or male prostitute that he was buying for him and Cassie to have their little freaky nights, taking them across state lines. And, that's considered trafficking.
Years into it. So it's kind of like minor leagues.
Okay.
Look, you got the minor league.
But to be honest, though, I mean, look, bro, if that was a real trial and they was really doing some investigation, they'd have brought up Diddy's assistants. They'd have brought up more of the singers under him. I mean, bro, they'd have borrowed in one of his bosses. They'd have brought in, what's his name? He's the head executive at Lucian Grange. They'd have brought in Lucian Grange. They'd have brought him in. And I think he's like one of the top guys at Universal. So he's pretty high up there in the music industry.
Baseball teams.
Big league and minor league. He was a little league. Hey, boy. Go over there.
Oh, man.
Damn.
Okay.
Well, Peter Nygaard, you can look him up. Peter Nygaard was a whole other thing. He had an island in the Caribbean, and they had all these women come that would have babies, and they'd sign them over. They'd cesarean them. So if they kill them before they're born, or they take them out before they're born, they don't legally as a person.
Oh my!
And then the thing is, it would artificially inseminate the women, and then if the baby is your baby, the stem cells like 100 times or more powerful. So then they would drain the babies of their bone marrow, their blood, and inject them in these old men. Some of the clients were George Herbert Walker Bush and others. And the thing is, Nygaard's in prison right now for this in Canada. But Nygaard is on TV shows admitting and like telling women, hey, I'll take your period blood. I'll take a baby. I'll take whatever. I'll pay you for this. A baby's really what we want. And so you can pull it up.
Okay. Wait. Nigga, stop the show. You drink the blood of babies?
Listen.
Yeah.
I'm not saying this because you're black.
Nah, look, I seen the video. I wonder if they show it here, but the video was crazy. And I remember I showed it on live where this Peter Nygaard guy was literally trying to convince women to sell them their fetus. The man was willing to drop 60 bands, 60 racks, like to the point where you literally heard one of the ladies drop her fork. Because you're hearing about some old guy and you're at dinner with this guy and he's talking about how he'll buy your fetus for like $60,000. You're like, wait, what? Oh shit. Like 60,000 and what? Fetuses? And all of those women, thank God, they all denied it. I mean, shout out to those girls in that video. They said, nah, we good. We good. I mean, but yes, he was out there pretty much asking these women straight up, or, you know, implying that, yeah, you know, you have a kid, you want to get an abortion, I'll pay you $60,000 for the fetus so I can inject it into myself and stay young forever. I mean, what you mean, man? That's how us billionaires do it. Ugh.
That's the truth. If you pull up the Peter Nygaard thing, because you know
Peter Nygaard,
you know about dominant recessive genes, right?
Yeah.
So, like whether it's a black bull or a black bird or a black lizard, for whatever reason, the expression of black pigment in the original genetics, not just in humans, but in every species, most stuff's black. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. For whatever reason,
Bro, it looks crazy.
So the point is that he's got all these African supermodels who are like Congolese and Central Africa.
Oh, I ain't gonna lie though. Well, think about Peter Nygaard though. This man had, I ain't gonna lie, bro, the craziest case of jungle fever. That man loved him some black women, and I can't blame him. I love me black women too, but not like him though. I mean, I ain't gonna lie, it's probably the only white person I'll say to love black women more than me. And I love black women.
Africans, those are pure blacks. And he's saying, I will pay you for your babies because I want their blood. Because if he gets one of them pregnant and it's already his kid, there's no rejection like an organ. And then the stem cells are 100 times better because a white person, it is the big joke.
Yeah, he left that part out of the deal though, because he said we'll take a fetus. I didn't know he was talking about, yeah, let me impregnate you so I can use your stem cells that won't be rejected because it's my kid. So whoa. Now that I'm thinking about it, hold on, bro. You're basically using your own kids to make yourself stay healthier. Like, you're impregnating women to take out your own kids, kill them just to make yourself healthier. This is the height of like selfishness at this point. Like, you parsimonious bastard.
Like the black Israelites, you're a cave-dwelling mutant. Well, yeah, it is like X-Men. Whites are mutants, but blacks have mutations too. The point is,
and shout out to my man James Foley, says Alex Soros, super Jew, married Hama Al-Badin, a Clinton campaign aide. That makes so much sense.
is that they want black babies. That's what they call it, walnut sauce on all the documents, for blood transfusions. That's what's come out about P. Diddy demanding the black guy give him blood and all that, because it's what you want. So the best blood transfusion or stem cell would be from a black person, and then the best stem cells would be from a black woman. The way to supercharge that is to get a black woman pregnant, kill your baby and drain it, because now it's part you get full download. So you can pull up footage of Nygaard trying to get black women to sell them babies on TV.
What? Yo,
I know this sounds, folks. I'm just telling you what's going on.
No.
You can't make this up.
We could probably find a clip. It's on YouTube.
These are vampires.
It's on YouTube, guaranteed.
The real vampires actually kill their own children. Well, I've done a bunch of reports. I'll type in
probably not
Peter Nygaard, real life vampire. Just put it on X. Peter Nygaard, real life vampire. I did a report last week on it.
Okay.
I did a report 15 years ago.
Damn it, Chase. Now you got me wondering about that damn pronunciation. It's like, damn it. Aberdeen, man, F it.
Before he got arrested. So I know, I've got sources.
So for those, because we're obviously kind of in this world, so we're listening to, like, yeah, we've heard this before. But for the people out there that might be like, what's going on here? Like, they might not be familiar with this stuff. Can you kind of explain, like, this whole ritual thing, baby thing? Why do they do it? How do they do it? Because people hear about the conspiracy theories and everything, but they don't really understand it. So if you could kind of like explain it for them.
Well, they got a video if you want to watch this.
Okay, we can watch this video here.
Yo,
what's with
that nigga's face, bro?
I mean, hey man, look. I mean, that's what happens when you lay off the stem cells. You kind of revert back.
That's him without the black blood.
Yeah,
just he went from like looking totally young, like 85. Looking like Count Dracula, like a year without the black blood. By the way, I'm not just saying this because there's a bunch of black folks working there. This is what it is. Like, watch my report. I mean, let's play this.
Hey, black is beautiful.
It is.
You can get paid a lot more than that.
So how much do you want for it? Let's bid. I bid $500.
And the crazy thing is, like, I go
a lot more than
no, had nothing but back. I mean, very attractive women around him. He had nothing but very attractive women. Attractive.
So how much do you want for it? Let's bid. I bid $500 for I'm prepared to outbid him in here. Whatever I bid, he's going to outbid me. I bought about $60,000 worth of eggs. Yeah. If you have a abortion, that's very valuable. Umbilical cord, placenta, even your period blood is so rich with stem cells. Mm-hmm. We regard it as waste, and it actually should be. It should be captured and recycled, and it shouldn't go to waste. It's life for somebody, Yeah.
Okay. Go.
And it's life for
George Bush.
No, the best things are 60.
Like, bro, her face says it all. Like, are we really talking about this? Like, are we really talking? Are we really talking about fetuses and you paying $60K for them? Like, okay.
18 years old.
Her face just be like, she's like, I ain't lie. Her side eye make it look like she about to see which one of these girls about to take the deal.
Those are the best things. You know what I mean?
16, 18-year-olds.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah. So you may not be our top.
You remember when they made a report about the rise of abortions, how much death is happening, and the immense number of abortions they're having? Where does all that blood go from the abortion clinics?
I don't know. I don't know.
Because I'm thinking, like, if that's true, and what Alex is saying is verified because of video, of course, then what about abortion clinics? All that dude, that's crazy, bro. Like,
you're sure crazy.
Wow. Continue, but that's insane, bro.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's
nuts.
insane.
Wow. No, that's fine. I think that was my business anyway.
And notice he slaps him around like a pimp. By the way, you women are like 30. I want 16-year-olds. I mean, folks. And then he did it with a huge medical facility. So understand, we ain't in 2026. We're like in 2050 and vampires running. These are literal vampires.
And the young girl that is on record that he actually took his own child. He had a child with a 14-year-old.
Whoa.
And he was taking the stem cells from that baby. I think they brought it to term maybe 8 months, I believe.
Yeah.
And then started taking the cells right from the baby.
Whoa.
And injecting it into himself. He personally did it.
Well, that's when they kept it alive, they told. So he's milking the baby.
Yes.
All right. You know what? We're just gonna. Well, all right, guys. I do gotta go, but we're gonna end it on that note. We can definitely go ahead and pick this up in the next live. Shout out to you guys. You guys show some good support. So for the next live, I'll just leave the goal at like, what is it? Where we're at 54. All right, cool. I'll leave it at 56 for the next live. So, guys, make sure you guys double tap that screen, like the video, make sure to subscribe to the channel. Don't worry, guys. I'll be back. Appreciate you guys for the support. And this is Set with Set Media. Peace.
Abolish slavery? Well, then who's going to pick our crops? Deport the illegals? Then who's gonna pick our crops? This Lincoln guy is destroying our country. Ending slavery? I think he needs to go. This Donald Trump guy is destroying our country. Sending all our voters back to Mexico? I think he needs to go. Civil rights? Why, I couldn't agree more. Germans should be able to own slaves as well. If you're an Afro-Asian goldfish with bipolar depression, you should be able to vote. For us, a public education system? Why, that's a terrible idea. What a stupid waste of money that would be. We need to be create a tsunami of funding for our public education system. It's one of our best ways to the minds of children. These American Indians were here first. Big whoop, they're taking up too much land. We need more room for white settlement. Get them out of here! We stole your land, dear natives. Forgive us, for we know not what we've done. Oh, here, you can have casinos. You're not buying this, are you? Damn it. You know, I'm Native American. Don't call me Pocahontas, that's...